Good morning and a warm welcome to NTV this morning. My name is Joseph Warungu, and in place of the normal Your World show this morning, we've got special coverage of the Uganda election, which is just getting underway as we speak. Now, 10 men and 1 woman have applied for the job of CEO to lead Uganda over the next 5 years. Normally, over the last few elections, Ugandans were used to the name of Kizza Besigye as the man trying to snatch power from President Yoweri Museveni. This time round, they're only paying attention to 2 men, the incumbent President Yoweri Museveni, Kaguta Museveni himself, and Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, who's vying for the presidency. You've got a man who has been in power for 35 years, wants 5 years more. He's up against a 38-year-old musician who also wants a taste of the big office. Now we're here. We got you all covered as we cover the presidential and parliamentary election in Uganda. Shortly, we'll be linking with our colleagues at our sister station NTV Uganda to give you across the country coverage of every single step in this election starting now. We're also positioned along the Kenya-Uganda border to assess the situation there as neighbors watch intensely to see what happens to their other East African community neighbor. So stay with us. The polling stations were due to open at 7. They've just opened. We're hearing reports of some delays in some of the polling stations. Voters have turned up ready for the election, but there are some delays. We'll inform you about that. But our reporters across Uganda from NTV Uganda are on standby to bring you all the details from this moment until we get the result of who will be the next president of the Republic of Uganda, otherwise known as the Pearl of Africa. So stay with us throughout this morning. We've got special coverage starting now, all across the morning, into our Swahili programming and crossing over to Kampala and other parts of the country to bring you every detail of this really key election that the world is closely focused on. So stay tuned to NTV. For now, let's move across the border to our sister station NTV Uganda to continue our coverage, special coverage of the Uganda election. Uganda decides.
Another commander-in-chief apart from the current one. The question is, can Muntu manage the army?
We are not ready to give out to people, ideologically bankrupt people. We are planning a handover for you. Do you think we are planning a handover? No, we are not planning a handover. We are planning, actually we are consolidating.
He has the capacity to control it because 1, he knows what makes an army. 2, he's good at sending his message, especially when he's sending it to people who are qualitative, who can understand his message.
As a former army commander, General Muntu commands a lot of respect from the men in uniform. And what most people want out of the politics of today is peace and prosperity. It is believed that Muntu's stance on corruption, which is a cancer eating our society, might contribute to the development of the country. Gillian Nantume, NTV.
So when there was a conversation about all the political parties coming together and forming an alliance to then have one or front one candidate, and that didn't really suffice, and General Muntu actually left the FDC, formed his own. A lot of people said we have respect. Respect is the one word everybody underlines they have for him. But Romeo is itching to comment on something that was said about the army not doing what? Planning for what?
Romeo, for a handover, Brigadier
Sunday
Devils, because it is election day. We do expect various candidates to be elected today. Now, if you have Brigadier Sunday Devils who is saying we're not ready to give over power to ideologically bankrupt groups like the Noob Camp, you have Lieutenant...
He technically did not say like the Noob Camp. Fought the man because he was just talking now.
Lieutenant Colonel Deo Akiki also mentioned the same thing. So, and then you're seeing a lot of deployment within the Kampala and the surrounding environs. The whole country, we've seen a lot of deployments. So, issues like that.
As like you do realize you just called Noob ideologically bankrupt.
That's what he meant. Ideologically young.
There are how many candidates and parties you literally picked? Anyway, you're watching
if you look at the demographic.
You're watching NTV on a day when Uganda is deciding. Guys, we are about 9 minutes into 7, which means officially you are voting right now. Voting is underway in the different places. If you are traveling today, which might be quite late actually, to go to your polling station, just make sure you're there before 4 o'clock. The last person in line will definitely be allowed to vote. Let's see if we have from Obongi, our reporter Scovin. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Flavia, and I remember this people. I'm live in the heart of Moyo town.
Great.
We are really all asked to see the Moyo is also joining the rest of the country in casting their vote for their favorite leader. As per presidential and parliamentary, including the women member of parliament concerned. I'm at one of the polling stations called Karelu Center in the heart of Moyo town. But as of now, still the preparation is going on. It's expected to the exercise is not taking place yet. But of course, when I arrived in town, I see the police moving in their patrol vehicle surrounding the areas and moving up and down, reflecting the issues related to the security. But of course, when I arrived here also in the town, I see the vehicle of Electoral Commission distributing the electoral materials at the various polling stations in Moyo Town Council. Yeah, as of now, today, Moyo District, in Moyo District, in particular West Moyo County, we have a total number of 45,367 eligible voters who are going to cast their vote. But of course, Moyo District in total has 81 polling stations in 10 sub-counties, and the result will be determined in those various polling stations. And of course, when I arrive here, I can see one of the parliamentary candidates, Honorable Robinson Manzo, has already arrived on the ground to cast his vote. But unfortunately, the exercise has not yet started. But of course, he's also present, waiting the time of the preparation so that he's also going to cast his vote. That's briefly what I can give live from Moyo. Back to you in the studio. Scovin Teta reporting from Moyo.
Thank you so much, Scovin, who's in Moyo, saying over 80 polling stations in 10 sub-counties will be able to see the results as they trickle in as people vote.
Of course, in Kampala, the dispatchment of polling materials has already taken center stage. Polling materials for Kampala and its surrounding environs already kicked off from Ntinda. We do have the pictures of that.
Wait.
That's how I'm doing product.
Where's the driver?
All right, Flavia.
Yes, we have over 34,000 polling stations, and that was the dispatchment for Kampala. And it looked like it was in the early mornings, about 5 or 6 with the darkness. So I'm guessing go out and vote. The time is already in. And
we might not end up with a situation like 2016 with the delayed deployment of these polling materials. Good news this time round.
They've been dispatched. I think what happened last elections was the reaching your particular polling stations late. But I think even then they had been dispatched.
By 11 a.m. some people hadn't voted. It was terrible.
Well, we'll see as, of course, the news unfolds. And speaking of unfolding, we do have our reporters. For now, we go to Ivan, who's in Entebbe. Good morning.
Yeah, a very good morning to you, Flavia and Romeo Siku. I am right here at Banga Nachuogo. Banga Nachuogo here in Entebbe municipality. And the Entebbe municipality has 55,515 voters. And these people will be voting in 74 polling stations, 24 villages. Entebbe currently, like what I'm seeing on the ground, that people have come out in large numbers to see that they go and participate in these elections here. One of the presidential candidates, that's Pastor Fred Mwesje, will also be making his way here at 8:30 according to his program to also come and cast his vote here. But for the parliamentary seat, of course, it attracted 8 contestants, and including the incumbent, who is Rosemary Tumosime. Even though she lost in the NRM primary, she had to come as an independent. But of course, the mood is come and people are coming out to participate in these elections here. I've not seen any kind of hurdles between the security and the people right where I am. But of course, we wait to tell what will unfold as the day goes by. Otherwise, the mood is very calm. I'm seeing the security doing its work. The people are lining up. The queue is actually too long. People are very early out to come and participate in this exercise here at Banga Nachuogo.
Thank you so much, Ivan, for that update in Entebbe, and we'll be taking you throughout the country to see to hear if voting has actually started. Have you voted before?
Yes, I have.
And so what happens at 4 p.m. is that they take an agent at the back of the line. And so, of course, if you're after the agent, you really can't vote. So just remind people that even if the line goes all the way around the building, as long as you're in the line by 4 p.m., you'll be able to vote.
And as per the recommendations of the Electoral Commission and police, please, after casting your vote, make sure that you vacate the police station, because the polling station might end up being roughed up by members of the security forces in that regard. They said, yes, no stone will be left unturned. Anything that looks like violence will be checked on that date. So please, if you're done casting your vote, to be on the safer side, go home. But then you have opposition candidates who are saying stay at the polling station. Of course, this is the kind of messaging that is going to cause a lot of chaos at these polling stations.
Just to note, a lot of people said, but I want to take a selfie to show that I have voted.
But of course, this is a sacred ballot.
Also, I'm not sure where you're going to share the selfie. Maybe it's for your own archives. But I think you should carry your phone if you want to. I think what they're saying is that do not take a picture in the space where you actually take or put a thumbprint.
Because it would violate the whole norm of a secret ballot.
Yes.
Unless people are lining behind each other, you can do that to show, okay, my candidate is winning. We have 30 and there are 20 on the other side. You're still watching NTV Uganda. Let's take you to Masaka. We do have Isa Aliga, our correspondent, who's going to be giving us a situational analysis on what is happening within that jurisdiction. Isa?
Right now, I'm in Masaka town, and what is happening right now, the UPDF and the police is moving around to ensure that there is no chaos around this place. And right now, I'm on Elgin Street, and since the AM, I've been moving around, but the police is trying to ensure that there are no people moving around at this very time, because 7 p.m. the police has been chasing people to move from town, because yesterday evening people were too many and people has been running, has been having running battles with the police. Police has been running battles with the people, tear gassing them, people running. Since 7 p.m. The police and the army forced all the people to close their shops back home. And many people say that they were fearing to open their shops, and right now there are no shops open.
All right. Thank you very much, Issa. I'll call you a little later for another update, yeah?
You're welcome.
Okay, bye.
That was a conversation we had just a few minutes ago with Issa Aliga in Masaka, where you have the likes of Matthias Mpuga, Kasambide, Mbabali, and all of that. So yes, so it will be very interesting to watch. We'll be going throughout the country to definitely give you our reports. Of course, voting is already underway. If you're home, don't say, I'll go at 2, I'll go at 3. It's best if you start early, because remember, we are voting at a time when there's curfew, and from what I see on the streets, it will be enforced.
And of course, COVID-19, you know, is still rearing its very ugly head as you go to that polling station. Arm yourself with a face mask, a sanitizer, ensure social distancing of at least 2 to 3 meters. In that regard, you'll be able to ward off the contraction and spread of the same. Patrick, we have Onyango?
Yes, Jackson Onyango, who's actually in Gulu. Good morning, Jackson.
Good morning, Flavia.
What's the latest coming in from Gulu, sir?
Yes, we are in Gulu City at the Electoral Commission offices here, where they have been dispatching the materials. We arrived here at about 6. We found when they were already dispatching material. This is the office, the district registrar here in Gulu serves the two electoral areas, that is the Gulu City and the Gulu district. And so we talked to the returning officer here in Gulu City, who told us actually that they started dispatching the election materials at about 3:30. And until now, they are actually still dispatching some materials. They have not dispatched to all the areas. And the officer here, that is Benson, was telling us that the materials that are remaining are to the nearby areas, not distant. They started with the distant places, that is like Gulu district, and now they are remaining with a few areas. However, the situation here is peaceful and calm. We were told yesterday there were a few security personnel deployed around town. But as of this morning, there is not yet to witness any security officers deployed around the areas. And people are going on about with their business. However, here I'm with Sam Lawino, who is the national media group correspondent here in Gulu district. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, I know you have walked around town to different polling centers. What has been your observation so far?
Well, by around 7:15, we saw in most of the polling stations. First of all, we moved in Gulu town polling stations. We moved for Laro division headquarters, and other places we found the voters and other electoral officials seated waiting for the ballot boxes. Those are within the city, and people are calm. We saw the security officers also yet seated and also waiting for it is calm. And I talked to one of the officers, and he says that well, we're still waiting for the ballot boxes. But I know Gulu City, like the rest of the country, has also been affected by the internet shutdown. As an individual, how has this affected you as a journalist? Well, of course, it looks like the world is locked down because you can't communicate. You don't know what is happening elsewhere, who has been arrested, what is the flow of these electoral processes. And we cannot even send our information to the headquarters. And we only need to communicate on mobile phones, which sometimes is jumpy. This is actually setting a detrimental impact on the free press.
Okay. So, like I've heard from Samuel, who is the national media group correspondent based here in Gulu. Right now, it's like communication has totally been cut down, and you cannot communicate with the rest of the world. We are actually in darkness, before we could use that. The Gulu here is where the Forum for the Democratic Party presidential candidate, that is Norbert Mao, will be voting from this area. That is the DP. He will be voting from this area, but also the leader of opposition, Betty Aolo-Chan, is also going to cast her vote in this particular area. So we are going to go to the different polling stations, and we shall be updating you, of course, through now phone call, not video, on what is taking place here in this region, headquartered at Gulu.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jackson Onyango. And of course, like we intimated before, we do have foot soldiers, just like Mr. Jackson Onyango, in every jurisdiction within the country, and I'll be disseminating information very timely. Even though we do not have internet as it is, we shall do the best possible to avail you all that information that you need. 48 hours. We are here till almost Sunday. We shall be actually monitoring these elections. So please just stay in your stay at your home and just be comfortable. But if you have to go out and vote, a face mask, a sanitizer, and ensure social distancing of at least 2 to 3 meters in that regard. The next presidential candidate whose profile we are going to be reading actually alleges that the NRM party has already added 500,000 voters to the national register. Can you believe that? Henry Tumukunde.
Interesting, man, that is. But as we're speaking about voting that is already underway under the Elections Act, as voting is happening or as you are voting, you're not allowed to carry any bag or anything that could be used for concealment. So travel light as you go to vote, as light as possible. Indeed. Yeah. But we're talking about Henry Tumukunde, who was born in 1959 in Rukunjiri and attended Bishop Stewart College Demonstration Primary School. He went to Chibuli SS for A-level and joined the rebel then National Resistance Army, which is now the NRM. He was elected to represent Rubabo County in Rukunjiri in 1994 and moved on to Chief of Military Intelligence in 1998. 2005, he was forced to resign from Parliament and he was arrested, and in 2013 charged and sentenced by court-martial for military misconduct. We move on to today as he tries to be leader of the country, president, and here's just a bite from his nomination day.
If Ugandans turn up on election day, a new Uganda will certainly be a reality. This election is the most important election in my own life since 1980, and I would want that the 17.7 million Ugandans, as Americans have done and as the British did during Brexit, should turn up and vote for this important election. Today, I'm honored and humbled to accept the mantle of seeking the leadership that people of Uganda from all the sub-counties will be bestowing upon me in the next election. I have every belief that we shall have fair competition with all the members, with all the aspirants, and we hope to invite the Electoral Commission at this time to pay particular attention to running and delivering a free and fair election. Uganda today, irrespective of who is the executive in office, is faced with monumental challenges. I have in my many speeches listed quite a number of them. Today, 2025, after promulgating our constitution, in which I participated as a draftsman, the rights of citizens are no longer protected through the legislation that upholds the spirit of our constitution, but by rather those who occupy the executive office. You know very well how much pressure has been asserted on me, and I would want to say I hope this marks the end of very irregular and illegal actions from those who hold these offices.
Time flies and a lot changes. Indeed. Because in the last elections we watched it unfold as Henry Tumukunde was actually part of the NRM, and was supporting and pushing for his son, Amanya, then, who was going against, I think, Mwine Mpaka at the time, and there were gunshots and there was violence as they were tallying and all of that. To see that now the shift has changed.
He was very, very active in the repressive activities that so many of the opposition political candidates being wrapped up during that process. But then the same person is coming out now and is saying there's a lot more that needs to be changed within the NRM party and the government. Yes. But of course, many of the political commentators attribute the heavy military presence to the yes, but to the presence of these two military generals. You do have Major General Mugisha Muntu, you have Lieutenant General Henry Tumukunde, and many of these commentators claim that that's the reason why we are seeing too much of the deployment, because you have these two generals in this race, besides NUP's Robert Chagulanyi and FDC's Amuriat, whose party is talking about a Plan B. FDC is the author of the Plan B initiative.
Well, Kizza Besigye still not explain in detail what Plan B is.
I think by now we all know what Plan B is.
What is it?
Because if there is no election and you're talking about a Plan B, it means if the election doesn't work out, you're looking at the Plan B. So that's why government is not taking any chances. They're like, okay, if there's a Plan B in the offing and not the election, we need to be ready for any eventualities.
So that's why you're seeing Plan B
what is happening. Of course, President Museveni's Plan B was going to the bush. He lost the election in 1980. So his Plan B was go to the bush in 1981.
And Kizza Besigye's Plan B?
Yes, he did his campaigns in 1980. He failed. So in 1981, the campaign wasn't to tell people, come and vote for me. It was, let's go to the bush and overthrow this government that has actually orchestrated so many vile activities that have led to over 500,000 deaths.
I think it is very key for us not to insinuate that,
it's not an insinuation.
We know exactly what the Plan B is.
It's not an insinuation, and that's why many of the political commentators contend that President Museveni is actually so afraid of this situation, because he knows he's coming from that situation of a Plan B. And if you also talk about a Plan B, security apparatus will pounce on you. Indeed.
Right.
You're still watching Morning at NTV. We are actually taking a look at this election. We shall be monitoring it at all angles, despite the fact that the internet is down. NTV Uganda has foot soldiers in every jurisdiction who shall be taking a look at this election and bringing us all that information in a timely manner. Let's take a break. We'll be right back with more information. A very good morning once again, and many thanks for staying with us. Uganda decides today which member of parliament shall be representing them from their various jurisdictions. Also, which man or woman shall be at the helm of the presidency. That shall be determined today as Ugandans go to the polls. Polling has already begun. It started at 7 a.m. and it shall go all the way to the afternoon. So arm yourself with a face mask, some sanitizer, and when you reach there, ensure social distancing at least 3 meters. The coronavirus is still rearing its very ugly head. Let's take you fast forward to Kabale. We do have Alex Humuza, our correspondent, who's going to be giving us a situation analysis on the polling process within that jurisdiction. A very good morning, Alex. What's the latest?
Good morning, Ramio. Yeah, I'm right here in Ndora West constituency, that is represented by the State Minister of Finance for Planning, David Bahati, who is also the Kabale District NRM chairperson. Yeah, maybe what our viewers should know, Kabale District comprises of 3 constituencies, namely Ndora West, Ndora East, and Kabale Municipality. Here at the polling station of Nkombe, A and Mtojo Sel, the voters, we are seeing the low voter turnout, and all the agents have been represented their candidates. Only that what I've observed here is a few are observing the SOPs on COVID-19 prevention. That is basically what is on the ground on the 2 polling stations. And maybe one other thing we should know about this State Minister, Honorable David Bahati, is facing competition with 6 candidates, of whom one is backed or represented by the Forum for Democratic Change Party, and the rest resorted to come as independents. Our viewers should also know that the State Minister of Finance for Planning has been the Ndora West County Member of Parliament since 2006, after defeating Stephen Bamwanga, now the Senior Presidential Advisor. So here, people are casting their votes. By the end of today, people will know whether Bahati will be the next MP, because he has served 3 terms, and basically this vote is going to determine whether he's coming back as the MP.
Well, thank you very much, Alex Humuza, for that situation analysis from Kabale District. We shall revert to you for more information or updates.
Absolutely. And campaigning versus voting in this pandemic was always going to be a tough one. Of course, the time to campaign was always
60 days
shortened. And then, of course, once the Ministry of Health and Government said that stop the campaigns in certain districts because the spread is getting even more. So we had a feature here on NTV to see the context of whether the campaign turf was balanced or leveled, and also what some of the candidates went through, and that feature is here for you.
Empty. Ugandans go to the polls on Thursday to cast their votes for the presidential and parliamentary candidates. This will then be followed by elections of special interest groups and local governments until February 3rd. Amidst a dark cloud of apprehension hovering across parts of the country owing to the COVID-19 pandemic and heavy military deployment, fear stalks the land ahead of January 14th. The campaigns, which close on Tuesday, have been perhaps the most violent, another stain on the conscience of a country with a troubled history. More than 50 people have been killed, dozens injured, hundreds are in detention, and more continue to be picked up day and night. Electoral laws have been flouted. Police and security have been unapologetically partisan, while the army has since taken charge of Kampala and surrounding areas, and hawkish security personnel continue to preach fire and brimstone.
When I told people on television that you people don't fight police, police is armed, I gave the warning before, and they were saying, no, we are more than the police. Now, they threw stones and they received bullets.
We have practiced active drills on several scenarios, including violent riots, radical youth groups, cyber harassment, clashes between rival groups, and so on. I would like to assure the whole country that whoever foments trouble will regret why his or her mother gave birth to him or her.
In turn, the regime has accused the opposition of working with foreign governments to instigate an insurrection.
Bobi Wine is confused because he's not ideological, and he's being manipulated by so many groups, so many, especially the foreigners.
Oh, which foreigners?
All sorts of, we monitor them.
Tell me, I didn't know there were foreigners manipulating Uganda's elections. Who?
Bobi Wine in particular is an agent of foreign interests. But the social group, the youth who feel marginalized, that's a healthy internal force.
Going by previous experiences and the spectre of the last 2 months, the question and possibility of whether elections will be free and fair, let alone credible, is contested. Danish political scholars Jorgen Elkilt and Parvin Stevenson, writing in the 1997 Journal of Democracy on the 1994 Constituent Assembly elections in Uganda, which set the wheels in motion for the promulgation of the 1995 Constitution, opined that the account of polls as free and fair is a luxury for UN officials and political scientists, but what constitutes a free and fair election? Does the phrase mean only that the election was acceptable, or does it imply something more? The promulgation of the 1995 Constitution, a progressive piece of legislation, paved way for the 1996 presidential poll, the first ever since the NRM swept to power, and had largely relied on legal notices and the acquiescence of the population to exercise popular mandate. Since 1996, presidential elections in Uganda have been routinely marred by hateful propaganda, violence, arbitrary arrests, and inhuman treatment of opposition actors, and thrice, President Museveni's victories have been challenged in the highest appellate courts. Specifically in 2006, the justices agreed that the 7 grounds of the petition were proven, but the irregularities were not substantial enough to result into the cancellation of the election. In the last 2016 general elections, international election observers from European Union and Commonwealth observed that the polls were marred by lack of a level electoral playing field, misuse of state resources, interruption of telecom services, and the intimidating display of gun-wielding military personnel, including near polling stations, which created a tense environment. Foreign observers further fingered the then Badru Chigundu-led ISI as outrightly incompetent and the irregularities in polling as inexcusable. African election observer groups, on the other hand, gave the elections a clean bill of health. The COVID-19 pandemic struck in the run-up to the 2021 elections, and after Uganda registered its first case on March 21st last year. One of the legally tenable options was to declare a state of emergency and postpone the election. However, the executive deflected all pleas to postpone the elections. Justice and Constitutional Affairs Minister Ephraim Kamuntu, while appearing before the Parliamentary Legal Committee in July, defended the decision to hold the polls.
If we are compelled by the Constitution to have elections on the date as established in the Constitution, that is what we are going to respect.
The EC adopted a hybrid concept, the fusion of virtual and traditional processes, as the most viable option to conduct the 2021 general elections. This clamor to conduct such hybrid elections, law scholars argued, could lead to flagrantly flouting the Constitution and other electoral laws, tainting the process as a sham, while opposition MPs warned that the EC is preoccupied with holding regular polls in a crisis situation. Instead, EC issued a revised roadmap detailing the various electoral activities from party primaries to elections. 5 months later and 4 days to the polls, the country is gripped with trepidation. But independent election observer Crispy Kaheru says all is not lost.
If we don't change certain things significantly and take on the positive trajectory of drumming up peace, then the environment that we are in is likely to lead us to an election where people might feel uncomfortable to come out and participate.
The corrosive atmosphere witnessed in 2016 could also have a bearing on voter turnout in the 2021 polls.
There's a lot of anxiety in people's minds, and that can be felt generally across the country. The people don't know what this election brings, or rather they are unsure. There have been war drums that have been sounded, and all these things have contributed to one thing: creating that environment that is filled with uncertainty.
For former Court of Appeal Judge Simon Byabakama, the mess in his first election is perhaps rivaled by the Badru Kigundu's first election in 2006. Kigundu presided over 3 elections in 2006, 2011 and 2016, 2 of which were contested in the Supreme Court. On Thursday, Kigundu, who the president later appointed as advisor on infrastructure, fired a thinly veiled salvo at his successor.
I recall very well before he was even sworn in. And you people, when I say you, through your systems, you carried forward his pledge, coming in to correct whatever Dr. Chigundu has failed to meet. So I'm just on the lookout. But of course, he has never told me what are those. So maybe I should ask is this about right time? No, it's wrong. I'll ask him after the election.
Some of the mess in the elections, particularly the partisanship of police and security, are merely a repeat. Election observers have pointed out the same shortcomings repeatedly, which have been highlighted by the Supreme Court justices in their recommendations. Another major concern is the incumbent's use of his position to the disadvantage of other candidates, which the Supreme Court highlighted in the 2016 election petition of Amama Mbabazi versus Yoweri Museveni. In the past 2 presidential petitions, and I quote, this court made some important observations and recommendations with regard to the need for legal reform in the area of elections generally and presidential elections in particular. Many of these calls have remained unanswered by the executive and the legislature, the judges noted in the ruling. For instance, while campaigns were suspended in 13 districts over COVID-19, President Museveni has in the last days been commissioning a number of projects, especially roads. The ruling party's director of communications, Emmanuel Dombo, told NTV that this is not illegal.
Every incumbent, be it a member of parliament of the opposition, be it a mayor like Lukwago in Kampala, has an advantage of incumbency. That is not skewed against anybody. Especially if the incumbent used well his or her incumbency during the tenure of office. Then the others, when people give notice and say they are not going to comply with the law, forewarned is forearmed. If the security mobilizes against them, in order to deal with the situation they have promised, then they have themselves to blame.
Dombo also argued that the security deployment is the cornerstone of a peaceful election.
Nobody will want to participate in a violent election. So, every effort that creates confidence for people to vote peacefully is something that is advantageous to everybody, including those who are going to be voting. That is true. But somebody to say the security is skewed in our favor, we shall leave that one to say to the election observers. They'll have to write us a report. They'll have to tell the public what the outcome has been.
Opposition political parties, however, say the deployment of the military, especially in Kampala, Mukono and Wakiso, which are opposition strongholds, is deliberate.
We worry about what will happen on polling day. Now, one of the candidates called Tibohaburwa of NRM has said Kampala is a war zone. He has deployed the soldiers from Somalia, those who used to fight ADF. That tells you that while the Electoral Commission is making these pronouncements, they are going to be backed up by the soldiers fighting in Somalia. So polling day, polling activities in Kampala, Wakiso and the other districts is going to be war according to Museveni.
We know that the challenge, especially in a dictatorship like this one, is always a humongous one. But we've got to keep fighting nonetheless. So we are fighting and we'll fight.
Other sticky issues include the increase in the number of eligible voters by 400,000 from 17.7 million first recorded last February to 18.1 million voters. FDC spokesperson Semuju Uganda says such last-minute variation in numbers raises suspicion.
Ask the Electoral Commission to correct data from the National Registration Authority, NIRA, of everybody who turns 18. And then they said the register will be complete, they are not going to tamper with it. They even gave us copies of the register with the 17 million people. Now they are 18. But this Electoral Commission is behaving in a way that when you write, they don't respond. That's why you saw Secretary General storming. Please, can you give us the answer?
According to the EC's dataset of the 2016 general election, there were 18 polling stations, all in western and central Uganda, which recorded 100% voter turnout in NRM strongholds. For instance, at Kanyanya polling station in Chirhura district, all 2,642 voters turned up.
I hope my other colleagues, the Honorable Engineer Amriat, Robert Chagulanyi, I hope they appreciate that this war may or may not end with the polling day. That is something that Besigye knew, that this thing may not end on polling day. That's why he kept planning ahead. Because when you are dealing with a situation like we deal with in Chirhura in the last election, all the FDC agents were arrested in the morning. They did not take them to police. They put them in police patrols and vans, and then retrieved them in the evening to come and sign the declaration form at gunpoint. When we protested, they said, but your agent signed. So these challenges, and where Museveni votes from, turn up was 100%, all in favor of Museveni. There was no spoiled vote. There is nobody who died on that voters register. Everybody turned up, and they all voted Museveni.
Paul Bukenya, the EC spokesperson, says all political parties have a copy of the updated voter register.
Of course, we can account for the figures that we published on our voters register. As at 16th of September, when we released the register that we use for nominations, it has 17.6 million voters. And we informed the nation, of course, that we are still doing what we call finalizations of the register. We've released the final register with 18.1 million voters, whom we can account for, all of them.
This week, EC also announced new polling guidelines which have elicited suspicion. These include banning cameras at polling stations, voters not being allowed to stay at polling stations after casting their ballots, and only accredited journalists by the Media Council are allowed at polling stations, and all candidates' agents must possess a valid COVID-19 test.
Polling day guidelines are yet to come up and become very clear. But for us, we are planning as if the guidelines will get us on the way, but when we are set for the polling day exercise.
The law is very clear. If you vote, you stay where you voted from if you like. In the area where I am asking people to stay, those who want to stay and witness the voting exercise, because it's a secret matter. But the truth of the matter is that this election might plunge the country into uncertainty. There is nobody who knows how the polling day will be played out and what the response from the country and all the candidates will be.
We've not stopped anyone from witnessing vote counting. We've just said that when you're in a polling station, you will not use your camera. You've come to vote and your vote is secret. No one should know how you voted. The principle of secrets of the ballot is to ensure that the vote cannot never be traced back to who cast it. And that's to protect you as a voter, is to protect and uphold that principle, which is very key if you're to achieve peaceful, free and fair elections. What if someone comes after you thereafter that you are the ones who voted for so and so? We saw you even have evidence. You know, I think it is to protect the voters, to protect that principle, which is a universal principle. And of course, we want to also use our time profitably.
For the EC, another setback came with the firing of the senior management team last July amidst a graft probe. Later in September, President Museveni revealed that he sacked the EC officials because they were corrupt after they procured biometric voter verification machines which couldn't recognize voters during the last 2016 general election. Machines were procured at 70 billion shillings, but on polling day, several of the machines broke down and the EC had to rely on the National Voters Register. For this election, the EC indicated that the machines recognize the voters' identities to eliminate multiple registration voting and ballot stuffing. To effect this, the voters' register is loaded onto every machine and voters will be required to provide their thumbprints for authentication. But the consignment of the newly procured 38,500 biometric machines only arrived in the country on Wednesday, and given the limited time to the polls, questions linger about their efficacy and whether EC will have conducted enough training and sensitization for their proper usage. Hence, in the event of any technical glitch, officials would have to refer to the hard copy register. Also of concern is how data for 18.1 million voters spread across 34,684 polling stations will be quickly uploaded on the gadgets and readied in the remaining days.
You are ready for that. You were lax, you were careless, you were reckless. No, that's technology, those are machines. So therefore, I want to assure the people that in the event, in the unfortunate event, the machine breaking down and cannot be fixed, we cannot deny the voters of that area from casting their vote. We cannot deny the candidates who have supporters in that area of having people vote for them. What is important is the register there. What is important is can Mr. Mubiru be positively identified as a voter at this polling station? What is important, can we safeguard against Mubiru coming back to vote again? Yes, you can guard against that. How? Each candidate has 2 agents. You also have your voters register. Please, candidates, make sure the agents going to the polling station have a copy of the register.
When the Electoral Commission dispatched polling material to the districts, the biometric kits were not part of the things that were sent to the districts. Now this makes their distribution and training of those that are supposed to use them a matter of emergency. The Electoral Commission needs to handle this as quickly as possible in order to avoid any issues that might arise with the use or the functionality of that technology on the election day.
Another concern has been the uneven playing field. Perhaps no candidates have been harassed by security personnel as NUP's Robert Kyagulanyi and FDC's Patrick Amriat. The trouble that has followed the duo will likely trail them on polling day, going by previous experiences.
We'll try, and watch over our backs. We'll try and be as careful as we possibly can. But we are not going to cease to live our lives. We are Ugandans, we are citizens, we have a presidential candidate who has every right to be out there campaigning and connecting with the people.
So you go into an election where you have not sufficiently campaigned, where you've been banned from even reaching 13 districts that have a voting population of about 6 million out of 18 million. You go to voting day and the Electoral Commission is chasing away citizens. The same Electoral Commission is chasing away cameras and phones. And then you have a heavy deployment of the military in many of the urban areas.
As the country hurtles towards the end of the election cycle, officials on both sides.
Well, you're still watching NTV. If you're just joining us, about 6 minutes into the 8 o'clock hour, about an hour already, and voting has already started. If you're heading there, don't forget to carry a face mask. Wear it. Don't just carry it. Wear one. It will be advisable you take your own pen, since now that we are in a pandemic, you will be given one, but it's best to go with one. Of course, a sanitizer and a national ID or voter location slip. Remember that if you are not on the register, you will not be able to vote. But if you've already picked your voter location slip, then you already know that you are on and you know where you're supposed to go. Out of the 34,684 polling stations, we have our reporters who are on ground to give you this update. Of course, you might have noticed a bit of a difference. Yes, because we are going dark. There's no internet, no way to communicate other than the old school methods. They're old school to you because in the new age, everybody thinks if there's not WhatsApp, they can't communicate. But we're here live giving you all the information, also giving you background context on all the candidates who are in today, and some of those areas that are very contentious. You have Lord Mayor, you've got Nakawa West, Kampala Central, Woman MP. We'll be going into all of those throughout the day and tomorrow until the election results are announced. Speaking of updates, let's go to Makindi Salam and see what's happening there.
Those are the live pictures coming in from Salama Makindi. I didn't see any of the 2-meter social distancing guideline that was being advised by the Electoral Commission.
I think the enforcement is where we need to question, because we already knew people were never going to socially distance there. I mean, we saw the NRM primaries, there was no such thing. In fact, actually the NRM primaries, there was a lack of masks as well in the line. So I think it's just the enforcement that needs to happen. That was Makindi Salama. For the other areas, we already spoke to Habadziwa in Mbara. Dispatchment of voter materials was in by 5 a.m. So I'm sure they already started voting. We'll get back to you on that. Yes.
So this opportune moment, we'd like to take you to Gulu and speak to our correspondent Sam Lawino to give us another situation analysis on what is happening within that jurisdiction. Sam, what is the latest?
In Gulu City, the atmosphere is calm, given the fact that the curfew stops at 6:30. But however, there are few people who are moving now in town. Some of them are trying to locate polling stations. But by yesterday evening, I moved to some of the polling stations and found that people have not collected their voters' slip. Can you imagine? So that means a lot in the coming poll today. The interest is very low because of the internet. Completely, it is shut down, and people cannot communicate. What you can do is just only to make a phone call. And this, they're saying, what is happening? You know, just put people aloof. So at the moment, we're yet waiting to see the turn-up, how many people are going to vote by the end of the day. But there is still mood anyway. People are hopeful. Some of them will go and vote. No, most of the polling stations are still with very few people. You can see like Nakasero A, you find few people, few officials, while others are still arriving. Because this has been a challenge with the lockdown, because people are also observing that. So they're coming very slowly, but the Electoral Commission has dispersed also the polling materials, and they're on their way. Well, life is just as normal because they're taking these elections because of many unfolding events. Among them, the shutdown of the Facebook and WhatsApp. You cannot communicate, and they were saying, what is the issue? You find people gathered in locations trying to chat politics and different views coming up, and they're saying this has never happened in the past. Why now? What does it mean in the coming elections? I have talked to some few people and asked them, these are some of the things that they say that I feel I may not even vote. And that could be the reasons why the voter slips are so many. People have not picked their voter slips. They have not moved, because some of them even think there's no reasons to vote. Maybe others say, I'll vote for only member of parliament. Others say, I'll vote for councillors. Others, or even completely say, we are not going to vote against even their rights of voting. Well, by evening at around 7:30, coming to 8, I saw some military and the policemen gathered in groups, possibly trying to deploy themselves in locations. There was no much tense deployment in the city. And this morning, you can see some few of them moving in locations. I saw prison officers, the military, and the police trying to move around. Some of them are moving on trucks. Some of them are moving on foot.
Yes, thank you so much. We're getting updates throughout the country. Voting has already started. It's underway. And just to remind you that if you are leaving home right now, what do you need?
You need a clean mask. That is number one. You need your sanitizer. You need a working pen, even though the Electoral Commission shall be providing a pen.
Yes,
and
but
there's
if you're
also,
like me, you can't be sanitizing.
And there's also a hoax that is running around that the Electoral Commission pens do not work. That after ticking, it fades away and leaves the leaves the space blank. It is a hoax. Okay. But if you you're, concerned, you can carry your own pen. That is a hoax that is running around. And also, if you've been planning to campaign for your favorite presidential candidate at the polling station, that is a bad idea.
Yes.
The police shall rough you up. And if you're planning to wear any attire that shows your political affiliation, NRM, FDC, nope, you will get in trouble. We need to be having neutral colors.
You can wear the colors, just not attire that speaks of a candidate. For example, their picture or words that say vote for so and so. So that's the clarity of what you can wear. And of course, just to be safe, like us, pick colors that might be out of the realm. You're still watching NTV Uganda. I'm not quite sure if we can find them a number they can call us and update us on their thoughts today, because we're going dark, right?
We can give them our personal numbers. I have no problem. I'll call Romeo Busiku on 783-408-515. Yes, I'll be able to pick your phone call. Please let me know what is happening within your jurisdiction. Are people already lining up or clamoring to go and vote and so forth? Yes, that will be great. That will be great if you can talk to me. We'll get them.
I don't own a phone. I would have loved to share with you my personal number, but I don't own a phone. But we do have studio lines. Those ones I'll definitely get for you. But for now, let's get an update from Sabit, who's in Mubende, who talked to Kunira Christine Fiona, who's the returning officer of Mubende District. Let's get that.
All right.
All over the country, and Mubende particularly. Vote. The Electoral Commission is very set for you. Everything is in place. You have the voter locator slips. Look out. You know, by now you already know where to go. Please go in time. Do not wait. Don't let it get late. Start early so that we finish early and tally early. Otherwise, we're looking forward to having a peaceful and successful election day today.
Watching NTV Uganda. So if you're wondering, this blackout, what is it? We've got a statement. MTN Uganda is saying that its esteemed customers and other stakeholders should be informed that all licensed telecommunication operators in the country have received a directive from Uganda Communications Commission to implement a suspension of the operation of all internet gateways and associated access points. And this was effective 7 o'clock January 13th, 2021, that's 7 p.m. Until otherwise directed. So as of now, they've been directed to implement a suspension of all the operation of all internet gateways and associated access points effective yesterday, 13th of January, 7 p.m. until otherwise directed to change that. And they're in compliance, hence the darkness. So that's the information.
But fret not, because Nation Media Group is here to get you that information. Like I mentioned before, we do have foot soldiers in all the jurisdictions within the country who are going to be disseminating that information in a timely manner. All the tally centers, we do have foot soldiers in those jurisdictions. So please fret not. Just buy those batteries for your remote and ensure that you have your subscription fully, and we shall be able to avail that information in no time. My name is Romeo Busiku. Fast forward, we are taking you to Masaka District. We have Gillian Nantume, who is on the ground to give us a situation analysis of what is happening exactly within that jurisdiction. Gillian, good morning.
Good morning, Romeo and Flavia. It's a bright morning in Masaka City. People woke up early to go to the polling stations to vote, but unfortunately, it's already coming to 8:30, but in the city, most of the polling material has not been delivered. although by 4 a.m. at the Electoral Commission, they were distributing. So probably they took material to far-off places first, and they would come to the city last. One thing that is conspicuous is the absence of the army on the streets, because from what we have been hearing, it looked like they are really going to deploy heavily on the streets, but just a few pockets of the field force units of the police that you can see around, and some SPC operatives, but there's a lack of, the presence of the security on the streets. So yes, people are congregating at different polling stations, but most of them are gathered in groups, just conversing, mainly asking when the voting material will come in. Back to you, Romeo and Flavia, in the studio.
General mood among members of the public who are in those jurisdictions where polling materials delayed to arrive.
I beg your pardon?
What is the general mood from members of the public within those jurisdictions where polling materials have delayed to arrive?
People are still calm, actually. They are giving, the benefit of the doubt to the Electoral Commission. They are hoping that at least by 10 a.m. they would have started voting. But people are really calm.
Thank you very much, Gillian.
Thank you so much.
Gillian Nantume in Masaka, we shall revert to you for more updates on what might culminate from this election moving forward. Flavia.
Yes, we do have the man who throughout this election period has been giving you the fact checker, checking the facts. What does the law say in case of A, B, C, D? But what about now the numbers? We know the polling stations, the numbers I remember for the people who are voting were actually different. 18 million, 15 million. As you can see in Studio B, we have Raymond Kataha. Good morning.
So much, Flavia, for that introduction. Of course, the nation will look to us over the next 48 hours to make an understanding about what's happening from the outcome of the presidential and parliamentary polls. And one key thing that they will want to understand is what I have on my screen here. Over the next 48 hours, we've been working on the data on the back end, and we'll be able to update you about what's happening in each region, what results are coming in, who's winning, who's losing. But also, one thing more is that we can't analyze that data from the start. So I want us just to have a quick look at where the voters are majority coming from. Gillian Nantume just updated us from Masaka, and that's one of the areas that has the most voters in this election. Majority of the voters in this election come from the central region, which has 5.6 million of 18.1 million voters. The central region, for clear emphasis, is this region that you see in green at the moment. The next place where we have majority voters is from the eastern part of the country, where you have 4.4 million voters that will be casting their ballots. And then we have the northern part of Uganda, where 3.2 million people will be casting their ballots. And then we have the western part of Uganda, where 4.7 million voters will be casting their ballots. Again, like I said, a lot of people will look to us to understand what these mean. Now, you need to understand that the areas where the opposition has its deemed strongholds, and that's where I want us to look. In the last elections, NRM won 98 of the districts, the opposition won 14 of the districts. The area where Gillian Nantume updated us from Masaka clearly is one of those areas in the opposition strongholds. The opposition currently controls at least 14 districts in terms of presidential voter results. So we'll be looking at how those will turn over. Again, like I said, we'll be updating you as that goes. So the regions that will turn over to the opposition, we will flip them over to blue. The regions that turn over to the NRM, we will flip them over to yellow. But let's also have another understanding of the data. One is, how have voters previously voted before? So we start with the 1996 election. In the 1996 election, the small blue bar there represents the outcome of the opposition in that election. And of course, the opposition was represented by Semogedede then. They scored 1.4 million votes in that election. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni running in his first election, then after the promulgation of the constitution, scored 4.4 million votes. In 2001, the Besigye Impact and Factor showed up. It was the first election where the NRM got its first internal challenge, Dr. Kano Kiza Besigye running in that election, and he scored 2 million votes in that election. election against Yoweri Kaguta Museveni's 5 million votes. I'll skip over 2006 and go to 2011 just to make a quick analysis of the numbers and show you. In 2011, of course, the voter turnout was really low, but Museveni managed to score 5.4 million of the votes, and Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye still scored 2 million of those votes. Now, in the last election before this current one, the opposition made some really large margins, really large wins. Museveni scored 5.9 million votes. Besigye took home 3.5 million votes. That election was contested by, among others, Amama Mbabazi, who ended up in the Supreme Court challenging the outcome of the result, and it was maintained by the Supreme Court. Now, over the course of the results coming in, over the course of the voting, we'll be able to look at this wall to give you an understanding of what's happening in real time, who's winning, who's losing in real time, from the presidential elections down to the parliamentary elections. And that's a promise that we can keep to you despite the internet shutdowns. Back to you in studio, Flavia and Romeo.
You stand.
All right, 18 million voters in this race. We do know that we have more registered female voters than the males in that regard. So if there is an issue of voter intimidation and violence, will that mean that fewer women shall be going to the polls today? But then NMG is calling upon all Ugandans to come out in droves to exercise your constitutional mandate. Please, today, January 14th, is D-Day. Polling has already begun in many of the jurisdictions, except some parts of Masakela, as intimated by Gillian Nantume, but polling materials shall be arriving anytime soon. Let's go to Kitgum. We do have Mr. Polycarp Kalokwera. Yes, our correspondent in Kitgum is going to be giving us a situational analysis in a short while. But on the case of violence, yes, we are getting information that so many people might stay away from the polls because of the anticipated violence. You have police who is that is saying that the new presidential candidate Robert Chagulanyi might kidnap himself today after casting his ballot. That's according to Fred Enanga, the police spokesperson. He gave us that information and in that regard. And there's some of the justification that they've gotten to shut down the internet in that regard, because they also contend that some of the elements that instigated the violence that took center stage on November 18th and 19th might again do those activities today on election day, hence warranting the shutdown of the internet in that regard. Well, we shall be going to Kitgum to talk to Polycarp Kalokwera. I'm sure we've established a live video feed. A very good morning, Polycarp. A very good morning, Polycarp. What's the latest from Kitgum?
All right, thank you so much. My name is Polycarp Kalokwera. I'm reporting live from Kitgum district. Apparently, people are just beginning to arrive at polling stations where I am. Where this is Kitgum Cell West, where the polling station is. Then apparently there are about 15 voters that have arrived at the polling station. The voting materials at this polling station reached about 10 minutes ago. According to the officials, they started distributing voting materials late because the driver who was supposed to deliver the voting materials turned up very late. Now, Kitgum municipality has about four very, very, very competitive candidates, to which one of them is the minister, Tim Beatrice Anywa, who is the NRM flag bearer. Now, Anywa is being hotly contested by Henry Kisinga Oriem, who lost to her actually during the primary election. However, according to the issues on ground, it's alleged that Anywa was not rightly voted as the NRM as the NRM candidate. So the coming of Kisinga is to contest that in these particular elections. And then we also have Olenge Jimmy Kumakech, who is the UPC candidate, and then also Onakalit Dennis, who is the FDC candidate. These are the four competitive candidates. However, the battle line is between Andrew Oriem, and then Beatrice Anywa. And then we also have in Chua West, where we have the pop star, that is Boss Miko team, who is the NRM flag bearer, contesting against Okin PP. Okin PP apparently is the actually parliamentary group chairperson, and then the incumbent for Chua West. And then we also have Ochaya Charles, who contested against Boss Miko team in the NRM primary. And then, of course, we also have independent like Otto Mike, and then Olanya Johnson. And then also in Chua East, we have about 5 candidates who are contesting. One of them is Lua Godfrey, who is the NRM flag bearer. Lua had to battle out with the Minister for Internal Affairs, that is Okele Oriem.
All right, fast forward, let's now take you to Shema and talk to Deo Okodi, another correspondent of the NMG, to give us a situation analysis of what is happening there. Deo?
I'm right now in Shema district, and I'm standing at St. Rose.
We do apologize for that mistake, but let's go back to Deo Okodi and talk to him. Yes, we shall go back after establishing a live video feed. I'm getting information from my studio director. But yes, it's D-Day. Ugandans are going to vote for their presidential and parliamentary representatives in that regard. The political candidates did have some 60 days to traverse 351 constituency in that regard. But many of the political commentators were saying that wasn't enough time for many of these candidates to send the message home. What do you think?
It wasn't enough time, of course, and also the fact that they had to go around. You couldn't gather mass groups together because of the pandemic, obviously. So I think reaching everybody in a short space of time was difficult, I think, for all candidates.
Even those who were able to reach out to the masses, we saw police and other security apparatus pounce on them and stop them in that regard.
I think it was nobody was allowed to hold mass gatherings anyway, despite the candidate or despite the party, because of the COVID-19 SOPs. So you were supposed to have a small group. So whether they reached and got mass gatherings, or you are not supposed to have a mass gathering.
With the cancellation of electoral activities within Kampala and 15 other districts, the frustrations that we saw by security on these opposition candidates, many contend that it might be playing badly in the on the side of the opposition, because many of them were not able to send a political message to their voters. So what are the voters going to be vote for when they go to the polls today, because they did not get the message or the manifesto from their favorite political candidate?
Yeah, I think it's been interesting, especially, for example, the hotly contested places like Shema, where you have a newcomer who left URA to turn into politics, Dixon Kateshumbwa, and you also have Elioda Tumwesje, who decided that if I did not go through the primaries, I'll go independent. I don't know what that shows in light of the parties, but we'll leave that to the people to decide. We go to our reporter who's got an update.
I'm right now in Shema district, and I'm standing at St. Rose polling station. It's one of the polling stations within the municipality, Shema municipality. Dispatch of voting materials in Shema district actually began as early as 6:30, and by 7 a.m. this morning, most of the presiding officers had started preparing the election exercise. And remember, Shema district has a total of 129,248 voters. And this is the district which is divided into 3 constituencies, which include Shema municipality, Shema South, and Shema North, with a total of 251 polling stations. Like I told you earlier, I'm right now at the St. Rose polling station, and this is within the municipality, which has a total number of 25,864 voters, and who are expected to cast their votes to elect the candidates of their choice for presidency and members of parliament. And this is still the municipality which has 494 polling stations, and the SWAT has actually attracted the 5 people contesting for the area parliamentary seat. And the 5 people include Dr. Edward Tumwesije, the current area member of parliament, who's contesting as an independent candidate, having lost in the NRM party primaries. The other candidates actually include the Dixon Kateshumba, who's the NRM flag bearer, and also there is the Kijuju Jafari. But generally, elections, polling materials, like I told you earlier, were delivered on time. And but right now, where I am voting, people have not yet turned up to start the vote, casting their votes. But all the arrangement has already been put in place. People, the mood, people are still calm. You can see, and they are just in small groups where I am. And the security, of course, has been also moving around, people in different, vehicles. But apparently there is no big excitement. Say that people might be turning up in big numbers or trying to fight here and there, like has always been the case in other.
Well, so we have all the candidates who will be giving you profiles of later on and giving you margins, and the biggest question was whether the campaigning turf or the field was actually leveled for all the candidates, because they believe, how do you have an election organized by the incumbent? It will never be in your favor, they say. But is it? Well, everybody gets nominated and goes through a due process, regardless.
Well,
of
course, you have the incumbent who is also mandated to appoint the Electoral Commission chairperson, even though they claim that this person is also vetted by the parliament, but it's still the appointment issue. The president has the powers.
They are vetted.
No, they justify it that way. That, when you tell some of the NRM stalwarts that it's the president who is choosing the Electoral Commission chairperson, and many of the opposition members contend that it's not justified or right in that manner. But then they tell you, but Parliament is doing its job. They vet many of these appointees. But then...
Is the person vetted or not?
Of course, the recommendations that were coming in from the European Union, the Amama Mbabazi case of 2016, it was that this person should be appointed by the Judicial Service Commission. Yes, it should be doing the appointments, not the president.
I hear you, Romeo.
And that's why the EU, since these recommendations were not affected, in June last year, they said they are not going to participate in the observance of this election because many of those recommendations were not affected.
Right. So we want to take you back to nomination day, just so you can remember, because this was the start of the promises that were given by some of these candidates. We'll start off with the incumbent himself, who's the president. We are saying candidate Yoweri Museveni.
Here, what I like to emphasize is safety of the Ugandans. I have not checked the latest, but when I last checked the other day, 110 Ugandans had died from the coronavirus. And some of these were young people, some of them were old people but mature, but healthy, but they died. 110 of them. The ones who have been infected are more than almost, I think we are going now to almost 20,000, but many have recovered. Nevertheless, even when you recover, we are not sure about the consequences. Some people say that even when you recover, you remain with scars in the lungs and so on. Therefore, the best thing is for you not to get this disease. Second, or thirdly, I would like to encourage everybody to maintain peace. To maintain peace. Kubanga ngesimbiwo na ate ndi president. Naye ekyo mpulira bingi amatu gange gali wansi eyo. mpulira abaagala kutabula bakola bino ebyekisulu kino bayiye kino bayiye kiri njagala kubakakasa nti tewali omuntu agenda kutabula wano era anaagezako agenda kwejusa kubanga ffe tituzanya emirimu yalwana kuleeta eddembe mu nsi muno tewaliwo atusinga mundu wano ebyokulwana tewaliwo atusinga okumanya ebyokulwana naye tetukanga bantu era ekyo tewabawo asumwasumwa ng'ayagala kutabula kubanga agenda kwejusa era byonna ebifuna ebyekisilusulu ebiri eyo bagala kukola kino bagala kukola kiri bagala kukola kiri bakolagana baani ab'ebweru niyinza kukolagana okujja simanyi guno nakolagana ebweru agenda kukyusa ebyawano mugenda kwereetera olumbe lw'obwereere era njagala okukakasa abannauganda temutya muntu yenna bw'omuuza omusiru ayogera ekisilusulu mumuloope ab'omutebe kyalaba kubanga balooza abapoliisi bali corrupt it is possible but fune kuba eddala oyo omupoliisi ali corrupt tugenda kumugjayo tuteekewo omulala kubanga abaana baffe balina emirimu bangi tetulina kubeera awo twetise abatakola so nga baagala kukola bwe bali so therefore 2 points I want to make here. First of all, Corona, please observe the guidelines. But secondly, peace. The one who wants to bring you to disturb, don't try, because we shall deal with you.
I think this is the only time we can then say candidate Yoweri Museveni without putting his titles. That was his nomination speech. We're taking you through each of the candidates. Just to remind you, as you're on your way to voting, just in case you want to make that last-minute choice and decision, this is what they said. Yes. All right. And we are also going to link to Nancy Linda Kalembe. She is the only female presidential candidate in this race, and that goes to reflect the true patriarchal nature of Uganda and her politics. Here's her speech on nomination day.
Standing here before you, I'm hopeful that Uganda is ready for their first female commander-in-chief and their very first female president. I want to thank you all for all your support. It is impossible to get here on my own, but you, my brothers and sisters, Ugandans within and without, in whatever capacity you are in, I thank you. There are those who have been there for me physically. There are those who have been with us in spirit. There are those who have stood with us emotionally, financially, socially. I thank you. May God bless you. I've been asked a particular question several times. What should Uganda expect from my leadership? 3 things. 1, great leadership. Not good leadership, but great leadership. Leadership that is inseparable from integrity. Leadership that is all-inclusive of all the great nations in this country, Uganda. There are 56 of them. That is why our mission is to the 56 tribes of this nation. And our slogan is, leaving no one behind. Our leadership will be accountable and open. The second thing that Ugandans should expect from us is a leadership that is future-focused. This time, we will not dwell so much on what has happened, because history is there for us to learn lessons so that we can improve the present and plan very well for the future. So we will be future-focused. harnessing future technologies and future knowledge. The third thing is Uganda will finally have global presence, not as a third world nation, not as an underdog, not just as another African country, but a country that is going to remember its identity, a country that is going to remember and understand what they are made of and who they are. We are blessed greatly. That is why a visitor many years ago called this the Pearl of Africa. We intend, in my government, to ensure that this global recognition is not only on the outside, but work will be done on the inside, because it will be inclusive. We intend to harness every God-given gift in this land, not only what is below the ground, but what is on the surface, the human resource, as well as what is above.
Now take you straight to Studio B, where Raymond Kataha is readying himself to have a conversation on the internet shutdown that has disenfranchised over 17 million internet and social media users. Very good morning once again, my brother. Yes, take it away.
Thank you so much, Romeo. Of course, 17.5 million subscribers of the internet find themselves unable to access the internet today. We understand from two statements from Airtel and MTN that access by gateway has been blocked by Ugandan security agencies on the request of the Ugandan security agencies. And of course, this story started yesterday at 7 p.m. and the first person I spoke to immediately the internet was shut down was you, Daniel. And Daniel, you're an internet rights activist. I want just first talk about the internet shutdown. From where you were in Kawanda, when the internet was shut down, what things were you unable to access?
You see, Raymond, I didn't notice actually the entire internet had been shut down, not until you made a call to me requesting me to be able to appear on the fact check show that you always conduct weekly. So what happens is I tried to connect the Zoom because I couldn't get here on time, and I realized nothing was working. Usually you send me a link via WhatsApp and then we are able to get this thing going. So even with the virtual private network on, nothing was going through. So I noticed there was some kind of difference in how we've been trying to circumvent this blockade. So I called a couple of friends around and I was trying to check their gadgets, their phones, to see if anything was working. Now, even those that had the AfriCell line, it was no longer working. So I knew actually, I think someone has actually plugged out the cable that connects us to the internet, you know. So it was a shocker to me that actually, you know, the state can go to that extent to do this kind of thing at such a time as this, even in the manner of election that we've been having, which has been virtual and scientific on the basis of the regulations that were passed last year by Parliament around June, to be able to carry out an election in the wake of the coronavirus. So to me it was alarming and shocking that actually such a move would be taken by the government.
Bill, I want you just walk us through. Uganda is a signatory to many international protocols, but also our own national constitution has rights and freedoms on expression and the like. Are any of those rights being violated by the shutdown of the internet?
Yes, Raymond, so many rights are being violated by the shutdown of the internet. Yesterday I said that freedom of expression is the bedrock of the realization of all other rights. Right now we want to exercise our rights to vote, but we must do it having received certain kinds of information to know why we must vote a particular candidate. And if you block us from accessing, you've cut out that freedom of expression, which is engraved under Article 29 of our Constitution. That's a domestic law. So when you go to the international conventions that we are signatory to, like the International Civil and Political Rights Charter, that is the ICCPR, under Article 19, the right to freedom of expression, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We are also signatory to that. Even the African Charter itself, under Article 9, freedom of expression is protected. So we are signatories to so many of these regional and international charters, and we are bound as long as we have ratified and domesticated some of these laws.
But Bill,
yes.
The other argument is that those rights, whether we enjoy them or not, have limitations on them, and those limitations can be applied if it demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society. Security says that internet, and particularly platforms on the internet, are going to be used to incite violence in the election, and it's based off of that they are carrying out the internet shutdown. Is this a justified reason?
Now let me start with this. Not all rights are supposed to be limited. There are non-derogable rights even in the Constitution. So these non-derogable rights are rights that you cannot limit, such as the right to life and other rights. But the right to freedom of expression is a right that can actually be limited. But the limitation, as I've always said, should follow Article 43 of the Constitution, which provides for a three-part test. It must be prescribed by law. So which law is the government bringing forth to justify this shutdown and limitation to access? Number one. Number two, it must be demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society, and it must achieve a legitimate aim. What legitimate aim are we achieving when the election is scientific? So when I look at prescribed by law, we need to look at other laws as well. What is in context? What is the timing right now? What laws are helping us to maneuver the coronavirus to be able to have, access to information to be able to vote? And too many documents. The general comment number 34 of the Human Rights Commission of the United Nations has intimated strongly, yes, that prior restraint on the likelihood of maybe national security and the blah 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 cannot suffice to justify a limitation of a right. The limitation of the right only happens after it has been communicated, and then you realize that the line of communication is violating other rights, so you limit it. But you cannot operate in a predictive manner, to issue prior restraint on the enjoyment of a particular right. So that doesn't suffice.
Daniel, I want to ask you, with an internet shutdown, what is most likely going to be affected? What's the scale of this internet shutdown?
Now, when the internet is shut down in this nature, that means even mobile money transactions are not taking place. So the economy is going to be hurt. In 2016, over $6 million was lost. In Tanzania, they were losing over $5 million for every time the shutdown was taking place. In DRC Congo, it was about $3 million. That depends on the level of internet penetration in a country. In Uganda, we are standing at about 35% internet penetration, according to the Uganda Communications Commission. So the economy is going to be hurt, that's number one. But number two, it causes a ripple down effect. Yes, now you've violated freedom of expression, you're going to violate the right to vote, and other ancillary rights are going to be violated as a result, because I'll vote a person that I have confidence in to be able to help me enjoy my other rights later on. But if you've prohibited me from having access to that kind of knowledge, you're violating these rights in turn, because human rights are not only universal, but they're also interdependent. Yes, so one right violated will end up violating all the other rights. Yes.
Daniel, I know that the unwanted witness had intended to bring a petition to court about the social media blockade, which we've been suffering for the last 2 days almost. Are there any legal avenues to challenge the internet shutdown? Do we know of any that's ongoing currently?
Raymond, you remember you and I have been partners in crime in taking government to court in the same suit in 2018 when we challenged the social media tax. Hitherto, we have not been given a hearing date for that case, but we've always gone to the Constitutional Court several times to have that law interpreted. That in itself actually is a shutdown. And if you look at everything from, if you look at the whole spectrum and you consider what has been happening since 26, including the 2018 social media tax, you realize that all this culminates into driving what we are seeing right now, and it's been giving some kind of foundation for what we are seeing. Government keeps getting bolder on how to relate with the internet. So we challenged government in court, and you've seen how the courts have been very reluctant in addressing such an issue. If they had addressed our case, we would have ground you know, to know that there is hope if a case is brought. Even in the 2016 when there was a shutdown, the unwanted witness still went to court. Yes, but the result wasn't really that convincing, you know, from court. So as a lawyer, the first thing, a public interest lawyer, the first thing would be, I want to go to court, you know, to challenge this shutdown. But as a realist, when I look at the previous transactions of having gone to court and hitherto we've received nothing, I'm discouraged from going to court. You know, I was making a joke with some friends and I was telling them in Uganda we have an electoral college and we have a popular vote. The popular vote is the one of the, you know, the population. The electoral college, we have the police, you know, we have the military, we have money, you know, we have the Uganda Communications Commission, we have the Supreme Court, because several times the Supreme Court has decided cases and said that the, you know, the malpractice wasn't substantive enough to alter the result of the election. So to me, those are the electoral colleges we have.
Bill, I want us to draw back and very finally. The president, when he was speaking to us in his last address, said that Facebook had crossed the line when it blacklisted almost 300 accounts of people that were operating in Uganda, most of them government employees. Facebook's statement says that these guys were engaged in what you'd call uncoordinated practice of generating the same message and passing it on to bot accounts and using the same bot accounts to sort of steer public debate towards a certain direction. Based off of that statement, can we then say that that's the reason that the government has gotten bolder with the internet?
No, Raymond, that's
actors with big platforms on the internet have, in a way, affected freedoms of expression of people in Uganda, and those people are government employees.
With all due respect to the president, I think that's a weak excuse. When you look at the history of the blockade of the internet, as we were discussing before this show began, in 2006 we had the blocking of the Daily Monitor website, the Radio Katwe website, because they were declaring apparently the election results that hadn't been verified by the Electoral Commission. Yes, at that time Facebook was just coming up in, you know, Harvard, Silicon Valley, Twitter. These are just emerging technologies at the time. So in 2011, when Facebook had now taken, you know, toll, and we had seen what had happened in the Arab Spring with the use of Facebook, it was blocked at the wake of the walk-to-work protests as a result of the inflation that was in the country. Then in 2016, the internet was blocked, and what was cited was national security. Like I said, national security only happens when there is an imminent terrorist threat that is being enabled by the internet as a tool. So that's when you can actually block access on the basis of national security, or if another country is attacking Uganda and what they are using is a cyber attack, we can actually cut down. That is national security. In 2016, no such situation was around, so it did not warrant the use of national security as a justification to block. This time around, the argument is that there is content moderation. You're not allowing some of us to have our pages on this platform. Facebook has its own terms and policy of use. If they have noticed that you have violated the terms, just like Twitter, Trump, you know, they can be able to filter such kind of content, because in Trump's case it was inciting a certain kind of violence. In this case, Facebook is the one that's supposed to correspond with those pages, just like any other normal page. Send an email to Facebook and request, why are you blocking my account? They'll be able to respond and say why. If the blockade is unjustifiable, they'll be able to restore your account. So you cannot use that as a justification for putting off 17 million internet subscribers, you know, and disenfranchising all the 18-point-something million voters on that basis. Because actually right now we need the internet not just, you know, for Facebook and social media, but also want to be able to send money here and there and get the economy moving, plus other things really, Raymond.
Okay, thank you so much for speaking us, Daniel Bill. Daniel Bill is an internet rights activist, is a public interest lawyer, and he is also a social commentator. Of course, he's been speaking to us about the internet shutdown, which has locked out about 17.5 million internet subscribers across the country. We are yet to see the effect that it has on other systems that depend on the internet for use, that is ATMs, mobile money, and the like. But of course, our wall-to-wall coverage of the election still continues at NTV. And now we're going to take a very short break. But when we return, we continue with the wall-to-wall coverage.
Thank you, Raymond. Before that break, before we open for this hour, just remind you that everybody will be looking at the numbers to see more people this year, more people than the last election. And just know the last election had 67.6% turnout, which was lower because the year of election before that, which was 2001, we had 70.3%. So we'll get the numbers, of course, after the election of that.
Well, of course, you're still watching NTV Uganda, like we did mention. Yes. We have foot soldiers in almost all jurisdictions within the country. Despite the internet shutdown, we shall be able to avail you all the information that you need. Tallying of the votes and so forth. Yes. NTV Uganda is going to be running 24/7 to ensure that we avail you that information in a timely manner. Frank Walusimbi is going to be taking over from us. He's already here. Very good morning, Sevo.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you, Flavia? You're saying what is taking place, of course, but I am certain it will end well.
It will end well.
I am thinking so, despite the internet shutdown and what else?
You didn't see any deployment while you were coming?
I came in very early. In a few places, yes, deployment here and there, but I think as time went on, 6 a.m., it even got...
Nalavi checkpoint in Nansana. Then I was like, I've never seen a checkpoint in Nansana. That's when I knew, around Starbucks.
Apparently I've taken long without going through Nansana, but I think I came from Chira side, Tinda. Yeah, you could see that there is deployment, but it was not that heavy.
But optimism should take center stage. Please take it away, Frank.
Yeah,
sure. It out.
It's okay.
All right.
So a very good morning again to you this 14th day of January 2021, and we are continuing with our live coverage of the elections in Uganda. If you've been following proceedings, polling stations opened at 7 a.m. across the country. Some polling stations were late in opening. Materials didn't arrive in time, but voting is underway and it will close later on today. Now we are linking up throughout today with our colleagues and our sister station NTV Uganda to bring you coverage from across the country on every step of this historic election. And as if you needed any reminder, President Museveni is up against 10 other candidates, including one woman, and for the first time in quite a number of elections, the name of Kizza Besigye is not on the ballot, but in his place is Bobi Wine, Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, who's taken on Museveni, trying to see who will secure the next 5 years in power in Uganda. So stay with us as we cross over to Uganda. We have a mix of languages, mainly in English. We are soon transitioning to Swahili, and you'll also hear some conversations in Luganda, in Uganda. So I want to introduce my colleague Salim Swale, who's going to take over now for a broadcast in Kiswahili. Salim, habari za asubuhi.
Asalama sana Warungu, bila shaka ni siku nyingine ambayo ni njema na teule na tulivu, na hapa NTV bila shaka tunawaletea watazamaji wetu matangazo haya moja kwa moja, tukiangalia kwa karibu zaidi uchaguzi huo wa Uganda. Kumbuka Uganda ni moja kati ya nchi za Afrika Mashariki zenye ushawishi mkubwa katika jinsi tunavyoendesha mambo yetu hapa nchini Kenya, kwa maana kwamba Kenya ina ukuruba wa karibu zaidi wa kisiasa na vile vile hata wa kibiashara na taifa hilo jirani la Uganda, na hivyo basi kinachofanyika Uganda ni kama vile kidonda kinachompata mtu, na tunaambiwa unapougua kidole basi mwili mzima unakuwa unaugua. Ndio kwa sababu hiyo, mpenzi mtazamaji, tunakuletea matangazo haya ambayo yatakuletea mengi zaidi kuhusiana na uchaguzi huo Uganda na kwa nini ni muhimu sisi hapa NTV kukuletea matangazo hayo. Warungu, bila shaka matangazo haya yanakuja kwa sababu moja, kama nilivyotangulia kusema, ni kwamba sisi na Waganda tuna mfungamano wa karibu sana, na uzoefu wako katika kujaribu katika kuakisi matukio ya Afrika Mashariki, lakini bara la Afrika katika ngazi za kimataifa, unatusaidia sana katika kujaribu kuchanganua pumba na ngano. Labda kwa nini wa Kenya wafuatilie kwa karibu uchaguzi huu wa Uganda, Warungu?
Nahisi yapo mambo mawili pengine, Salim. Kubwa ni kwamba kama ulivyosema ni kwamba tuna uhusiano mkubwa sana kiuchumi na kibiashara kati ya nchi hizi mbili, hasa Kenya ikiwa ndio inapata faida kubwa zaidi. Pili ni kwamba Uganda ni sehemu kubwa sana ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Na kingine ni kwamba tumefungamana kisiasa pengine katika mambo ya kijamii na historia yetu. Kwa mfano katika miaka ya nyuma kulipokuwa na vurugu nchini Uganda, wakimbizi wengi walitorokea huku. Wakawa ni watu ambao wamepata hifadhi nchini Kenya. Kulikuwa na walimu, madaktari, hasa katika enzi za Idi Amin na wakati wa vita. Kwa hivyo kumekuwa na ushirikiano mkubwa sana kati yetu. Na kama kawaida ya nchi hizi za Afrika Mashariki, kuna jamii ambazo zimejigawa mara mbili. Sehemu moja iko huku na sehemu ya pili inakuwa iko upande wa Uganda. Na kingine kikubwa ni kwamba wote sisi ni katika Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Tuliona mambo yalivyokwenda nchini Tanzania, ambapo pengine uchaguzi ulikuwa na matatizo yake hapa na pale. Kwa hivyo wengi wanamulika kuangalia nini kitakachotokea katika uchaguzi huu wa Uganda ambacho pengine kitatuathiri sisi. Kwa mfano, funzo kubwa hapa ni kwamba wamekata kabisa mawasiliano ya internet, mitandao hamna. Je, huku Kenya mambo yetu yatakuwaje tukifika mwaka wa 2022? Kwa hivyo kuna mambo ya kujifunza, kuna mambo ya kubadilishana mawazo.
Labda sasa kabla ya kupata mapumziko, labda na kuingia moja kwa moja katika matangazo ya Kiswahili, Warungu, umewahi kumhoji Rais Yoweri Museveni mara kadhaa. Uchaguzi huu unafanyika katika mazingira ambayo mpinzani wake wa karibu sana ana umri unakaribia wakati Museveni akichukua madaraka mwaka 1986. Labda unaweza kuja kumuelezea Museveni kwa maneno machache?
Naam, Rais Museveni licha umri wake ni mtu ambaye kidogo bado yuko makini sana. Ana hamu bado ya kuendelea kukaa kwenye uongozi, na mara mbili tatu ambao nimezungumza naye, hasa mara mwisho kabisa nimemfuata kwake nyumbani, ni mtu ambaye anaamini kwamba yeye ndio kitu ambacho ni kama kizingiti ama ni msingi muhimu sana wa nchi hiyo. Kwa hivyo bila kuwepo kwake ama uwepo wake, basi inakuwa ni kwamba nchi ile itakuwa pengine inayumba. Halafu nadhani katika kampeni zake amekuwa, mara ya mwisho mpinzani wake mkubwa alikuwa ni Kizza Besigye katika nadhani uchaguzi mara 2-3 zilizopita. Na Kizza Besigye tuliona uchaguzi wa kwanza ilikuwa ni kura milioni 2 ukilinganisha na 5 za Museveni, wa pili hivyo hivyo. Uchaguzi wa mwisho kura za upinzani ziliongezeka kufikia kama milioni 3 ukilinganisha na 5 za Museveni. Lakini sasa amepata mtu ambaye anaelewa zile mbinu za Museveni alizotumia miaka ya pale mwanzo wa miaka ya 80 za kunyakua madaraka. Na ni mtu ambaye anazungumza lugha inaeleweka na vijana ambao ndio walio wengi, ni mwanamuziki, ni mtu ambaye ana wafuasi wengi, na ni mtu ambaye haogopi fujo, ghasia na pia kupambana na vyombo vya usalama. Kwa hivyo na ukiangalia hatua ambazo amechukua sasa hivi, wanajeshi wako kila mahali, kampeni zimekuwa kidogo zimekuwa zinavurugwa, ni kumaanisha kwamba huyu ni mtu ambaye kidogo pengine ametikisika kuona safari hii nimepata mpinzani ambaye kidogo ananiingiza baridi. Kwa hivyo sasa huu uchaguzi ambao atakuwa anafuata kwa makini.
Lakini pamoja na hayo, ukiangalia uzoefu wa bwana mdogo huyu Bobi Wine, unahisi kwamba Museveni ana chochote labda cha kubabaikia kwayo?
Nadhani kikubwa ni kwamba alichokifanya Bobi Wine ni kuonyesha kwamba kidogo huyu Rais Museveni ni kama ametengana kidogo na wafuasi wake. Kwa mfano, kuna vijana wengi sana, tukianzia umri wa Bobi Wine mwenyewe, ni mtu kijana ambaye ni miaka 34. Watu wengi ambao walipozaliwa hawana ile historia ya ukombozi ambayo pengine nani anaitegemea sana Rais Museveni anaitegemea sana. Kwa hivyo zaidi ni kura ya wanyonge, walala hoi, kura ya vijana, watu ambao kidogo wanahisi kwamba wametengwa kiuchumi na katika maslahi yao na uongozi huu wa Rais Museveni. Nadhani hicho kabisa ndio atakuwa anakiangalia. Kwa hivyo huu ni uchaguzi wa kuangalia kwa makini.
Asante sana. Bila shaka mpenzi mtazamaji, tutakuletea mengi. Warungu sitomwachilia akaondoka, manake tunataka tustafidi na tajriba yake katika kuakisi matukio mbalimbali, sio tu katika eneo la Afrika Mashariki, lakini vile vile katika bara zima la Afrika. Na vile vile tutakuwa na wazungumzaji wengine hapa studioni pamoja na waandishi wetu walio katika kona mbalimbali humu nchini. Tutaingia vile vile katika taifa la Uganda, tutazungumza na wataalamu, waandishi wa habari, pamoja na kuletea matangazo mubashara kabisa kutoka katika kitu
This is NTV.
At this time, I want to paraphrase another text from the Old Testament, and this is Jeremiah chapter 33, verse 6. And it says that, nevertheless, I will bring health and healing to it. He was referring to the city of Jerusalem, how it was polluted, how the evils and just crowded the skies and even the streets of Jerusalem, and says, I will heal my people and will let them enjoy abundant peace and security. So God is promising restoration of his people. And I want to give you this hope of restoration, that amidst this coronavirus, God is going to heal his people. Are you infected? Are you affected in one way or another as a family, as I am talking to you today? God has promised that he will heal the land, this city. The cities of the world today are crying of COVID-19, but God is saying he will heal them, and he will heal the people and let them enjoy abundance, peace, and security.
Abakunukkiriza obukadde nga 4 mu Uganda bakeera nnyo buli ku makya okusinga abantu abalala bonna mu maka. Enkoko embereberye eba tennakookolima ng'obuvunaanyizibwa bw'abazuukusizza dda okuteekerateekera bba agenda okukola ekyenkya nga kw'otadde n'abasomi wakati mu kiyungu ekikutte ekizikiza enkya. Abakyala bano abasinga beeyambisa nkola zino zinnansangwawo. Enkola zino ez'omulembe nga gaasi tezisoboka olw'omuwendo omunene. Nazzikuno ng'obuvunaanyizibwa bw'okufumba mu mawanga g'Abafirika agasinga obungi buli ku bakyala oba maama. Kino abakyala abasinga bakyenyumirizaamu era bakikola n'okwagala.
Nga ziri sigiri zintamye zino eza bulijjo nga mpulira zinkeesi zinywera amanda, omukka gunyooka, bwe manzi kumye nga ndaba ziyinza n'okufunamu obulwadde.
On the next episode...
Arturo!
What's wrong?
Please,
What's the
I'm
matter?
begging you, we need help over there. He's
Where
over
exactly?
there. Help him,
All right,
please.
calm down.
Call the police
Let's
right
go.
now.
Isabel, what's wrong? What happened? Are you
Please,
okay?
let's go. Come on.
What happened?
It's Anibal.
Anibal told me that he made a slip and that he'd put an end to it, and I foolishly believed him. Now that I know that he didn't, I won't keep covering for him.
That's why you went to Mexico City all the time. Didn't you stop when you knew that Isabel was ill? How could you do this to your own wife? What's this all You've about really got anyway? some nerve.
At least listen to what I have to say.
You need to bring me up to date with what's going on, because one moment you're leaving, then you're not leaving. I don't get it.
Oh, that's because, well, at first I wanted to give Anibal another chance. Then lots of things happened and I realized that he really didn't know how to value our relationship. He has had a lover since before we got married.
Oh, goodness. You know, I don't know why, but that actually...
Weewaawo nyongera okukwaniriza ku NTV n'okukwebaza okubeerako okugoberera ebyo byonna ebigenda mu maaso mu kulonda okwa 2021 luno lwe lunaku mulindwa olunaku olw'okulonda okwa bonna President ababaka aba Parliament n'ennaku endala zijja kugenda zeegoberera bwe zityo nga bwetulonderako abakulembeze ku mitendera egitali gimu eja local government. Twatandise dda ku ssaawa eyo 11 ku makya era abantu twabalabye dda aboolekera ebifo awalonderwa abatwala ebinaakozesebwa okulonda ebifo ebimu babadde bambuulira wano nti ebikozesebwa bibadde kye bijje bituuke naye ng'awamu twawulidde byatuuse dda abantu ne bayingira ennyiriri okutandika okukuba akalulu. Eddembe lyo jjukira okulikozesa okulonda ddembe lyo. Tewabeera wakutiisatiisa nti togenda kulonda oba tokolaba oti nedda. Oteekwa okulonda abakulembeze oleme okwejjusa mu maaso eyo nti senga namanya neŋŋenda nnonda osanga tebyandibadde bwe biti. Nze Frank Alisimbi weetuli wano mu studio.
Uingereza na uchaguzi wa kwanza ulifanywa baada ya kupata uhuru mwaka huu 1962 ambapo bila shaka muungano ambao ulikuwa unaleta pamoja chama cha UPS na kile chama cha Kabaka Yeka kilishinda uchaguzi huo na Milton Obote akawa ni waziri mkuu wa kwanza mwenye mamlaka, huku Kabaka naye akipewa nafasi ya rais ambaye hakuwa na mamlaka. Lakini wawili hao hawakupelekana vizuri mpaka mwaka 1967 ambapo Milton Obote alisimamisha utendaji wa katiba na kujitangaza rais mwenye mamlaka na akafuta zile falme ndogo ndogo zilikuwa za Uganda ambazo zilikuwa chini ya Kabaka huyo. Na baadaye hapo Uganda ikawa ina historia ndefu, mapinduzi ya mwaka 1971 na baadaye mwaka 1979 Idi Amin Dada akaondolewa, na mwaka 1986 Yoweri Kaguta Museveni akiwa na wapiganaji wake wa msituni wakachukua mamlaka kutoka kwa Milton Obote kupitia mapinduzi, na mpaka sasa Yoweri Kaguta Museveni yuko katika uongozi wa taifa hilo, ikiwa leo anatafuta muhula wa 6 kama rais baada ya bunge la nchi hiyo kuondoa kile kipengele cha katiba ambacho kilikuwa kinaweka mihula miwili ya urais, na sasa rais anaweza kugombea kwa mihula yoyote hiyo. Tuangalie kwa haraka uchaguzi huo unakaa vipi, na uchaguzi huo unafanyika leo tarehe 14 kama nilivyotangulia kusema. Uganda bila shaka ina waniaji 11 wa urais, akiwemo Rais Yoweri Kaguta Museveni na mwanamke mmoja katika kikundi hicho. Na ukiangalia zaidi vile takwimu hii inaonyesha kwamba kama nilivyotangulia kusema wapiga kura ni milioni 18.1 na zaidi. Lakini kati ya wagombea wote hao 11, mpenzi mtazamaji, ushindani wa karibu uko kati ya mabwana hao wawili, huyu mheshimiwa Rais Yoweri Kaguta Museveni na Robert Kyagulanyi ambaye anafahamika kwa jina la kisanii Bobby Wine. Kumbuka ni kijana wa miaka 38, na wakati Museveni akichukua madaraka alikuwa kwenye umri wa takriban miaka 40 hivi mwaka huu 1986. Na si hayo tu mpenzi mtazamaji, kuna taarifa zingine, takwimu nyingine. Mshindi wa Uganda anatakiwa kupata 50% na kuendelea, bila hiyo uchaguzi utakuwa unaingia katika duru ya pili. Lakini vile ukiingia katika takwimu zingine za Uganda, wabunge ambao watakuwa wanachaguliwa leo ni wabunge 529. Kumbuka vile kutakuwa na uchaguzi wa wakilishi wanawake, jumla yote itakuwa ni wabunge 529. Mfumo wa Uganda bila shaka ni ule wa rais, makamu wa rais na waziri mkuu, na rais mwenyewe akisha chaguliwa basi anakuwa na nafasi ya moja kwa moja kumchagua makamu wake pamoja na waziri mkuu. Na mwisho kabisa hapa ni muhimu kufahamu kwamba katika uchaguzi wa leo serikali imechukua hatua na kufunga mitandao yote ya kijamii, hivyo basi hakuna taarifa zinazotoka ndani au kwenda nje ya Uganda. Waangalizi wa uchaguzi kutoka mataifa ya Afrika wameruhusiwa, lakini waangalizi kutoka Marekani wamepigwa stop katika taifa hilo la Uganda. Siko studioni peke yangu, nipo na wataalamu na watalamidhi kwa ajili ya kupembenua pumba na ngano. Ndani ya studio hapa ninaye ambaye ni mhariri wangu mkuu Joseph Orungu, vile vile naye wakili na mchambuzi mtajika na vile vile mfuatiliaji wa karibu wa siasa za kanda Alutalala Mkhwana. Pamoja naye tuko kupitia njia ya Zoom tutakuwa naye David Matsanga. Daktari David Matsanga ni mpinzani wa muda mrefu wa Rais Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, amekuwa akipambana kujaribu kuleta mageuzi katika taifa hilo la Afrika Mashariki. Tutakuwa tukizungumza naye, lakini vile vile tuna waandishi wengine, tutakuwa nazungumza na waandishi kutoka ndani ya Uganda, lakini vile vile tunaye mwandishi wetu Zakius Mosami ambaye yuko katika mpaka wa Kenya na Uganda katika eneo la Busia kutuletea mengi tu kuhusiana na harakati katika eneo hilo la Uganda. Na moja kwa moja tu nitaanza na wewe Daktari Matsanga, kama unanisikia, pengine siku kama ya leo inapokuja, unapoona vijana wadogo kama Bobi Wine wakiwa katika mstari wa mbele wanampa ushindani mkali Rais Yoweri Museveni ambaye amekuwa madarakani kwa zaidi ya miongo mitatu, inakupa taswira gani?
Asante sana wenzi yangu, ndugu wapenzi kutoka East Africa wote na Afrika mzima. Asante sana studios za NTV, ndugu Warungu, ndugu Profesa Mkhwana, na watu wote. Swahili yangu si mzuri sana, lakini itajaribu. Sijui bado niko kabisa. Bado mnaniona sababu kwangu nioni.
Tunakupata vizuri daktari, endelea.
Kiswahili yangu si mzuri sana. Nilikuwa Tanzania makati ya 78 na nilikimbilia huko na baba yangu wakati tulipambana na Idi Amin, lakini Kiswahili yangu ilikufa makati nilirudi kuingia Uganda tena 80 79 80. Imeshakuwa kwa side ya Dr. Milton Obote. Tulijenga serikali mwaka 1981. Museveni alipinga elections, alisema elections were stolen, aliingia msituni. Leo election ya mwaka 2021 is a test time ya mzee huyu. Mzee amepata mtu leo. Mimi nilipiga simu kwa Dr. Besigye nasema msiingilie leo. Sisi tumeshazaa watoto wangu number 1 ako na miaka 40. Sasa kama mtoto sasa Bobi Wine anakuja kwa sini kwa Kiafrika, unawachia mtoto unasema kaa kando, wacha tuone mtoto huyu Bobi Wine anaweza kufanya nini. Nataka kushukuru Dr. Besigye, alisikia maneno hii, alikataa kuingia kwa siasa ya FDC. Leo aliwaachia Amrat, lakini kwa haki, kama ilikuwa haki, kama inakuwa haki, leo ndio leo serikali na kura hii ilikuwa inachukuliwa na wale watu wa miaka 35. 85% ya watu wa Uganda iko the youth. Most of them were born kama President Museveni anaingia madaraka. Wajui wa president wengine wanasoma historia tu, wanasikia Matsanga sababu napiga kelele sana kutoka mwaka 81 nasema Uganda irudishwe democracy to public parties. Yes.
Asante sana. Labda nikija tu hapa studioni, wakili Alutalala, tunapoona, manake ukiangalia Rais Yoweri Museveni kauli mbiu yake ni stability, anasema anataka ule uthabiti wa kisiasa, uthabiti wa kiuchumi. Kauli mbiu ya Chagulani Bobi Wine anasema ni kuleta mwamko mpya, hamasa mpya ya vijana. Unahisi dunia hizi mbili, watu hawa wawili, pande mbili hizi, kuna ujumbe gani ambao unajitokeza katika yale mawanda na ile kalibu ya kisiasa ya kanda Afrika Mashariki?
Asante sana kaka mdogo, heri za mwaka mpya. Nafurahi kuwa hapa tangia janga la corona liingie, na nashukuru kumwona mzee wa kazi Joseph Warungu. Karibu sana NTV na Kenya. Tufaidi kwa ujuzi wako. Kakangu, ambalo kwa mwanzo tu ambalo naweza sema ni kwamba ninapoona kinyang'anyiro hiki baina ya huyu kijana mdogo Bobi Wine, Robert Changulani na mzee wa kazi yule Mheshimiwa Museveni, taswira yangu inarudi nyuma mwaka 1986. pale ambapo Mheshimiwa Museveni akiwa kijana mdogo NRM miaka 40 nafikiri 40 hapo hivyo wakati ambapo alimngatua mpinzani wake kutoka uongozini na akawa ndiye mwenye kuchukua utawala wa urais. Na miaka 36 kakangu si midogo. Yale ambayo ningalifanya miaka 10 iliyopita sasa hivi siwezi kufanya. Maana yake ni kwamba miaka ina sababu. Na ambacho naona katika kinyang'anyiro hichi ni vizazi viwili ambavyo vinavutana. Kuna kizazi cha jana na kuna kizazi cha leo. Kizazi cha leo kinaona kwamba hiki cha juzi kidogo kimemaliza wakati wake. Na si kwa kumaliza wakati tu. Naona mvutano kwa ajili ya miundo msingi ya kisiasa, kiuchumi na kijamii. Vijana wanaona kwamba matatizo yamekithiri. Uchumi si mzuri tena. Kazi hazipo. Miundo msingi ya kijamii si mzuri. Barabara hazipo. Kwa hivyo vijana wanaona kwamba matatizo yao yamesababishwa na hiki kizazi cha jana. Nacho kizazi cha jana kinasema kwamba hata hii hewa mnayopumua tusingalikuwa sisi kwenda msituni ninyi hamungalipata. Jana Mheshimiwa Museveni akihojiwa na shirika la CNN akiulizwa mbona hungatuki miaka 76 yeye mzee akasema kwamba hawa vijana haya mazuri haya maisha anayosema wako nayo kama sisi hawangeliona. Kwa hivyo mimi naona ni mvutano wa zamani walioleta siasa nzuri na mshikamano taifani wanasema hatubanduki maana sisi ndio tumewaletea haya. Na vijana wanasema babangu mshaishi ya leo hamyajui miaka ni mingi ngatukeni sisi tuwe ni wenye usukani. Ni mvutano huo kwa maoni yangu.
Bila shaka ni usasa na ukale hapo. Warungu, utakubaliana na mimi kwamba tunapokuwa na mvutano huo usasa na ukale, Waswahili wanasema kwamba ngoma ya vijana haikeshi. Tuna dhamana gani kwamba iwapo Chagulani atachukua uongozi kwa mfano basi Uganda itashuhudia ule uthabiti ambao umekuwa kwa muda mrefu wa kiuchumi na pengine hata wa kisiasa?
Asante Salim. Nadhani kikubwa na profesa hapa ameturejesha miaka ama mwaka wa 86 aliposhika madaraka Rais Museveni alisema na amezungumzia hilo kwa miaka mingi kwamba nimeshika hatamu, kitu ambacho nataka ni kuleta ukombozi nchini Uganda, nataka kuleta kitu kipya, pengine kuleta utulivu katika nchi ya Uganda, maendeleo. Kisha wakati huo alikuwa na mioto kwamba akishakumaliza kazi yake ataondoka jukwani. Lakini sasa miaka 35 baadaye bado yuko pale pale. Sasa kikubwa nadhani profesa anapozungumza kuhusu mvutano wa hivi vizazi ni kwamba Rais Museveni mawazo yake ni yale yale. Si kwamba Uganda kwamba imebadilika ikawa ni nchi tofauti. Halafu sura ya Uganda imebadilika. Sasa kuna vijana ambao ni wengi sana, wengi ambao hawafahamu ile historia yake ya ukombozi. Kwa hivyo wanachokitafuta wengi ni kwamba sasa kunahitajika mwamko mpya ambao pengine utaleta mapinduzi na mageuzi fulani ya kiuchumi, kisiasa na kijamii. Kwa sababu ukiangalia mbinu zake ni zile zile, ni matumizi ya nguvu ambazo alizitumia kule alipokuwa pengine msituni akitafuta kushika madaraka. Ndio hizi sasa ambazo zinatumiwa dhidi ya raia, dhidi ya watu ambao pengine ni wanyonge na kitu kama hicho. Wengi hapa Kenya kwa mfano wanalinganisha uchaguzi huu na uchaguzi wa Kenya wa 2002 ambapo ilikuwa ni uchaguzi ambapo unaamua kwamba tunakata kabisa ile historia ya zamani na kuingia katika awamu mpya. Kwa hivyo wengi wanapomwangalia huyu Chagulani wanamuona kama mtu ambaye analeta matumaini fulani.
Lakini ukiangalia hata uchaguzi wa mwaka 2002 hapa nchini kulikuwa na aina fulani ya kutoa ule ukale kwa maana kwamba utawala ambao ulikuwa umedumu kwa muda mrefu wa marehemu Mzee Moi, lakini waliokuwa wakichukua madaraka vile vile walikuwa ni watu wazoefu. Mheshimiwa Rais Kibaki wakati huo mstaafu alikuwa ni mtu mzima, na wale ambao walikuwa wakimuunga mkono kina Raila Odinga, kina Profesa marehemu Saitoti na wengine walikuwa ni watu wazima ambao walionekana wanaweza kuendeleza ule uthabiti wa kisiasa na kiuchumi. Hakuna dhamana hii Uganda.
Ni kweli, na ulivyozungumza ni kweli kwamba Kenya kuangalia kumekuwa na nadhani mabadiliko hayo yamefanyika kwa mwendo ambao ni taratibu. Sasa hapa Uganda wanachotafuta ni mageuzi ya mara moja kutoka kwa kizazi hiki ambacho umekuwa nacho tangu pengine uhuru mwaka 62 na kuingia katika awamu mpya ya vijana. Nadhani hicho kidogo kinamuuma huyu mzee wetu Rais Museveni kwamba anahisi kwamba bado ana kitu ambacho anaweza kukifaidi jamii hii na nchi hii ambayo ameitawala kwa miaka mingi.
Ndio alitalala.
Ilo swali uliouliza kakangu labidi niseme kidogo. Na turejelee alivyozungumza Daktari Matanga ambaye namheshimu sana. By the way, nashukuru kwamba amekumbuka leo kwamba amekuwa ni mwana harakati tangia siku za kina Milton Obote. Kwa hivyo hiki ni chuma cha zamani babangu akiupopi moto. Sababu kubwa na Daktari Matanga amesema ambayo imesababisha Bobi Wine na vijana ndio wenye kuwekwa mstari wa mbele ni kwa sababu ya zile mbinu ambazo Mheshimiwa Museveni amekuwa akitumia. Mheshimiwa Museveni amekuwa akitumia nguvu, mtutu wa bunduki, mbio barabarani, mbio usiku, mbio mchana. Sasa aliye karibu na miaka yake, Daktari Besigye, hangewezana. Na ndio maana nafikiri wale ambao wana uhusiano wa karibu katika mambo ya Uganda wamesema mwachieni Bobi Wine. Kwa nini? Bobi Wine msanii ni mtajika katika kizazi cha leo. Hata kabla hajatangaza anataka ubunge, yeye tayari ashajulikana. Pili, wao vijana ndio wengi, 80%. Tatu, hao ndio wako na nguvu za kimwili za kuweza kupambana na hizi dhuluma za kijeshi. Wewe miaka yangu hii babangu, hizo mbio ambazo nimeziona Uganda hutoweza, mguu utateguka. Lakini nguvu za vijana ndizo ambazo zatakikana leo. Na majuzi tu karibu vijana 50 wakipigwa risasi na kuuawa, lakini hawajakata tamaa. Unakuta bado wanakimbizana na askari na wanajeshi wa Museveni. Kwa hivyo kuna nguvu za kizazi kipya
na kiu hiyo ya mabadiliko ya kujaribu kutoka kizazi kimoja hadi kingine. Daktari Matanga, labda turudi kidogo katika historia kule nyuma, mwaka 1978 mpaka kwenye 79, wakati ambapo Idi Amin Dada alikuwa anaondolewa madarakani, na tuliona uchumi wa nchi ambazo zilikuwa zinapakana na Uganda kama vile Tanzania ilikuwa vitani, ilisaidia katika kumondoa Idi Amin Dada, lakini vile vile uchumi wa Kenya uliathirika. Iwapo uchaguzi huu wa leo utakwenda vibaya na kushuhudiwe hali fulani ya kukosekana utulivu, Kenya, Tanzania na mataifa mengine ya Afrika Mashariki yataathirika vipi?
Kwanza wacha niseme asante sana Profesa na Warungu. Profesa anasema kitu moja, tukikue kitu kama ya haki. Sisi wenye tulikuwa kwa siasa kutoka 79, 78, 80, 81, 85, tunasema tuliwachia in every community lazima uwache mtoto. Sisi tunaenda, mimi sasa niko na miaka 65, naenda. Kama unaona mtoto mwenye ako na nguvu, unamuachia. Sisi tulisema msifikirie Bobi Wine ako peke yake. Nataka kuambia watu wajue, huyu Bobi Wine ako na watu wengi. Hata Museveni anafikiri yeye atapiga yeye namna hivyo kila siku. Hata kwa jeshi yenyewe iko watu. Ndio tuona Besigye alisema hawezi kusimama. Kwa hivyo aendelee kupiga watu. Kwa nini analeta jeshi? Mwana anasema kitu moja. The voting today italeta results because jeshi iko Kampala. Kurake unit, mimi sitaki kukua kwa TV niseme mambo ya kutishatishwa. Kurake unit ilitolea Mogadishu. Kurake unit ilitolea DRC yenye naua watu. Ndio anajaza hii Kurake unit kwa areas za urban area.
Daktari, haya ni madai ambayo hatuwezi kuyathibitisha hapa NTV, lakini ni madai ambayo hapa hatuwezi kuyathibitisha, na najua wewe vile vile hauwezi kuthibitisha. Lakini
wacha niseme,
ndio
President Museveni mwenyewe alisema kwa TV yako hii, National Television, wale kutoka Uganda waliona address of the state is quoted. Lakini wacha nirudi kwa mambo ya biashara between Kenya and Uganda, the economy.
Ndio.
Election does not change Africa integration. sisi wa Afrika tuko pamoja. Muhwana na mimi iko one thing that separates us. Ndio mji ya Rwakaka Bridge. Mimi natokea huko Bugisu, Muhwana huko ako hapa Bungoma. Sisi watu wa moja tunafanya biashara. Elections ziwezi kuleta mavurugano kwa watu wawili. Watu wataendelea kufanya biashara, lakini elections kama zinakuwa na fujo na violence, ndio ambayo utaona mambo ya biashara itaharibika. Kwa hivyo wa leaders ya East Africa wote wenye wanaangalia hii siasa ya Uganda leo, wajue kama iko mavurugano huko Uganda, siasa zitaleta biashara iharibike. Kwa hivyo mimi naona kitu moja, after these elections, tenda naomba, mimi mtu ya amani, Warungu ananijua kutoka zamani. Nilikaa siku moja na Museveni in 22 years. We never shook hands. In 2008, for the first time, I shook his hand. Nilileta amani huko Uganda. Northern Uganda leo itapatia Museveni kura, watu wanalala mzuri, watu wanakula mzuri, biashara inaendelea. South Sudan was created. Kwa hivyo naomba kitu moja, hii kura imeibwa already. Mimi nawaambia watu
hatuwezi kuthibitisha hilo ndugu Matanga, lakini pengine
wacha niseme namna hivi.
Ndio
kura inakuwa determined sababu iko wajeshi ndio wako wengi kushinda wale wanapiga kura huko Kampala.
Labda tuondokane na mazungumzo ya aina hiyo katika runinga ya kitaifa, lakini pamoja na hayo, Warungu ulikuwa na jambo unaongezea.
Nilikuwa kuchangia kidogo kwamba unapozungumzia kuhusu athari, iwapo kwa bahati mbaya mambo yatakwenda mrama, machafuko, ghasia zitasababisha pengine machafuko nchini Uganda, kutakuwa na athari kubwa, kwa sababu tukumbuke kwamba kati ya nchi ambazo duniani zina wakimbizi wengi, ambazo zimewapa makao wakimbizi wengi, ni nchi ya Uganda. Wakimbizi kutoka Sudan Kusini na nchi majirani. Na tukupa mfano moja tu ambao unanigusa mimi binafsi, na jirani yangu ambaye yeye ni kutoka Sudan Kusini, na watoto wake na familia yake wako Uganda. Lakini siku za jamani, tunaomba usalama kwa sababu watoto wangu sijui watakwenda wapi iwapo kutatokea na machafuko. Kwa hivyo kama nilivyotaja awali ni kwamba wakati wa machafuko ya miaka ya 18 Waganda wengi walikimbilia nchi jirani, hasa Kenya. Mimi mwenyewe mwalimu wangu mmoja nilipokuwa shule ya msingi alikuwa ni Mganda. Kwa hivyo machafuko au ghasia zozote yatatuathiri kwa sehemu kubwa.
Bila shaka ndio Alutalala, naona mdomo unakucheza cheza.
Mimi hoja anayosema kakangu hapa ni kweli, lakini ambalo naweza kuongezea ni mfano. Kwa sababu sisi ni majirani, na alivyosema kakangu Daktari Matanga ni ukweli kwamba sisi ni wamoja. Iwapo chaguzi za Uganda zitafanyika kwa njia ambayo si sawa kulingana na misingi ya kidemokrasia na mfano wa kuenziwa, shida ni kwamba mataifa jirani yatakuwa ni yenye kuenzi. Sisi kichwa chetu chetiwa maji, mwaka ujao tuenda hapo. Ikiwa jirani atakuwa ni mwenye kufanya mambo yasiyo sawa, basi jirani usema walifanya hivyo Uganda, sembuso wa Kenya. Na Afrika kwa jumla, mifano ya kuwa ni wenye kutekeleza demokrasia imekuwa ni yenye kurudi chini. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba tu kwamba kaka zetu, dada zetu Waganda wasimame kidete, wapige kura kwa amani, fujo haitaweza. Mwisho, umoja wa Afrika ya Mashariki kwa ujumla utaendelezwa kwa kuwa na heshima ya usimamizi mzuri wa kisiasa, lakini zaidi ya hayo, wale viongozi watakaochaguliwa wawe ni viongozi wanaojua kwamba Afrika ikiungana tunakuwa na faida zaidi kuliko kuwa tumebaki katika vijisehemu vyetu vidogo vidogo, Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi na Rwanda. Maoni yangu. Asante
sana. Nitarudi tu kwako Daktari Matsanga, manake umekuwa kwa katika mstari wa mbele katika kambi ya upinzani kujaribu kuleta mageuzi, lakini wapo wale ambao watasema upinzani wako pamoja na wale wengine ambao mmekuwa mkishirikiana kwa muda mrefu, akina Besigye na wengine, unatokana na nyinyi kunyimwa nafasi katika meza kuu ya uongozi Uganda.
It is hiyo ya haki, lakini nataka kusema kitu moja juu ya mavurugano. Leo kwa village yangu uko Mbale, niko na Wakenya 27 bado wako, tunawapatia land, tumewapatia pale ya kujenga nyumba zao, wanafanya M-Pesa. Wale walitoka Kenya makati ya mavurugano ya 2007 2008, they are there in my village. I have Karanja, I have everybody, they are there. Wengine ndio wananipatia mama yangu M-Pesa. Wacha niseme mavurugano si nzuri. Kwa hivyo mimi nimeshaambia wenzi yangu wote. Siwezi kukuambia wangapi, tuko wengi. Tena sisi bado zungumiza wenyewe. Sisi wenyewe bado anza kuzungumiza. Tutaanza kuzungumiza kama hii kura imeisha. Tunataka tupate amani. Tunataka mpige kura na amani. Kama Uganda inapiga kura na amani, to present our case. Tutapresent our case already. Nataka kuambia Besigye, Chegulanyi, meshapigia wasimu. Wajue muko na 1 point amani kwa international scene. Tuko wengi. Tunangojea matokeo. Tumeshaambia European Union. Tumeshaambia Britain. Iko mambo hapo. Ika kasoro. Wewe utaki mimi kusema ya haki hapa. Lakini iko kasoro. Tunaona kasoro kabisa. Nyerere alisema kama unaona kasoro, usiseme hakuna kasoro. Iko kasoro hapa. Wengine hawa hawezi kukaa kwa meza moja. Wale analaiki Kenya. Mimi nataka kusema kitu moja hapa kwa television ya Kenya. Raila Amolo Odinga amesha saidia Kenya sana kwa kitu moja. Anaunganisha wale wapinzani wa siasa, anawaunganisha, wanakuwa pamoja. Wanatafuta kura pamoja. Sisi kwetu Daktari Muhwana na Warungu, kila mtu anataka kiti ya kuingia State House. Kila mtu, ndio hiyo kitu inaharibu siasa ya opposition ya Uganda.
Lakini si Uganda peke yake. Daktari Matanga, sio Uganda peke yake. Tumeshuhudia hayo katika mataifa mengi sana Afrika. Kenya ikiwa mojawapo, manake katika kipindi cha nyuma tumekuwa na
Kenya tuseme ya wazi, Raila Odinga ameshaunga opposition mara mbili. 2007, 2013 and 2017, mara tatu. Anausema mkuje pamoja. Tukue na msimamo moja. Tupate kura kwetu. Tena nataka kuambia watoto wangu wale. Ule mtoto wangu Chagulanyi. Na ule mtoto wangu Besigye. Sababu Besigye na mimi namshinda miaka. Besigye alikuwa anafanya kazi na Museveni. Mimi nimwambia huko utatoka na mbio. Alikataa. Warungu alikuwako kwa studio ya KBC ya BBC. Niwaambianga utakimbia kabisa. We issue warrants of arrest kwa watu na issue warrants kwa sisi, lakini utakimbia. Sasa ndio hiyo. Lakini nataka kuambia leo kama wanamaliza kura hii na amani, kesho wakae chini wa present one voice that kura ilifanywa namna hivi, Electoral Commission ilifanya namna hivi, alafu tubebe kura hiyo petition mzuri tuende naye kwa Supreme Court. Leo 85% kama ilikuwa hakuna corona, nataka kuambia ya haki, kama ilikuwa hakuna corona leo, for the first time mjamaa huyu anapata opposition strong kutoka kwa mtoto ule.
Asante sana.
anapata strong opposition sababu area ya mtoto huyu iko na wapiga kura milioni 9. Milioni 9.
Asante sana.
Kwa hivyo
ndio daktari,
unaona majeshi inakuja Warungu na Mkwana. Majeshi inakuja wanaweka majeshi Wakiso, Kampala, Mpigi, Uwapi, Ijinja.
Kuna wakati mwingi tunapozungumzia pengine mchakato safi wa kupigia kura na hadi mwisho wa siku watu wanapata matokeo ambayo yanaakisi yale matakwa ya wananchi. Katika taifa lolote lile inategemea taasisi zinazosimamia ule mchakato wa uchaguzi. Wewe ukiwa mmoja kati ya wanaharakati ambao wamekuwa katika shughuli za kujaribu kuleta mageuzi nchini Uganda, una imani na taasisi za sasa zinazosimamia uchaguzi?
Hakuna. Huyu mjamaa is like a kivitu. Huyu mjamaa Dr. Jaji Byabukama is like the man of 2007. Wanapiga wapigana wanapiga wale leaders ya opposition, wanawapiga mchana namna hivi. Hawezi kufanya decision. President Museveni anaenda na anasimamisha group kubwa. Anazungumza nao. Hawezi kufanya decision.
Asante.
Alienda alienda kuleta kura, bado mwambia watu ya opposition kura alipiga kura ngapi, aliprint, how many did he print?
Kwa hiyo unachosema ni kwamba wazi na uwajibikaji unakosekana katika ule usimamizi wa uchaguzi. Labda Warungu, tukija kwako, manake hili ni tatizo ambalo limeshuhudiwa katika mataifa mengi ya Afrika. Swala la wazi na uwajibikaji katika mchakato wa kuandaa uchaguzi, wa kuwashirikisha wale wote ambao wanashiriki katika chaguzi hizo, na mwisho wa siku kupatikana kwa matokeo ambayo yanaakisi matakwa ya wapiga kura, matakwa ya wananchi wa taifa ambalo linahusika katika uchaguzi huo. Unadhani huo udhaifu na unaonekana sana hata katika mataifa sana katika mataifa ya Afrika, ingawa katika taifa la Marekani ambalo linajivunia kuwa na demokrasia kongwe tumeanza kushuhudia hali fulani ya kuyumbayumba kisiasa katika demokrasia yao, lakini katika mataifa yetu ya Afrika, hasa hapa Afrika Mashariki, unadhani hili donda sugu tutalipona vipi?
Salim, ni tatizo kwamba dola na vyombo vya dola bado kwa sehemu kubwa vina ushawishi kwa taasisi hizi. Kwa mfano taasisi ambazo zinasimamia uchaguzi, vyombo vya usalama, na mfano mmoja ni tumemwona hapa Rais Museveni akienda kufanya kampeni na pengine kuzindua miradi fulani kinyume na taratibu ambazo zipo, hata taratibu ambazo ni za kuzuia ugonjwa wa corona kuenea. Kwa hivyo hadi pale ambapo tutakuwa na taasisi, na taasisi ni moja ni kwamba sheria iweze kufuatwa. Pili ni kwamba tume ambayo inasimamia uchaguzi iwe ni tume huru ambayo haiegemei huku wala kule, haitishwi. Nadhani inakuwa ni kitu ambacho bado kidogo kinatuletea tatizo. Sasa Uganda nahisi kwa sasa hivi ipo kwenye mtihani moja ambao ni mtihani mgumu sana, kuangalia kwamba tume hii ambayo imekuwa ikisimamia uchaguzi kwa muda mrefu, je, safari hii bila shaka kwa mfano kutatokea kesi, kuna mtu ambaye atakata kesi ambayo itakwenda kabisa mpaka kwenye koti ama mahakama kuu, mahakama ya kilele. Je, watakuwa na uwezo wa kutoa uamuzi ambao unazingatia haki na wala sio ushawishi wa pengine wa viongozi ambao wako hapo? Bado tuko mbali. Kenya ilitoa mfano kwamba kuna uwezo kwamba jaji akasimama imara, akasimama kidete, akasema kwamba mimi nitasimama upande wa haki na nitasimama upande wa kile ambacho matakwa ya wananchi na taifa kwa jumla. Kwa hivyo tunazidi kupiga hatua. Hatuko pale ambapo tulikokuwa. Tuliona matumizi ya nguvu kwa mfano katika uchaguzi wa Tanzania, vituko ambavyo vilitokea katika visiwa vya Zanzibar. Kwa hivyo bado hatujafika huko ambako tunataka kuelekea. Na kwa hivyo ndio tunaangalia kwa makini Uganda na sisi tujifunze kutoka kwa wao.
Bila shaka, asante sana. Umezungumzia kitu hapo Daktari Mkwana, kwamba kuna hili swala la mataifa kuiga. Manake tumeona yanayojiri nchini Tanzania, tumeona uchaguzi ulivyokuwa, wapinzani walivyoswekwa, tunaona yanaendelea katika taifa jirani la Uganda. Kenya kidogo ukiangalia misingi yetu ya demokrasia imepanuka, mawanda yale demokrasia, wigo wa demokrasia umepanuka katika miaka, tuseme miaka 10 au zaidi hapo kidogo, tangu baada ya katiba mpya kupitishwa mwaka 2010. Unadhani kuna uwezekano wote wa sisi kupiga hatua nyuma kidemokrasia kwa sababu ya kuiga mfano wa majirani zetu?
Asante kaka, si kwa kuiga tu, ni kwa ajili ya tabia zetu mbovu ambazo mara nyingi huwa ziko chini na muda si muda na kithiri. Nashukuru kaka Warungu hapa anapotoa mfano wa kura ambazo zilibatilishwa na Mheshimiwa Maraga. Ukweli ni kwamba wanavyosema wazungu kwamba the road to perfection is always under construction. Kwamba kuwa ni wenye ukamilifu kwa lolote lile maishani, iwe katika taifa, iwe lolote lile, lazima muwe ni wenye kujitolea kila mara na kuwa macho. Pia ikasemekana kwamba the price of democracy is eternal vigilance. Kwamba ili muwe na demokrasia ya haki na ukweli, sharti muwe ni wenye kukaa macho, kukesha macho kila wakati. Kwa maoni yangu, Uganda imo katika njia panda. Ya leo ama ya jana, yapi yashinde? Mheshimiwa Museveni alipochukua uongozi alilete uthabiti. Lakini lazima naye aamue kwamba achukue mfano wa waanzilishi wa mataifa mengine. Kwa mfano George Washington alikuwa na nafasi, ile Marekani alikuwa na nafasi ya kuendelea na kusema kwamba mimi ndiye nilikuwa mwanzilishi. Je, ikiwa umekuwa na tajriba, ushujaa na nguvu ya kuingia msituni na kupigana, mwenyewe alisema siku moja kwamba mimi sitowacha hapa kwa sababu hawa wanaoniambia mambo ya demokrasia. Nilipoambia twende msituni tukapigania haki ya Uganda, wengine walisema mimi nishaoa, mama bado ni mchanga, sitoacha bibi, sitoacha watoto. Kwa hivyo ikiwa wewe ndiye ambaye umeleta mabadiliko, mwisho wake ni upi? Utakaa pale mpaka Mwenyezi Mungu akuchukue? Utakaa pale mpaka utimuliwe kwa nguvu, ile amani ulioleta iwe tena imekuwa ni yenye kuharibika? Ni wapi utakapofikisha mwisho? Pili, Afrika mara nyingi nimejiuliza, je, hii nadharia na falsafa ya demokrasia ni nadharia geni ambayo sisi katika chembe zetu za damu almaarufu DNA hatuna? Na nikikumbuka viongozi wa zamani wa Afrika, mfano na Bongo Mume wa Uganda, mamangu akinikumbusha kwamba hakukuwa na demokrasia pale. Ukienda kumuona unataka jambo fulani, kwanza ulishika jembe ukalime umalize sehemu fulani ndipo umzungumzie. Kwa hivyo demokrasia ni nadharia ambayo ina umuhimu wake, lakini Afrika tunakuwa ni wenye kubeza na kudharau. Umetoa mfano wa Marekani. Ni kweli kwamba awamu hii ya Mheshimiwa Trump imeonyesha hali tofauti ya Marekani, lakini angalia namna ambavyo viongozi wa huko wa Democratic na pia wachache wa Republic wanavyopigana, wakisema kwamba demokrasia yetu ya miaka 200, karne 200 hatutoitupa kwa sababu ya mtu mmoja, na wako tayari kumtimua mamlakani japo wanaelekea kutoka, lakini wanataka kwamba wampige teke la mgongo wa nyuma ili hata asiwahi kuwa ni mwenye kuwania tena. Kwa hivyo barabara ya kuwa sisi ni wakamilifu kidemokrasia ni barabara ambayo haitokamilika, lakini barabara ambayo lazima tuitembelee na tuwe na kuwa wenye macho kila wakati. Kwa maoni yangu.
Barabara kabisa. Mpenzi mtazamaji, zimekatika dakika 5 baada ya kutimu saa 4 asubuhi saa za Afrika Mashariki, na kama ndio unafungulia runinga yako na kujiunga nasi, basi unatazama matangazo mubashara kabisa kwa mnasaba wa uchaguzi mkuu wa nchini Uganda ambao unafanyika leo kumchagua rais pamoja na wabunge wasiopungua 529. Kumbuka kinyang'anyiro cha urais kimewavutia wagombea 11 akiwemo rais wa sasa Yoweri Kaguta Museveni ambaye anatafuta muhula wa 6. Kadhalika katika wagombea hao 11 yupo mwanamke mmoja, lakini vile vile mshindani wa karibu kabisa wa rais Museveni ni Robert Kyagulanyi aka Bobi Wine. Na tunaangalia tu katika baadhi ya yale ambayo yanajitokeza katika mitandao ya kijamii. Bobi Wine katika muda wa saa 10 zilizopita amekuwa kilalamikia kile ambacho anataja kwa ni aina fulani ya ukandamizaji. Katika tweet yake ya mwisho kabisa, Bobi Wine hapa anasema conspiracy by the dictator and his biased electoral commission is a new phase. A plot to rig is set. Internet is completely shut down and media is censored. However, the people of Uganda are firm and nothing will stop them from ending his oppression. Nimeangalia katika ukurasa wa Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, naona hakuna tweet yoyote tangu lini hiyo? Tangu Januari 12. Kwa hiyo hakuna kipya zaidi katika ukurasa huo, lakini wananchi wengi wa Kenya na Uganda vile vile wanaendelea kufuatilia uchaguzi huu, lakini vile vile wananchi katika eneo pana la Afrika Mashariki. Hapa studioni naendelea kuzungumza na Lutalala Mkhwana ambaye ni wakili mtajika, vile vile nazungumza na bosi wangu na mwanahabari wa muda mrefu Joseph Warungu ambaye ndio kaimu meneja mhariri hapa NTV, na kadhalika kupitia njia ya Zoom tunazungumza naye Daktari David Matanga, mwanaharakati wa muda mrefu wa siasa za Uganda ambaye anazungumza na sisi moja kwa moja kutoka hapa jijini Nairobi. Anasema mambo yakitengenea kama anavyotarajia, basi atarudi nyumbani na kuchukua nafasi yake katika meza ya wakuu ya uongozi wa taifa hilo. Ama nimedanganya daktari?
Niko tayari kabisa, ndio Mungu ananiweka hapa. Mwana anajua area yangu iko na voters 400,000. Kwangu hakuna mtu ana vote differently. Mtu ya pili, vice chairman ya Chagulanyi is Matanga, part 2 is my cousin. Ndio naona watu wajue leo sisi tunaamua. Sisi kama umepata madaraka namna Daktari Mkhwana anasema, wachia watu, wachia nafasi. Fanya, Shakespeare said, the world is a stage, you come play and go. Lakini mjamaa kutoka 86, kutoka 81, mtu moja tu, tunapigana bunduki huko Kuwelo. Mkhwana, mimi wewe unaniona unafikiri miko civilian. I'm not a civilian. I'm a well-trained officer. I learned how to have a gun in 1978. Na ranka yangu niko nayo, lakini sisteme hiyo mengi. Kutoka 81 fika leo, mjamaa anaambia watu atatoka. Je, hata watoto wako wenyewe wenye ulizaa, Mazanga hako na watoto 8 kutoka mwaka 41 mpaka miaka 22. Wengine wako wanasimama sasa, wanataka wako na Chagulanyi. Sasa wewe ukatalie huko, umefanya vitu, iko vitu mzuri ambao umefanya. Jamani, wacha niseme ya haki. I am not a person who will say hakuna kitu mzuri Museveni amefanya. Sababu kama unaenda Ulaya huko, Warungu anajua discipline. You go to 10 Downing Street, which I go every time. He knows. I can't start by telling Prime Minister Tony Blair there is nothing Museveni has done. No, itakuwa mbaya sana. There are good things he has done. Iko bitu alifanya, especially on Somalia. Kupiga hawa watu. Hao ni mimi na mimi. Kupiga kabisa. Kama mlikuwa mnimwachia, alikuwa anawapiga mpaka jana. Hiyo ilikuwa mzuri. Lakini sasa defense, security amefanya mzuri. Alikuwa hakuna huko Uganda unaiba kitu ya mtu unakimbia nayo. Hata mama wangu hako na miaka 90, 90 today. She has never voted anybody except Obote and UPC. Lakini leo nakwambia mambo imegeuka. Aliniambia jana, wewe hii ndio maneno. Siwezi kuambia hapa waende wampige kule.
Asante sana.
Mambo kama unafika Afrika, kama unafanya vitu mzuri, waachie watu nafasi. Mimi sitaki kuingilia sasa mambo kama Chagulanyi alikuja anasema mimi nataka kucheza boro na mtu hiyo. Wacha wacheze.
Asante.
Leo wamecheza sana.
Asante. Sasa bwana wakili Mkhwana, wakili, labda pengine kuna kitu ambacho nukta muhimu sana ambacho anakigusia hapo Daktari Matanga. Kwa nini tunaona mataifa mengi, ukiangalia Uganda mwaka 2005 bunge liliondoa kile kipengele ambacho kinaweka kikomo kwa mihula ya rais. Tunaona hilo lilifanyika vile vile katika taifa la Rwanda, wakabadilisha mihula ya rais na mambo kama hayo. Mataifa mengi yameelekea katika mkondo huu. Kulikuwepo na mazungumzo hayo hapa nchini, lakini kutokana na pengine sisi kama taifa tumepiga hatua kubwa sana kidemokrasia, hilo likawa linaonekana kama haliwezekani sana, pengine wananchi hawawezi kubali. Huwa ni tamaa ya madaraka au ni kuwa na ule utashi wa kuhakikisha kwamba mataifa yetu yanaendelea kubakia kuwa thabiti kisiasa na kiuchumi? Nashindwa kuelewa.
Ni Uafrika. Uafrika. Na Uafrika uko na historia. Kenya kwa mfano, mwaka 1263 tunapopata uhuru, mashamba yamechukuliwa na wakoloni, umaskini umekithiri, jamii ya Wakikuyu iliyokuwa inaishi karibu na Nairobi imesukumwa katika zile ambazo zilikuwa zinaitwa reserves. Mkoloni keshaenda, Waafrika kuna nafasi nzuri sasa ya kurejesha ile heshima, utu wa Mkenya. Alifanya nini Mwafrika? Aliendeleza yale yaliyokuwa yanaendelezwa na mkoloni. Mashamba kayachukua wao na marafiki zao, umaskini ukakithiri. Na wakajua kwamba ili waweze kuwa ni wenye kuendeleza yanayotakiwa, lazima wadumishe umaskini, ufukara, uchochole wa Mkenya. Maana maskini hana chaguo kakangu, fukara hana chaguo. Sasa tangia mwaka 63 hadi leo, mabadiliko ya kisiasa ambayo yamekuwa yakifanyika, si chini ya mzee Kenyatta, si chini ya mzee Moi, si chini ya mzee Kibaki, hata Uhuru Kenyatta kwa leo, ni mabadiliko ambayo yanaletwa na wao wanavyotaka. Na ni kwa nini inakuwa wanafanya hivyo? Kwa sababu raia wamekuwa ni wenye kutelekezwa, ni maskini. Hivyo mkubwa akija, sasa Afrika tumefunzwa kwamba Mwafrika hanyoshewi kidole. Mkubwa kiongozi hanyoshewi kidole. Lakini wenzetu wazungu wanafanyaje? Kwa sababu ni watu ambao hali yao ya uchumi ni tofauti, hali yao ya kijamii ni tofauti. Huwezi kuwatendea yale tunayotendewa sisi Waafrika wakakubali. Kwa hivyo chembe ya Mwafrika ni chembe ya kunyanyasa wenzao. Na hata wale ambao wana chembe nzuri ya kusaidia na kufanikisha nchi kama Mheshimiwa Kagame wa Rwanda, bado ile chembe ya kwamba hamna demokrasia ingalipo. Kwa hivyo mimi kwa maoni yangu ni mwanzo uliowekwa na mababu zetu walioanzisha baada ya ukoloni, na wameweka umaskini kama silaha kubwa. Na ndio maana unaona kwamba hata katika kura kwa mfano, kura ya haki na ukweli haijulikani leo Uganda. Kura ya haki na ukweli inajulikana pale wanapotangaza kwamba uchaguzi utakuwa siku fulani. Ni barabara gani wapinzani na Mheshimiwa Museveni wamefuata? Tume ya uchaguzi imekuwa ni yenye kupendelea ama si ya kupendelea? Dola za serikali, asasi za serikali zimekuwa ni zenye kupendelea au kupendelea? Kwa hivyo ambayo utayaona leo ni matokeo ya safari mrefu. Mbona mitandao ya jamii imefungwa? Jana nikimuona anayesimamia uchaguzi Uganda anasema simu hazitokubaliwa katika maeneo ya kura. Mbona Marekani wamezuiliwa kuwa ni wenye kutazama uchaguzi? Kwa hivyo ulichopika vibaya babangu ndicho utakachopakua. Ambacho Waganda wanapakuliwa leo hakijapikwa leo. Na ikiwa wakilipikwa vibaya babangu utapata kibaya leo. Ndio maana Daktari Matanga anasema kwamba fima faima wataenda mpaka kotini. Ni kama shanusia tayari kwamba chakula hakikuwa sawa.
Na hizi hata kabla ya kuchangia hapa, nataka tuangalie hii tweet na pengine ituongoze mazungumzo yetu. Rais Yoweri Kaguta Museveni akizungumza, nafikiri ilikuwa ni lini, siku mbili kabla ya uchaguzi, anasema tupo katika kipindi cha lala salama kwa ajili ya uchaguzi. Anasema kwamba I urge all NRM online supporters to get ready to vote. We shall put shame all those who are unhappy with Uganda's progress and therefore think they can use this election to set us back. Kuna hiyo nadharia, kuna hiyo dhana ambayo huwa inatokea kila wakati kwamba kunapotokea ushindani mkali, vigogo wa kisiasa wanapotikiswa kwa ajili ya ushindani wa kisiasa, wanahisi kwamba mataifa ya magharibi na wageni kutoka nje wanaingilia chaguzi zao kwa ajili ya kuchochea mageuzi. Kwa nini Warungu?
Mimi nahisi niunganishe na jibu ambalo nataka kuchangia kuongeza hicho ambacho profesa amekizungumzia cha kwa nini hao hataki kuondoka madarakani. Sababu moja ni kwamba kuna wasiwasi kwamba atakayerithi madaraka ama kiti hiki changu atanihifadhi au ataniandama ataandama mali ambayo nimejirundikia nilipokuwa madarakani. Hiyo moja. Halafu wazo la pili ni kwamba hamna mwingine kama mimi ambaye niwaletea uhuru huu, niwaletea maendeleo haya. Simwamini kiongozi mwingine yote, hata vizazi vingapi vijazo ambazo ataweza kufanya hicho ambacho nimekifanya mimi. Lakini sasa kwa pande pili mimi nahisi kwamba kuna matumaini kutoka nchi ya Kenya na kutoka nchi ya Tanzania. Tanzania ukiangalia tangu uhuru wamekuwa na marais 5. Alikuwa Rais Nyerere, alikuwepo Rais Mwinyi, amekuwepo Rais Mkapa, alikuwepo Kikwete na mwisho kabisa tuna Magufuli. Kenya vile vile tulikuwa na Jomo Kenyatta, tumekuwa na Moi, tumekuwa na Kibaki, marais 4 na Uhuru Kenyatta. Kwa hivyo kuna matumaini kwamba ikiwa nchi mbili za Afrika Mashariki zimetoa mfano huo, pengine Uganda ikitokea nafasi, kwa sababu Uganda wana pengo la miaka 35 hawajamuona kiongozi mwingine yote isipokuwa Rais Museveni. Kwa hivyo mbinu, sasa nikirejea swali lako Sally, ni kwamba hizi ni baadhi ya mbinu mojawapo za kujaribu kubakia pale madarakani, kubakia Ikulu, ni kwanza kutafuta visingizio kwamba jamani, unaona sasa wageni wameanza kuingilia. Sasa katika uchaguzi uliopita kulikuwa na Waganda milioni 3 ambao walipiga kura kuunga mkono mpinzani. Wakati walikuwa ni Kizza Besigye, ukilinganisha na kura milioni 5 za Rais Museveni. Sasa wale wote ni wageni jamani, ni watu ambao vichwa vyao vimefunguliwa, wakayuko fikra ambazo kidogo ni za kigeni. Ni Waganda Marekani au Marekani wametuma sijui majasusi wao na nini kuhakikisha kwamba hapana,
Black American.
Ni tofauti kabisa. Ni kwamba ni wasiwasi kwamba unaangalia kwamba unasema kwamba jamani sasa, na akiona kama hatoshi anasema jamani, kuna kijana wangu hapa mmoja ambaye kidogo nimekuwa nikimemlea, nimemtunza, nimempa kidogo uwezo, na mkimpa nafasi hicho ambacho nimewapeni atakiendeleza na atakikuza na kitakuwa ni bora zaidi. Nadhani hilo ndio tatizo letu sisi kama Waafrika, kama alivyosema profesa.
Wacha niangalie tu kwa haraka vyombo vya habari vya nchini Uganda, hasa magazeti yanaakisi vipi shughuli nzima uchaguzi. Tukiangalia Daily Monitor hapa wana kichwa kikuu cha habari katika ukurasa wao wa mtandao, Ugandans sema I will reject results if elections is rigged. Na Yoweri Kaguta Museveni anasema if I lose fairly I will go. Dr. Masanga, unaamini kwamba kama Mheshimiwa Rais Museveni akipoteza nafasi yake hiyo ataondoka madarakani?
Wacha nikuambie wa jamaa, mimi najua mtu hii kutoka 78. Nawaambie inamjua sana. Unasikia anazungumza jina yangu. Mimi kitu moja nilikuwa na baki naye kupigana naye. Lakini Kibaki na watu wengine walisema kutoka mwaka 2006 wasema ceasefire. Ceasefire. Nilifanya peace kwa tribe yetu mkwana na
kati awusimanyi bulungi kakiiko kabyokulonda bwe kagenda kubanga akakola ensonga eyo. N'ekirala nabadde nsuubira
ancestors ya Masaba itakumaliza. Kwa hivyo niliwacha mapigano. Sasa nazungumza peace. Meshapigia Ruakana Rugunda. Meshapigia yesi. Well recorded. Namwambia Ruakana Rugunda, mtu amebaki huko peke yake, mwenye anapenda amani. Muache kupiga watoto hii. Muache kupiga watoto hii. Muache kuua watu. Muache kuleta vikosi ile mnaita Butcher of Mogadishu. Kufanya nini Kampala? Kufanya nini? Mnataka Waganda. Unajua mkwana na Warungu, wacha niwaambie nyinyi. Sisi Waganda tuko na kitu moja. Tuzungumize sana. I think kwa Waganda wenye wanazungumiza sana Masai. Sababu niko na roho ile inapenda amani. Iko wengine wanasema kama unafanya hivyo, wacha nirudi. Kama mko kwa baa mnakunya, tembea utoke.
Ndio.
Tuko na hiyo dasturi. Kwa hivyo President Museveni alikuja, alipata ile msingi ya legacy the previous government, amefanya improvement, corruption inamumaliza. Corruption ya Uganda iko centered. Nyenye corruption ya Kenya iko spread. Yetu iko central, corrupt is centered Kama unataka kununua gari mpya ya milioni 500 lazima ujue nani na nani na nani kwa pande moja. Lakini yenyu kila mtu ako na nyumba ya kubwa nini na nini. It's spread everywhere in East Africa. Corruption is spread. But kwetu is centralized. Wacha nikwambie. Kwa hao watu wote, unaona Bob Wine leo itampigia simu baadaye. Sitaki hiyo maneno ya kuzungumiza if this is this I will do this. Awache kura watu wapige na amani. Ndio tuendelee kutoka hapo. Huyu leo tutakimbia na yeye. Awache asizungumze namna hiyo. Kitu ya pili, nataka kuambia kitu ya mwisho ya vita. Vita gani utapika kura kama electoral commission is appointed by the same man? Leo kama tunasema electoral commission ya Uganda iko na mtu mmoja peke yake. Wengine walifukuza kazi. Walifukuza hawa. President Museveni sacked all of them. There is only one man left there with a hand-picked spokesman who does not know what he speaks about.
Asante. Labda
muombea Waganda leo Warungu na Mkwana muombea Waganda wapige kura.
Asante.
Lakini yes.
Ndio, asante.
Lakini kusema kama anashindwa kura atarudi nyumbani. Ameshasema hiyo miaka mingi. Hata Warungu wako hapa witness. Mimi kwa miaka yangu siwezi kuzungumza maneno ya wrong lies. Warungu umesha interview this guy over 4 times. Anatuambia kama anashindwa atarudi nyumbani. Alirudi dini. Alikuja na ng'ombe tano.
Warungu katika mahojiano yako ya mwisho, katika mahojiano yako ya mwisho na Rais Museveni, pengine kuhusiana na yeye kuachia ngazi, yalijitokeza labda?
Ni kitu ambacho tulizungumza nikiwa nyumbani kwake, na alikuwa wazi kwamba mimi nikishindwa kura ambayo iko wazi nitaondoka, na akasema kwamba sina ng'ombe wangu na mambo mengine yangu ya kufanya, lakini kwa sababu anajua sasa amekuwa, nadhani anachosema daktari ni kweli kwamba hata sasa amesema kwamba mimi nikishindwa nitaondoka. Lakini bana tutasubiri.
Tutasubiri. Daktari Mukhwana, labda kwa maneno mafupi sana, manake inavyoonekana ni kwamba taasisi zetu anavyozungumzia kule Daktari Matsanga ni kwamba tume ya uchaguzi katika hali ambayo inaendesha shughuli ambayo ni nzito na yenye athari kubwa katika mustakabali wa taifa inakuwa ina watu wachache. Hapa nchini Kenya tunajua tume yetu ina makamishna wachache, 3, wengine wameshaondoka na wengine hata wameteuliwa kwa mabalozi na mambo kama hayo, katika kipindi ambacho pia tunaingia katika muhula mwingine wa tarehe au kalenda ya kihistoria ya kisiasa humo nchini. Sheria ndiyo hatuna kama mataifa ya Afrika Mashariki ya kushajiisha na kuimarisha zaidi taasisi zetu, au nini haso? Wapi tunaangukia pua kama mataifa ya Afrika Mashariki?
Asante. Tumeliguzia mwanzo tuliposema kwamba chembe zetu, DNA yetu iko na shida, na kakangu hapa pia akasema kwamba ni ile dhana kwamba ni mimi tu, hakuna mwingine anayeweza, kama si mimi ni mtoto wangu, mjukuu wangu na kadhalika. Lakini unasema jambo la muhimu sana kakangu, unaposema taasisi zinazohusika na masuala ya kura. Kwa mfano pale daktari amenishtua kidogo anaposema kwamba taasisi inayohusika na uchaguzi nchini Uganda wote walikuwa walitimuliwa, na ambaye amebaki ni mwenyekiti ambaye ameandikwa kazi na mmoja wa shindani katika zile kura anazosimamia. Kwa kweli huwezi kuwa kwamba umempa fisi chaguo la kuamua nani atakayekuwa pale katika kinyang'anyiro chenu kisha useme kwamba mwingine atapata simile. Hawezi pata simile. Pili, ukienda katika mataifa ya Ulaya, Marekani kwa mfano, japo tumeona hizi siku za juzi tabia ambayo si ya kawaida ya Marekani kujitokeza, lakini umeona kwamba kuna taasisi ambazo msingi wake ni kwamba zinajikita katika misingi ya kisheria na zibanduki. Kwa mfano, wakati Mheshimiwa Donald Trump alikuwa hampi Mheshimiwa Biden habari za ujasusi na masuala mengine, ilisemekana kwamba hiyo siku ikiwadia, tarehe 20 nafikiri ikiwadia, huyu bwana apenda asipende atawekwa kando na huyu aingizwe. Kwa nini? Ingelikuwa Afrika ni kwamba yule ashasema sitoki basi hatoki. Kwa hivyo taasisi ni muhimu sana. Na ndio maana kwa mfano katika BBI juzi mapendekezo ambayo wengine wetu tulipinga, ambapo walikuwa wamesema kwamba vyama vikubwa viwili vio ndivyo venye kuteua makamishna wa IEBC. Tukasema ni makosa, ni madhila haya, ni haramu, ni haramu. Na tashukuru kwamba Mheshimiwa Kenyatta alikubali akabadilishwa. Kwa hivyo taasisi ndi msingi wa usimamizi mzuri wa taifa. Bila taasisi zenye kujikita kisheria na zenye maadili, hatubanduki katika hili lindi la matatizo na malalamiko kila kukicha.
Asante sana. Bila shaka mpenzi mtazamaji, jukwaa hili vile vile ni jukwaa lako. Unaweza kuzungumza na sisi, tutumie ujumbe wako kupitia mitandao yetu yote ya kijamii @NTV Kenya, tumia #UgandaDecides. Tutakuwa tunaangalia baadhi tu ya kauli zako. Vile vile baadaye kidogo tutafungua line zetu za simu kusikia tu unasemaje, matarajio yako kuhusiana na uchaguzi unaoendelea nchini Uganda. Pengine unadhani athari ya uchaguzi huo hapa nchini Kenya, Kenya ijifunze nini kutokana na kile kinachoendelea Uganda, na vile vile Waganda wajifunze nini kutokana na chaguzi zetu ambazo zimepita na chaguzi ambazo zimefanyika katika mataifa mengine ya Afrika Mashariki. Tunaendelea kuletea matangazo haya moja kwa moja kutoka hapa, na picha ambazo umekuwa ukiziona katika upande wako wa kulia wa runinga yako ni picha za mubashara kabisa kutoka nchini Uganda kwa niaba au kwa hisani ya stesheni dada ya NTV Uganda. Tunaendelea kufuatilia kwa karibu, tunakuletea uchambuzi, ripoti pamoja na mahojiano ya kina, kila nukta, kila pembe Uganda, kwa ajili ya kukuelewesha yale yanayojiri katika nchi hiyo na athari yake kwa maisha yako kila siku kama Mkenya. Manake utakumbuka Uganda imepakana na Kenya kwa upande wa magharibi, hivyo basi kuna muamala na uhusiano wa karibu kabisa wa mataifa hayo mawili ambayo ni ya Afrika Mashariki. Warungu, kwa haraka, tunajua kumekuwa na mazungumzo ya muda mrefu katika miaka ya huko nyuma kwamba tuwe na aina fulani ya serikali moja ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, kuwe na aina fulani ya sarafu moja ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Tunapoona demokrasia katika mataifa yetu inazidi kuyumba siku baada ya siku, bado dhana hiyo ipo hai? Na kama ipo hai, inatarajiwa kuleta mabadiliko yoyote au hali ikoje?
Mimi nadhani haijafa. Tatizo ni lile lile tu kwamba mkiunda pengine tuseme kwa mfano ni serikali ama kiongozi ambaye kwa jumla atakuwa ni anasimamia jumuiya ya kimataifa ama nchi hizi, nani atakayechukua kiti hicho? Unajua pia kuna ule ugomvi, kuna mvutano pale. Kwa hivyo kuna nia kwamba kwa mfano mambo mengi kuna mambo mengi tu ambayo kidogo yanatutatiza katika mahusiano yetu. Jamii moja itakuta imegawika huku upande wa Kenya na upande wa Tanzania jamii ni ile ile. Kwa hivyo kuna mambo ambayo yako pale mpakani na katika mahusiano yetu ambayo hayana maana yote kuwazuia kwa mfano watu kutoka nchi moja kuweza kufanya kazi wakiwa huru katika nchi ya pili. Kwa hivyo kuna kitu ambacho kuna manufaa ya kuwa na muundo huo tuseme wa jumuiya. Lakini sasa itaongozwa na nani? Na watu ambao nitasema kwamba ni watu ambao sio wapenzi wa Museveni. Wanasema kwamba nia yake ni kwamba akimaliza ya Uganda sasa ataka yale ya Afrika Mashariki. Kwa hivyo bado tuko katika nadhani mvutano wa aina hiyo.
Niangalie tu kwa haraka. Ndio alitalala. Endelea.
Ndio kidogo nimegutuka. Nimekumbuka aliyosema daktari. Ikiwa idadi ngapi ya masanduku ya kura yaliyo haijulikani, idadi ngapi ya kura zilizochapishwa haijulikani, wale wachunguzi wa kura wa Marekani wakubaliwi, wengine wa Uganda hawajakubaliwa, mitandao imefungwa, kweli hilo latia imani kwamba hizi kura zitakuwa zenye haki? Swali tu kwa watazamaji wetu.
Bila shaka ni swali zito hilo, na ndio uhalisia wa mambo. Ripoti zinazotufikia mpenzi mtazamaji ni kwamba mitandao yote ya kijamii imefungwa nchini Uganda, na hii inafuatia hatua ya mtandao wa Facebook kufunga baadhi ya kurasa na akaunti za maafisa waandamizi wa serikali ya Uganda kutokana na kile ambacho Facebook imesema katika taarifa yake ni utumizi mbaya wa mitandao hiyo. Kwa kujibu mapigo, serikali imefunga mitandao mingine yote ya kijamii na mawasiliano kutoka ndani na nje ya Uganda. Imekuwa ni matatizo makubwa. Tuangalie unasemaje katika NTV. Tumekuuliza una ujumbe gani kwa Waganda wanaposhiriki uchaguzi mkuu leo. Naona tayari watu wameshaanza kuzungumza na kuwapa ushauri wao, na huyo Alex wa Nyandarua anasema my advice to them is that they should do their role by voting independently, but I'm not sure whether the results will be fairly announced. Haya, kuna huyu hapa ambaye ni J4 anasema ushauri wangu kwa Waganda ni ya kwamba wagombea ni watatu mmoja ni Yoweri, wa pili ni Kaguta na watatu ni Museveni. Wote nawatakia kila la heri. Haya. Kuna huyu hapa ambaye ni Willas. Willas asema hata huku tulichaguana mara mbili, kwa hiyo wasichoke, bado safari ni ndefu. Wewe unasemaje? Endelea kuzungumza na sisi kupitia mitandao yetu yote ya kijamii @NTV Kenya. Zungumza na mimi vile vile moja kwa moja @Salim Swale 001 kwenye Facebook, kwenye Twitter na vile vile kwenye Instagram. Tutafungua line zetu za simu baadaye kuangalia vile vile unasemaje. Na mchango wako ni upi ndani ya matangazo haya ya moja kwa moja. Tunaye bado kwenye line ya Zoom Daktari David Matanga, mwanaharakati wa muda mrefu wa nchini Uganda na vile vile mfuatiliaji wa karibu wa siasa za nchi hiyo. Matanga, labda tu kwa haraka Wakenya wameshaanza kuwashauri Waganda. Mnaambiwa mgombea wa kwanza ni Kaguta, wa pili ni Museveni na watatu ni Yoweri. Maoni yako kwa hilo?
Wakati nilifungua programu yako uliniuliza maswali, nasema hii kitu imeisha. Wewe ulisema siseme namna hivyo. Kwa hiyo mimi najua huyu mjamaa kutoka zamani. Namba 1 ndiye yeye, namba 2 ndiye yeye, namba 3 wewe Mukhwana na Warungu. 34,000 polling stations. All polling agents of the 10 contestants are being arrested. Now, as we speak, you see, Museveni forgot that we can have short-range satellite systems that are bringing information. Asicheke na watu. Those days are gone. Our watoto this time, wakina Besigye, they were well organized. They got short-range satellite system. They are bringing information. Most of the agents are being arrested. You take your 2 agents for all these candidates. When they are being loaded in vans, taken away, it's not a lie. So you tell me, you have an electoral commission with 1 commissioner. That guy there, whose English is very funny. I don't understand him, the chairman of electoral commission. He needs a new grading. I don't know how they select judges in Uganda. But in judges, me, I have a problem with them. You teach them again. The man is only one on the committee. President Museveni sacked the entire committee and left that guy. Now you tell me how this election, this is like the committee which is here in Kenya. I don't want to come this way. Today is the day for this side. The one which is here, which is going to bring you even more chaos. You are leaving it up to the last minute. So tuko na shida. Hii kura kwanza Mukhwana alisema ya haki. Kujui walipigia wapi ballot papers. Opposition bado wenda huko kuona before they loaded. Opposition bado kuwa huko walikuwa wanajaribu kuenda kuona kama wana load kwa box. Polisi izoea hawa. Sasa wajui kura gani ndio ballot gani. So the whole thing is a mess. Unasema hakuna observers. Fine. There is one thing that I want to ask the panel. If you ask Chagulanyi, ask Museveni today, and I know Warungu is his friend, very good friend with Warungu. He'll ask him, has Museveni written a defeat letter? Has Museveni on tomorrow or Monday, will Museveni have 2 letters like this? 1 defeated, 1 winning. Will he? Africa bado tuko nyuma sana. Until we have an Africa, and I'm going to take this to your students, until we have an Africa that can write 2 letters, to go to election with 2 notes. Moja kama wananishinda, mimi mtu ya Liverpool for 43 years. I support Liverpool. 43 years Mukhwana. Kama mnatishinda, hiyo Man U, those racists. Man U, they are racist. You can't drink a beer in Manchester.
Sasa hapo daktari umenichokoza. Hapo daktari umenichokoza.
Ngoja utachokoza. There is nobody in Africa, very few people, except in South Africa, and I've seen it, South Africa, where else? Kenya, although they don't write 2 letters, they admit. Raila on number 2012 admitted, and I went to Supreme Court, he left it there. But there is nowhere in Africa, Ghana, which I thought they could write 2 letters. Mahama, the other guy is already in court. Mahama. Look, there is something which we must ask ourselves. And leo wacha niulize Professor Muhwana. Does Africa need elections modeled on the West? Does it need elections modeled on the West? Given that sasa hata West yenyewe iko very madman in the West who can even switch on a nuclear weapon. Sasa unyenye wa Afrika nyenye Muhwana wewe badili ya kuandika new fury. Join Matanga to write a new fury.
We will.
Does China have MPs? Umeona China iko na MPs? Unaonesha mimi MP anakuja hapa Nairobi yako MP ya China. But doesn't China give you money which you eat here in corruption? Yes.
Asante sana. Nadhani hiyo ni nukta nzuri sana hapo daktari. Na hata kabla sijampatia Mukhwana nafasi ya kujibu kama kweli bara la Afrika linahitaji kuwa na shughuli za uchaguzi, kwa sababu inavyoonekana na kama itakuwa sijakuelewa vibaya ni kwamba chaguzi hizi zinatumika tu kama wenzo wa kuwabakisha madarakani viongozi walioko. Wacha nikupeleke katika mpaka wa Kenya na Uganda katika eneo la Busia ambapo tunakutana na mwandishi wetu Zaccheus Mwasame, amesafiri kutoka Bungoma mpaka eneo hilo la mpakani. Zaccheus, kama yuko tunaye? Mwasame?
Kwa moja kutoka hapa katika mji wa Busia kwenye mpaka wa Kenya na Uganda, ambapo tunajaribu kuangalia hali ilivyo kule Uganda. Unajua leo ni kwamba Waganda zaidi ya milioni 18 ambao wamejiandikisha kama wapiga kura wameenda debeni kutafuta kiongozi ambaye atawaongoza kwa miaka mingine 5 ijayo. Hapa kuna wagombea zaidi ya 11 kule Uganda, lakini wale ambao kwa kifombele, wale ambao wana pepetana kwa karibu sana ni Yoweri Kaguta Museveni ambaye ni rais, amekuwepo kwa takriban miaka 35. Alafu kuna mpinzani wake karibu anaitwa kwa jina la utani Bobi Wine, lakini wengi wanamjua Chagulaji yule Sentamu ambaye ameleta upinzani mkali sana kwa rais Museveni. Kwa hiyo tumekuwa tukiangalia hali tu hapa mpakani Busia. Wafanyabiashara hapo wanasema kwamba kidogo haijaweza kuathirika vile, kwa sababu shughuli bado zinaendelea kama kawaida. Tumekuwa vile vile tukiangalia shughuli ya wale ambao wanasafirisha mizigo, bado shughuli hiyo inaendelea. Kama mpiga picha wangu Dori anaweza kupata kwamba aweze kupata zile picha za moja kwa moja, unaona kwamba malori ya mafuta na vile vile malori ile wanafanya shughuli kwenda Uganda na nafanya shughuli hizo kama tutaweza kuzungumza na wenyeji hapa wa Busia. Labda kuna mfanyabiashara mmoja hapa, tueleze tu labda hali hapa iko na nani wapi na uchaguzi wa wewe ni mfanyabiashara. Thank you. Yeah, hivyo.
Abraham, right now I'm working in Uganda. In Kenya, to save to all the traders from it is true, Kenyans are aware. I would like to say this: elections in Uganda is going on very well, and it is indeed that Kenyans are also going there to pick their merchandise to bring in Kenya to do their business. I crossed there, they have been allowed to go and pick their goods to bring to Kenya, and their movement to Uganda is well secured. I'm very thankful for that. Apart from that, the security has exactly been deployed. Therefore, whoever goes from Kenya to Uganda to pick the merchandise for trade must not get scared. The security is
Na kwa masikitiko makubwa naona mtazamaji tumepoteza sauti, lakini tutakuwa tukirudi kwake Zaccheaus Masame baadaye kidogo na kufahamu mengi zaidi yanayoendelea. Kumbuka hapo jana katika ripoti yake Masame alituarifu kwamba tayari kulikuwa na umati mkubwa wa watu ambao walikuwa ukivuka mpaka ukiingia upande wa Kenya kwa hofu kwamba pengine huenda ukatokea hali ya mshike baada ya uchaguzi huu ambao unaendelea leo. Tukimpata Masame baadaye tutarudi kwake, lakini nikirudi kwako Lutalala, Daktari Matanga alikuwa anakuuliza swali au ametoa hoja ambayo ni nzito zaidi. Tuna haja basi ya kuwa na chaguzi katika bara la Afrika?
Asante. Daktari kidogo ameniambia hapo swali ambayo katika akademia ni swali tumekuwa tukiulizana, kwa sababu demokrasia chimbuko lake ni wapi? Na mwanzo wa kipindi cha leo nimezungumzia na Bongo Mumia kwa mfano, ambaye ndiye mmoja wale watawala wa zamani tuliowajua. Je, katika utawala wa Bongo Mumia kulikuwa na nadharia falsafa ya demokrasia? Wayake Wahinga kwa mfano kulikuwa na nadharia ya demokrasia, ambalo Daktari Matanga anadokezea ni kweli kwamba labda tuliachiwa nadharia na falsafa ya demokrasia, lakini hatukutayarishwa kwa misingi mingine ambayo inaweza kuwa ni yenye kukita na kukuza demokrasia. Kwa mfano, huwezi kusema kwamba mna demokrasia iwapo hutokubali maadili, ethics. Maadili yanaambatana na demokrasia. Na maadili yenye muhimu kuliko yote ni kwamba lazima kuwe na uwazi katika utendakazi wa wale walio serikalini. Pili, katika uchaguzi lazima misingi ya demokrasia iwe ni yenye kuonekana, si kusemekana tu. Na ukiangalia mfano ambao Daktari Matanga ametoa Marekani, mimi naona hilo ni kama tunda moja tu ambalo kidogo limetofautiana na mengine, lakini taasisi nazo zimepigana. Unaona sasa hivi Mheshimiwa Trump anaambiwa kwamba hata kama umezalia siku 7 lazima upatiwe ile ambayo katika kimombo inaitwa punishment, ambayo hutaweza kurudia tena. Kwa hivyo taasisi zetu ni hafifu. Na kwa nini taasisi ni hafifu? Sababu ni ile ile aliyotoa kakangu hapa, kwamba wale wa Afrika walio uongozini wanataka wao ndio wawe taasisi. Taasisi ni wao na wao ni taasisi. Maana ukiweka taasisi iliyo na umakini na uangavu na utendaji kazi mzuri, maana yake kwamba maslahi yake ya kibinafsi hayatapata mwanya. Na ndio maana mfano wa China kidogo unakuwa ni wenye kutamanisha, kwa sababu Uchina usimamizi wake ni tofauti. Wizi hukabiliwa kwa njia ya mkato. Hautokubaliwa kuiba kiasi tunachoiba hapa. Pili, serikali ni serikali ya umoja. Yule bwana akishasema amesema, lakini kusema kwake kuwe ni kwa maneno ya manufaa ya raia, ambayo katika kimombo huitwa benevolence. Ndio maana wakati mwingine nasikia wengine tunasema, je, benevolence dictatorship ni mzuri? Kwamba uimla ambao malengo yake ni yenye kusaidia ni wala sio kufilisisha ni mzuri. Lakini kwa kumalizia kakangu Daktari Matanga, hilo ni swali ambalo hatutapata muda hapa mbele ya kakangu swali kumaliza. Ni swali ambalo wewe na mimi tukutane tunywe kahawa, maana naona sasa umekuwa ni Mkenya, wewe si Mganda tena, uje tunywe kahawa tuzungumze mengi ambayo hata tutaweza kuandika kitabu pamoja ama journal pamoja. Asante kaka, asante kaka.
Asante. Warungu naona mdomo na kucheza nataka kuchangia.
Kuongeza tu alichozungumzia profesa. Mimi nahisi kwamba tatizo sio uchaguzi, kwa sababu nahisi pia na sisi tulikuwa na njia zetu za kijadi za kumchagua kiongozi au chifu na kukabiliana madaraka. Tatizo ni ubinafsi, kwamba chetu ni changu. Na tukiendelea na msimamo huo wa ubinafsi, na ubinafsi pamoja kaka zake ni akina ukabila na tamaa na nini, hata ukileta mfumo wa aina gani bado tutakuwa tunafeli. Kwa hivyo inabidi turudi katika mila zetu, hulka zetu kama Waafrika. Tuangalie tena mifumo hii ambayo tumekabidhiwa na hawa wazungu. tunaweza tukaigeuzaje ikatufaidi sisi na ikaendana na njia zetu sisi kama wa Afrika. Na nimefurahi kwa mfano nani profesa aliyotoa hapa kwamba Wakenya wakatoa mkasema unaona Wamarekani pia wanafujo zao. Hapana. Wanafujo zao, lakini kuna taasisi ambazo zimebaki imara. Leo hii Marekani siku yako tarehe 20 na si 21 unaondoka moja kwa moja.
Trump
hamna cha nini mikoba yako utaikuta mbele ya safari. Sasa sisi hatuna hilo. Viongozi wetu akishaingia Ikulu anafunga milango yote, anabadilisha vifuli, kila kitu ni kwake nyumbani. Kwa hivyo nakuta kwamba as long as kwamba chetu ni changu, na hisi bado tuko mbali kuendelea kukuta. Lakini tukumbuke pia Marekani imewachukua miaka zaidi ya 200 kufika hapa walipo. Wao pia walikuwa na uhuni ambao walianzia nao, ambao pia walirithi kutoka kwa Waingereza ambao walileta koloni kule. Kwa hivyo tuna safari ambayo ni mbali, lakini tutapiga hatua polepole moja kwa moja, kwa sababu nahisi kwamba ukiangalia kwa jumla visa vya watu kama kina Rais Museveni, viongozi wa Kongo ambao wamekuwa madarakani kwa miaka mingi kuendelea kubaki madarakani, vinaendelea kupungua. Aliondoka Mugabe, wameondoka tu wengine wengi. Nchi ya Nigeria ambayo imekuwa na mapinduzi ya kijeshi kwa miaka mingi sana, mfululizo tu wa mapinduzi ya kijeshi, imekuwa na kule kukabidhiana madaraka. Bado mambo sio haijakaa vizuri kabisa, lakini kidogo tunaelekea huko, lakini bado safari
ni ndefu. Unasema changu ni chako, nikumbusha huo msemo, unasema chenu ni changu lakini changu ni changu mimi mwenyewe. Tuangalie tu baadhi ya Wakenya wanaendelea kutoa ushauri na maoni kwa wenzetu wa Uganda. Tulikuwa tumekuuliza kwenye NTV, una ujumbe gani kwa Waganda wanaposhiriki uchaguzi mkuu leo? Na huyu hapa ambaye ni George Makore anasema power comes from God, wish you well, may the best aspirant win. Asante sana. Na huyu hapa Omondi Ochenga anasema wawe watulivu huku wasubiri Bobi Wine awe rais mtarajiwa. Ni maoni yake hayo Omondi. Na huyu hapa ambaye ni Blackman anasema it's a new generation now, at least Museveni sounds even Museveni should even step down in order for Uganda to keep up the pace. Ni maoni yake hayo. Na huyu hapa ambaye ni Biko Okara anasema wananchi waamue ni nani kiongozi wanayemtaka, na naamini anakuwa anakusudia hivyo. Basi wewe unasemaje mpenzi mtazamaji? Endelea kuzungumza nasi kupitia mitandao yetu yote ya kijamii @NTV Kenya, @SalimSwale 001. Tumia hashtag Uganda Decides, na tutakuwa tunaangalia mengi tu ambayo naendelea kuyazungumzia katika jukwaa hili la NTV. Matangazo haya bila shaka ni speciali na yanakujia moja kwa moja. Picha ambazo umekuwa ukiziona katika runinga yako zinakujia moja kwa moja kutoka stesheni dada ya NTV Uganda, na tunahakikisha kwamba tunakuletea uchambuzi, taarifa, mahojiano pamoja na udadisi wa Kenya kuhusiana na uchaguzi huo. Uchaguzi wa kwanza, nikukumbushe tu, ulifanyika nchini Uganda mwaka 1962 baada ya taifa hilo kujikomboa kutoka minyororo ya wakoloni wa Uingereza, lakini matatizo ya kisiasa, mvutano wa kisiasa ukaanza miaka 5 baadaye baada ya chama cha UPS na kile cha Kabaka Yeka kilipoungana, na matatizo hayo yakapelekea Milton Obote ambaye alikuwa ni waziri mkuu wakati huo kusimamisha katiba mwaka 1967 na kumuondoa Kabaka kama rais ambaye hakuwa na madaraka na kujitangaza yeye mwenyewe kama rais mwenye madaraka. Uganda ina historia ndefu ya misukosuko ya kisiasa, mapinduzi ya kijeshi, na leo demokrasia iko katika mizani. Kumbuka Rais Yoweri Museveni anatafuta nafasi ya 6 au muhula wa 6, huku Robert Chagulani ambao wengi namfahamu kama Bobi Wine akitafuta nafasi ya kwanza kumuondoa Museveni madarakani baada ya kuongoza nchi hiyo kwa muda wa miaka 35. Hivyo basi sio uchaguzi wa kubahatisha, si uchaguzi wa patapotea. Mataifa mengi ulimwenguni yanaangalia uchaguzi huo kwa karibu zaidi, lakini Kenya tunaangalia kwa darubini ya karibu zaidi kutokana na ukuruba wetu wa karibu na taifa hilo jirani la Uganda. Tunaendelea kuzungumza hapa na wataalamu na watalamidhi wa masuala ya siasa za kanda, na vile vile tunazungumza na mawakili wanasheria. Tupo na mwanaharakati wa muda mrefu wa siasa za Uganda akiwa katika upande wa upinzani, Daktari David Matanga. Tunaye kaimu meneja mhariri wa hapa NTV ndugu Joseph Orungu, pamoja naye ni wakili mtajika wa hapa Nairobi na vile vile mfuatiliaji wa karibu wa siasa za kanda ndugu Alutalala Mukhwana. Na pengine tukielekea tamati, manake naona muda wetu unakaribia kutamatika. Dr. Matanga, labda kwa haraka baada ya leo, safari ya Uganda katika misingi ya kidemokrasia inaelekea wapi? Chukulia kwa mfano pengine Museveni ashinde uchaguzi huo. Nini mustakabali wa Uganda kutoka leo kisiasa?
Kitu ya kwanza nataka kusema amani. Tupate amani. Tuangalie tukue na utulivu. Waganda sisi tunajulikana. Tuko watu ya amani. Lakini mambo ya inazidi ya violence. Ya kuleta watu ya different army. A country with over 4 million armed men. Surely, how much money do we pay for defense? Are we a superpower? Do we have a nuclear weapon that we are guarding? Tukue na amani. Lakini kuanzia hapa, mimi nimesha kuambia maneno yangu. Naendelea kuambia wale wenye wako upinzani to prepare very nicely case ikuwe prepared. Hii mambo leo wewe najua minister ya foreign affairs wa Uganda hawezi hata kukanyaga mguu huko Amerika, wanamtaka.
Lakini Dr. Matsanga, unaposema kwamba watayarishe kesi endapo watapoteza uchaguzi, umesema kwamba hauna imani na taasisi nyingi za Uganda. Hilo litawezekana vipi?
Tutaenda Supreme Court.
Una imani na Supreme Court?
Imani Supreme Court, Justice Ndolo, and I am telling him, is my comrade. Mimi na Ndolo tulienda porini kutafuta kodi.
Una imani Dr. Matsanga? Ndio.
Imani leo atasimama afanye uamuzi ya kweli. Sababu ameona violence. He has already seen the violence. There is nobody in the world who has not seen the violence. The beating of even a small boy. A man has no muscle. At least mimi Matsanga niko na muscle. Unaweza piga hapa na hapa. Kweli ule mtoto ana muscle. Mnapiga kila siku. Basically walipiga paka sura inageuka. Kila mtu anapiga. Sasa all these institutions, wacha niseme jameni, mimi niko na miaka hii nimeshapata vita. I have suffered. Mwana siwezi kuambia mambo mengi. Warungu anajua. Tumefanya kazi ile ambayo tuwezi kufanya sisi watu. Tumeumia, lakini tunasema amani ikuweko. Kesho kama kura results zinatoka. Tutashika hizo kura results hizo, tuende kotini ya Supreme Court. We know the decision might not be very good, but tunataka wa document. You know I'm an expert on this one. Mwana cannot defeat me. Document the violence. This time, basically, and I'm telling you to listen to me. Don't rush to take the thing there. I will show you where to take, which will bite. Don't rush to take that you are talking.
Natumai pengine unaweza ukamshauri basi katika majukwaa mengine, lakini usiondoke, maana itakuja kwa kauli yako ya mwisho kabla hata ya kuchukua kauli za mwisho kutoka kwa Kiwarungu pamoja na Alutalala. Labda naambiwa Mwasame yuko standby kabisa, amerudi, sauti yake naamini sasa ipo safi kabisa. Mwasame, umekuwa katika eneo hilo tangu asubuhi na jana umekuwa ukituripotia kuhusiana na swala zima la watu wengi tu kutoka upande wa Uganda wakiingia upande wa Kenya. Hali ikoje mpaka sasa hivi?
Shukran Salim, niliposema awali ni kwamba hali ni shwari sana hapa katika mpaka wa Kenya na Uganda mjini Busia. Tulipoweza kupotea awali katika pita zetu tukaweza kukumbana na baadhi ya wapiga kura kule Uganda, na moja kwa moja nitajiunga na mwanadada ambaye tayari amepiga kura yake. Labda tuelezee kule kumekuaje katika foleni zile, amepigia wapi kura yake na matarajio yake ni yapi? Mwanadada moja kwa moja nitakushikia, alafu kuangalia kule kama
I've already done with my cook.
Asante, labda
kuwe kura ya amani, kwa hakuna venye watu watakuwa wanavuka mpaka ikikuwa na vurugo. Sasa sisi tunaomba tu amani.
Kwa majina naitwa Benard Kitonga, mkaaji wa kule Busia. Mfanyabiashara huku Busia. Hapa kuna changamoto leo mingi sana. Kulingana na leo wenye watu wanapiga kura kule Uganda, jam imeshika kweli kweli. Sasa kama sisi watu wa soko, leo tuingie soko, juu tension. Sasa kama jana jioni kuna dereva mmoja kwa risasi pale pande ya Uganda. Jam hiyo. Hata alikuwa na overlap. Sasa ikakuwa shida, ndio shida yenye kwa mpaka leo. Hata watu wengi leo wako tu pande ya Kenya, hakuna kuvuka. Security iko tight kule. Sasa jam ingana huko ndio jam kali kabisa. Kabisa mwendo uende polepole. Maskara mmoja kule wanajeshi kule kwa mpaka. Hiyo ndio yatusumbua hiyo. Sasa inabidi sasa tuko upande wa Kenya, tuongoje mpaka kuone hivi kutakuwa baadaye. Asanteni sana. Asante sana Salem. Baadhi ya wenyeji hapa katika mpaka wa Kenya na Uganda hapo Busia wanaeleza jinsi matarajio yao yalivyo na yale ambayo wanatarajia kufanyika. Kwa hiyo
naona bado tuna matatizo madogo ya sauti hapo, mpenzi mtazamaji utatuia radhi, lakini tumepata kwa mukhtasari sana ujumbe ambao Mwasame anajaribu kutuelezea. Ni kwamba bila shaka kinachoendelea pale, shughuli za kawaida zinaendelea katika eneo hilo la mpaka wa Kenya na Uganda, katika eneo hilo la Busia. Ingawa kuna matatizo kidogo ya trafiki hapa na pale, lakini inavyoonekana shughuli za kibiashara ndani na nje zinaendelea vizuri katika eneo hilo la mpakani. Tutakuwa tunarudi kwake Mwasame baadaye kidogo katika taarifa zetu za hapo baadaye katika matangazo haya moja kwa moja kujua mengi zaidi yanayoendelea katika eneo hilo. Na kama ulivyomsikia mpiga kura mmoja anasema kwamba wanachotaka ni amani. Baada ya uchaguzi, bado kuna taifa ambalo linaitwa Uganda ambalo linatakiwa kusonga mbele na wananchi wake wanapaswa kusonga mbele na maisha yao kama kawaida. Tukimalizia tu Warungu na Alutalala, labda kuna swali ambalo kwa nimemuuliza ndugu Masanga hapo. Baada ya leo tuangalie scenario zote mbili. Iwapo Museveni atachukua mhula mwingine wa 6, tunatarajia taswira inayokaa vipi ya kisiasa? Tunatarajia mabadiliko ya aina yoyote? Na iwapo vile vile Bobi Wine atachukua nafasi, tunatarajia mustakabali wa kisiasa, wa kiuchumi na hata wa kijamii uwe vipi katika taifa hilo jirani la Uganda? Nitaanza na wewe na ndugu Walutalala.
Naam, asante sana kaka. Kwanza ambalo natarajia ni kwamba haya mankuli yaliyotayarishwa kwa muda, matokeo yatakuwa ni yale ambayo yamekuwa yakipikwa. Tumeangalia kwamba barabara iliyoelekea shughuli ya leo imekuwa na mashimo. Iwapo Mheshimiwa Museveni atapita kura, na kura za maoni zimefanywa 3 mfululizo, ya juzi ikiwa na hili shirika linaloitwa Afrobarometer ambalo limesema kwamba matokeo huenda yakawa ni Mheshimiwa Museveni 53%. Iwapo Mheshimiwa Museveni atapita kura, na hilo ndio tarajio kulingana na hizi dadisi, basi itakuwa ni maisha ya kawaida. Ataendelea na miradi yake ambayo mwenyewe amesema kwamba Uganda katika yale mataifa yanayokuwa kiuchumi ni ya 5. Amezungumza hayo jana akizungumza na CNN. Pili, amesema ameleta usalama. Kwa hivyo tutarajia kwamba usalama utaendelea. Lakini la muhimu kwetu sisi wa Kenya na wengine katika bara hili ni kwamba ataendeleza na umoja wa Afrika Mashariki na umoja wa Afrika. Kwetu sisi kama bara la Afrika, tunasema kwamba lazima Afrika liwe ni muungano wa mataifa ya Afrika. Hawa mababu zetu, hawa wazee waliotangulia wametukosea sana. Maana tunatakana leo hii tuwe ni mataifa yote akiwa chini ya Afrika, takuwa ni soko kubwa hata kuliko Uchina, soko kubwa hata kuliko Marekani. Iwapo Robert Sentano Chabalani atashinda, basi tutarajia kwamba atafanya mapya, kwa sababu yeye ni kijana barobaro. Amesema kwamba yote aliyofanya mzee Museveni si sawa. Kwa hivyo tunatarajia kwamba atatekeleza aliyoahidi. Hamna nadharia ambayo tuweza sema nadharia yake Bobi Wine hii na nadharia yake Museveni ni hii. Ni ahadi tu kwamba atajenga shule, atapatia vijana kazi, ataimarisha uchumi, ajira zitakuweko. Mwisho kakangu ambalo mimi naweza sema kwa maoni yangu, Waganda na Wakenya ni wamoja. Iwapo udadisi uliofanywa unaonyesha kwamba wananchi wanaamini zaidi kura zitakazohesabiwa katika vituo, lakini hawaamini kura ambazo zitahesabiwa katika kitaifa, tuwaomba Waganda wazingatie amani. Pili, iwapo atashindwa Bobi Wine, wasilete vurugu. Waende mahakamani tulivyofanya sisi hapa wa Kenya. Na ikiwa mahakama itatoa uamuzi, sharti uamuzi uaminiwe, maana hivyo ndivyo watu waliokuwa na ustaarabu wanavyofanya mambo yao. Sioni tofauti ya hayo. Tuwaombea sana, Mola wajalie na muwe na Uganda iliyo na amani na ustawi.
Warungu, tutarajie mustakabali unakaa vipi wa Uganda katika scenario zote mbili hizo?
Asante. Yangu kwa kweli ni kuangalia au kauli tu kwa Rais Museveni. Moja ni kwamba uchaguzi huu umedhihirisha wazi kwamba kuna kiu cha mabadiliko. Kwa hivyo iwapo atashinda na atabakia madarakani kwa miaka mingine 5, basi inahitaji atafute mbinu za kukata kile kiu na kushughulikia hicho ambacho tamaa kubwa ambayo Waganda wanayo. Cha pili ni kwamba kuna wengi uchaguzi huu na chaguzi nyingine ambazo 2-3 zimepita zinaonyesha kwamba kuna wengi ambao wametengwa. Wengi wao ni vijana, wengine ni walala hoi. Kwa hivyo kazi kubwa iwapo Museveni atashinda ni je, utawahusishaje hawa ambao wanahisi wako nje ya meza hii ya maendeleo, meza hii ambayo ina rasilimali na mambo kama hayo, ambayo itakuwa ni kazi kubwa kwa Museveni. Tatu ni kwamba akishinda uchaguzi huu, basi bila shaka aamue tu kwamba basi imetosha. Kwa hivyo aanze ule utaratibu wa kukabidhi mikoba, utakuwa ni utaratibu wa aina gani, na sio kuacha uongozi pale pale nyumbani kwa mwanawe au mwingine. Basi aangalie zaidi kushirikisha jamii. Halafu mwisho kabisa nadhani ni kwetu sisi wa Kenya kwamba kiatu cha Waganda tusikivae. Kwa sababu mbili. Hiki kiatu ambacho kimetupeleka kufunga mitandao, na hisi kitakuwa ni kitu ambacho ni hatari sana kwa demokrasia na maendeleo ya nchi. Kiatu ambacho kinarejesha demokrasia nyuma na kinaonyesha kwamba katika nchi ya watu milioni 42 ni mmoja tu ambaye anaweza kuongoza nchi hiyo kwa miaka karibu sasa 40 ni makosa.
Lakini kuna watu ambao Warungu atakwambia kwamba wakati mwingine kuna dharura ya kufanya hivyo au kuchukua hatua kama hizo, pengine kufunga mitandao ya kijamii kwa sababu ya usalama wa kitaifa.
Lakini sasa Wamarekani sikuona kama walifunga, wamepigana wao wenyewe, pia wamekuwa na vita vyao wenyewe kwa wenyewe, hawakufunga mitandao yao. Ni kwamba unawanyima watu sauti. Ni njama gani hizo ambazo kidogo unazipika ambazo unawasiwasi nazo? Sasa na kwa upande wa Bobi Wine ni mawili tu. Bobi Wine akishinda, huyu ni msanii. Msanii kawaida ni mtu ambaye ni mbunifu. Kwa hivyo tunahisi kwamba atatumia ubunifu wake kutatua changamoto za taifa la Uganda ambazo zimekuwa zikirundikana kwa miaka mingi ambayo imepita. Na iwapo akishinda, kwa sababu bado ni kijana, atahitaji pengine kuungwa mkono na jamii na jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Wamchukue kama ni mwenzao ambaye pengine watamwelekeza njia ambazo pengine ni sahihi na za usawa. Kwa hivyo anahitaji kushika makuungwa mkono. Na pia kwa sababu ni mwimbaji, itabidi atafute wimbo mwingine ambao kidogo unafuta dhambi na makosa ya wakongwe ambao walimtangulia na kurudisha taifa katika pengine mstari ambao utaweza kuleta maendeleo. Iwapo atashindwa, hapa na moja kwa moja nakubaliana na profesa kwamba hakuna kitu kikubwa ambacho chenye thamani kushinda amani, kwa sababu amani ndio ule umoja. Amani ndio pengine kitu ambacho wengi wanakitegemea. Kwa hivyo kule kukubali na kutumia misingi ambayo imeko pale ya kisheria, kikatiba, kutafuta haki yake, na ikifika mwisho wa safari haki hiyo ikakosekana kabisa, basi aseme vita nimejaribu leo, nimeshindwa, kuna siku ya pili ya kupambana.
Asante sana. Hata kabla sijawachilia mkaondoka na kabla ya kwenda kwa ndugu Matanga kwa kauli yake ya mwisho, tuangalie tu baadhi ya kauli ambazo zinatokana ndani na nje ya Uganda kwenye mitandao ya kijamii. Katika kituo dada cha NTV Uganda, namuona mwandishi Herbert Ziwa anasema we are the Karo Primary School polling station in Nswere where President Kaguta Museveni is to cast his vote. Next to it is Nswere COU polling station where 850 voters are to cast their ballot. amid the normal presidential deployment. Kwa hiyo wakati wote tutakuwa tunakupeleka katika kituo hicho kuangalia Rais Yoweri Kaguta Museveni akipiga kura yake. Lakini vile vile uchaguzi huu wa Uganda, mtazamaji, umeakisiwa kwa upana sana katika vyombo vya habari vya kimataifa. Tuangalie vyombo vya habari vya kimataifa vinaakisi vipi uchaguzi huo. Katika ukurasa wa mtandao wa Al Jazeera una matukio mubashara kabisa kuhusiana na uchaguzi huo. Wanaelezea jinsi shughuli zinavyoenda, ufunguzi au tuseme vituo vya kupiga kura vilifunguliwa tangu saa 1 asubuhi, na ushindani mkali bila shaka unatarajiwa kuwa kati ya Rais Yoweri Kaguta Museveni pamoja na Robert Kyagulanyi ambaye wengi wanamfahamu kama Bobi Wine kutokana na jina lake hilo la lakabu la usanii. Katika ukurasa wa CNN tunaona mazungumzo. Bila shaka hizi ni dondoo za mahojiano yaliyofanywa na CNN na Rais Yoweri Museveni. Anasema if he wins Uganda election, Museveni will work his 7th US president. Yaani kwa maana kwamba akiwa atashinda basi kwa pamoja muda ambao atakuwa na hudumu utakuwa unaweza kufananishwa na marais 7 wa Marekani ambao wamehudumu katika vipindi tofauti vya muhula wa miaka 4 kila mmoja. Here's how the US, katika bila shaka ni madondoo hayo ya mazungumzo hayo ya Museveni na shirika la habari la CNN. Katika shirika la habari la BBC, Uganda election 2021, Yoweri Museveni faces Bobi Wine in presidential contest. Bila shaka habari za kina na uketo zinarudi katika historia kongwe ya zamani ya Rais Yoweri Museveni na jinsi anavyopata ushindani mkali kutoka kwa kijana mdogo huyu Bobi Wine, Robert Kyagulanyi mwenye umri wa miaka 38. Kama tulivyoanza kusema tulipoanza kipindi hiki, ni ishara ya wazi ya vita vya ukale na usasa. Tukiangalia katika mtandao wa habari wa kimataifa wa Reuters, Uganda orders internet blackout until further notice. Kwa hiyo ndivyo mambo yalivyo. Tunafahamu kwamba na taarifa za kuaminika kutoka Uganda zinatueleza kwamba mitandao yote ya kijamii imefungwa katika taifa hilo la Uganda, na jambo ambalo wanaharakati wanalikemea na kusema ni mbinu fulani ya kuficha ukweli kutokana na yale yanayoendelea katika taifa hilo jirani. Hapa NTV tulikuwa tumekuuliza una ujumbe gani kwa Waganda wanaposhiriki uchaguzi mkuu. Wapo wale ambao wameshazungumza. Kuna tuangalie tu zile tweets mpya ambazo zimeshaingia kwa sasa, na maoni ni mengi sana. Naona Wakenya wanawafuatilia kwa karibu ndugu zao Waganda. Kuna huyo hapa Livingstone Ngugi ambaye anasema as long as President Museveni is ordained by God, let him continue governing Uganda, but there should be democratic rights for everyone who wants to stand for that seat. Kuna huyo hapa Joshua Wareko anasema may Ugandan vote their best candidates, na nina huyu mwalimu Abel Mogita anasema tunaombea majirani wetu na vile vile pia Museveni akishindwa akubali matokeo, let the citizens decide who will be their next leader today. Tunaombea wenzetu amani kwa uchaguzi wa leo. Na mwisho kabisa nitaangalia huyo haraka Zinga anasema Zinga anasemaje? Anasema sisi ni wawakilishi tu kwenye maamuzi, hatumo. Kaguta Museveni anafanya kama vile Magufuli aliwafanyia wa Tanzania, amani itawale Uganda. Wewe unasemaje? Endelea kuzungumza na NTV ukitumia #Uganda Decides, mitandao yetu yote ya kijamii NTV Kenya @SalimSwale001. Tutakuwa tunaangalia baadhi ya kauli zako. Daktari Masanga, labda kama kauli yako ya mwisho tu, unaona vyombo vya habari vya kimataifa vinaendelea kufuatilia kwa karibu. Kwa nini ukiangalia kijiografia, nafasi ya Uganda kijiografia katika eneo zima la Afrika Mashariki na eneo la pembe Afrika, unadhani Uganda ina umuhimu gani sana? Kwa nini watu wengi wana hamu ya kujua nini matokeo ya uchaguzi? Tunajua kuna mataifa mengi tu ambayo yakifanya uchaguzi barani Afrika hayafuatiliwi kwa karibu sana.
Ya kwanza nataka kusema asante sana NTV, Warungu na Daktari Mwana na wewe kunitafuta kufanya interview hii.
Asante.
Cha pili, Warungu usinisahau mimi, mtu yako kutoka BBC mwaka ya 87 89 tulikuwa na wewe. Nishapigania uhuru, nishaleta amani kwa nchi yangu. Cha tatu, naomba Waganda wote wenye wanaenda pale ya voti wavae namna hivi. Wale wenye wako vaa, urudi nyumbani, utulie, ngojie result. Hii kitu iko mingi sana. kila pale hapa Britain. Sasa watu watoke nje, msikubali anashinda sisi tena anachukua kura tena anatuua. Sasa mkubali mrudi nyumbani. Cha tatu nataka kusema, nilikwambia Museveni has survived because the Americans like him. They use him as a, Americans like violence. Warungu have been telling you, there is no democracy in America, Mwana. There is violence, the doctrine of violence. You saw the way they climbed the Capitol Hill. That's the democracy of America. And the Americans are the ones who have given us Museveni for all these 7 presidents. They use him to go to Congo. They use him to go to South Sudan. They use him now, he's in Central African Republic. Nyenye mnasahau hiyo. Warungu, you are not bringing these things out. Your programs should gear on international level. Watu wanakufa Central African Republic. Watu wanakufa Somalia. They use him. They transport him. You see, he was the first man to take 20,000 Ugandans into Somalia. He's now confusing Somalia. He's making the Kenya government and Somalia to clash so that he comes in to control. Mimi namjua huyu mtu. Namjua kutoka Tanzania wala ya Mungu. Nyenye kama mnacheza na huyu mtu, mnamcheza na yeye, wacha akue rais kama anachukua madaraka. Sisi wengine tumeshapata tabu mingi sana kwa familia zetu, watu siweze kusema hapa kulia machozi.
Asante.
Lakini naomba Mungu, nataka Waganda wote mkuwe na amani. Don't fight. There is another way to fight this war this time. And Dr. Besigye knows the way. I have told him, don't fight. We shall take this guy on internationally. Don't fight.
Asante. Shukrani sana mpenzi mtazamaji, na kwa kauli hiyo yake Daktari David Matsanga ametoa kauli, na bila shaka natumai wananchi wa Uganda ambao wanatazama NTV sasa kutoka hapa nchini Kenya na vile vile NTV Uganda wamepata ujumbe huo. Cha muhimu ni amani. Tunahitaji amani iwe Uganda ili amani endelee kudumu hapa nchini Kenya na vile vile katika mataifa yote wanachama wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Tuwe na jumuiya ambayo imejengeka juu ya msingi wa amani na uthabiti wa kiuchumi, uthabiti wa kisiasa. Hadi kufikia hapo sina kilichozidi wala kilichopungua kutoka kwenye meza ya idara ya Kiswahili hapa NTV kwa ajili ya matangazo haya. Usiondoke, manake tunakuletea kila nukta, kila sekunde, kila dakika matangazo au na matukio muhimu yanaendelea huko nchini Uganda. Baadaye kidogo tutakuwa tunajiunga na stesheni dada ya NTV Uganda kukuletea mengi zaidi yanayojiri katika mawanda hayo, lakini baadaye wenzangu vile vile katika lugha ya Kiingereza watakuwa hapa kuendeleza matangazo haya. Kumbuka unayapata papa hapa NTV na kwingineko huwezi kupata yale ambayo unayapata. Mimi ni Salim Swale, nichukue fursa hii kwa shukuru wale wote ambao wamechangia kufanikisha matangazo haya ya zaidi ya saa 2. Ndugu Joseph Orungu ambaye ndio kaimu meneja mhariri wa hapa NTV, ndugu David Matsanga ambaye ni mwanaharakati wa muda mrefu katika siasa za kujaribu kuleta mageuzi nchini Uganda, ndugu Lala Mukhwana ambaye ni wakili mtajika hapa Nairobi na vile vile ni mfuatiliaji wa karibu wa siasa za kanda, na wengine wote. Mimi ni Salim Swale na kutakia utazamaji mwema wa matangazo haya ambayo yanaendelea baadaye kidogo kwa lugha ya Kiingereza. Kwa heri kwa sasa.
giving you up-to-date updates, for lack of a better way of saying it, of what's going on across the country. Now, we can definitely ascertain that right now, Patrick Oboya Muriat has voted, that is in Kumi District. We also have Robert Chagulanyi, who has voted in Magere at the Freedom Square. But we'll be giving you those updates from our particular reporters that are there. For now, let's take a look at who exactly is being voted today. Now, we do know that we have the presidential candidates that are being voted, but there's also the parliamentary elections going on. Now, when we talk about parliamentary, we are specifically talking about those who are directly elected. Now, those stand at exactly 353 MPs that are expected to be elected for those who will be casting their vote. But we forgot to ask, have you voted yet?
I think you should have started with this.
Yes,
have you voted?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yes. Journalism first, and then we can go ahead and vote.
Duty before self.
Yes.
But definitely it is imperative that everyone heads over to the polls. Make sure that you do have your slip. If you don't have maybe your voting ID, something to identify you. Don't forget your mask and, of course, social distance. And put your vote out there. Your voice needs to be heard. Reports are coming in that this might be the most attended election thus far in terms of attendance. You already mentioned the magic figure, 18.1 million people. Of those, 52% happen to be female. Now, for anyone who is among the 11 people, sad story is there's only one female contestant. But if anyone wants to take the top job, definitely you need to appeal to women. And for me, that has been a big talking point for this particular campaign leading up to the election. We have failed to hear the voice of the candidates when it comes to women issues. Promises have been made in the past so many years, sanitary pads and all this wayward talk, and up to today we are failing to hear that particular message directed to the women who we know are the backbone of this particular country.
Yes, we perhaps will be taking a look at what some of them have said, in particular for the women, but also just for the country at large. And when we talk about the country, when you mentioned that 52.5% of the 18.1 million registered voters, we also take a look at the 47.5% men who are a part of that number. Now, when Arnold mentioned that, carry your mask, make sure that you observe a social distance when you are at the different polling stations. Also, remember to carry a working pen, in particular your pen. If you might borrow someone else's pen, remember to sanitize it, please, because we're having an election amidst a pandemic, and that is something we cannot forget.
Yeah, interesting mentioning the pen, because I stalled somewhere in the morning before I came here, and I was trying to buy something, and so many people, there was a bit of a frenzy trying to buy a pen, trying to get a pen, and that's actually very important to make sure you do have your pen to tick all these boxes that need to be ticked. Lots of stats to get through. We'll be getting through those in the course of this particular broadcast. Remember, we're here for the next 3 hours, but all in all, it's going to be 360, 24 hours non-stop. If you see us in the same clothes, please do not judge us. We are here serving the country and putting other people before ourselves. 146 districts. I remember when I went to school, there were around, I remember PG was very big. There were around 20, I think. Let me not give away
Should
my
we ask the year? Because I was just about to get there, but no. Let's take a look at the numbers when we look at the 2021 general election. Now, we had mentioned earlier that the registered number of voters stands at 18.1, and the number of polling stations that we'll be taking a look at today are 34,684. The number of constituencies stand at 353. Now, the number of districts, as Arnold has mentioned, are 146. The number of sub-counties stand at 2,190, and the number of parishes stand at 10,594. But getting into the details of that, now, when we mention that the number of registered voters is at 18 million, how does it look like on the entire different regions within the country? We start off in the Central, where we have about 5,637,174 registered voters. That is within 9,157 polling stations. In the Eastern region? In the Eastern region,
close to 4,465,567. Those are the registered voters, with the 9,182 polling stations. On the northern side of the country, that's the northern region. Moving on, we do have a 3,280,733. That's registered voters, and the polling stations there are 6,610. Right, over to the western region, that's another juggernaut, 4,730,450 registered voters, with the polling station standing at 9,735. Now, this, just to paint some the picture here and contrast, the central region, remember, that is 5,637,000. Then the western region has 4,730,000. So central region 5.6, the western region stands at 4.7 million. The logistical issues here might come in play because many questions are again coming to the forth here when it comes to the biometric machines. Remember, this is the first election that we are using this very futuristic technology, if we're to put it like that. And
well, we said in 2016, the first time we used the biometric machines.
Right. The fingerprint side of things, thank you for that correction. We do have close to 9,157 polling stations in the central region. The western region, 9,735 polling stations. Just looking at these two, that's where the texts are coming in already from the morning, ferrying the biometric machines. Remember, they're north of 34,000. Getting them to the right places at the right time, in time, is already proving to be a challenge.
Yes, it definitely is, and in one way or another, it affects how voting will go. And by the time we do know that polling will close at exactly 4 p.m. So with that said, many have been saying, how about we just simply go to the manual bit of things? Let's tick you off the list from the conversation that we had earlier on, Frank Walusimbi.
It's you know, it's a catch-22, especially when you're supposed to be. I think the tallying issue is where all of this gets a bit grey. If we do go traditional and old school and just use cues or tick you off, the tallying then might not fit the window. Remember, it is constitutionally stated that the president will be announced after a presidential election within 48 hours. Yes. Now, if we do have to rely on paper, and you do have to get these papers brought back to tallying centers and reported back to the Electoral Commission within 48 hours from the West Nile to Amuria to Koboko, to districts whose names I cannot remember, that might be a challenge, and we might not be able to arrest the 48 hours as constitutionally stated.
Well, then we wait for what we call the efficiency of the Electoral Commission to see how we can make sure that we have the right figures on time. That is 48
Maybe that's
hours.
where the
that will
internet
be
comes in. Yeah.
Saturday at 4 p.m. The Electoral Commission will be required by law to announce that particular winner. Now, we're going to be crossing over to Magere, where we do have our reporter Ali Mivule on standby. What we do know at this point in time is Robert Chagulanyi has actually voted. But we leave it to Ali. Good morning, Ali.
Yes, a very good morning to you, Rita Kanya.
Able to give us an update of what it is like in Magere, who has voted, are the SOPs being observed?
Well, to start with, you know, it's been a very ecstatic mood for the voters here at Magere Freedom Square, where the National Unity Platform presidential candidate Robert Chagulanyi happens to vote from. And at the moment, he's just finished casting his vote. That's around 10 minutes back. And right now, he's back at his residence. But again, talking about the SOPs at the Magere polling station, the masks were okay, people had masks, but the issue was about social distancing. Trust me, people were lining up one after the other, and it's very, very, very difficult to maintain the 2 meters that's required by the guidelines of preventing the COVID-19. But again, the other issue was all about washing the hands. I didn't see at any corner any point where the voters are supposed to wash their hands before they could proceed and go on and vote. So that's another challenge there. But before he left to cast his vote, Robert Chagulanyi he came out strongly to condemn the complete shutdown of the internet, because at the moment nothing actually can be done in regards to the internet. And he said these are some of the hitches when it comes to elections, and he said this compromises free and fair election in a democratic state like Uganda. So, by But again, he decried the arrest of his supporters. He alleges that several of his supporters and also polling agents have been arrested in different districts, and he says this also compromises guarding his vote. Then later on, he went and cast his ballot amidst tears from his supporters there, even people who were also on the line. The issue of phones can also came out because, you know, the Electoral Commission talked about people not coming next to the polling centers with phones, but again, they can use them for other things. Yes, people were actually taking pictures of the National Unity Platform presidential candidate Robert Chagulanyi as they cheered. People were actually jubilating. It was more of an ecstatic mood there. So right now he's answering a few questions here, and I'm going to try and get what he's actually saying here. Just a moment here as he addresses the media.
We made it. We also how the regime tried to bring up issues to do with my education and my age to block me from standing for presidency. And indeed, I was arrested on the day of nomination. We went for the campaign. We also the efforts to block me from reaching out to the people. We reached out to the people either way. And now we are here. Everybody was scared. They thought I would not cast my vote. Here I am, coming from the polling station. So, having survived and overcome and surmounted all these challenges and odds, I want to assure Ugandans that we can and indeed will win. Whether or not Mr. Byabakama declares that is his business. Our business is winning. We have made every effort to observe and watch this election, and we will know the answer. Thank you.
Statements that we're receiving from Magere.
Well, that's the presidential candidate of the National Unity Platform, Robert Chagulanyi. And if I might quote from some of the words he's just said here, he emphasized that his job is to win, regardless of where comes out. His job is to win. So at the moment, talking about the security here in Magere, you know, the polling station of Magere Freedom Square is just next to Magere police station, but the deployment hasn't been that heavy. There are just a few counter-terrorism police officers as well as some other police officers who are in Kachi trying to maintain law and order. But again, the road that leads to Magere, again, people are being checked as you proceed to the residence of the National Unity Platform presidential candidate, Robert Chagulanyi's residence. So at the moment, voting is still underway at that polling station where numerous and massive voter turnout has actually been there with more people coming in to cast their vote. So we shall be giving you more details as they unfold here on NTV. Unless you have any other question, Rita Kanya and Arnold Segawa, we're still here as we await.
Thank you so much, Ali Mivule, for that update. Well, we do know and we have heard that Robert Chagulanyi, who is the presidential candidate of the National Unity Platform, has voted. He has cast his vote, and he did get a minute to address the media right after. One thing he has said that as the National Unity Platform, their business currently, Arnold, is to win.
Well, that is expected from any candidate, as you might know. All the 11 candidates are definitely going to say the same thing. Ali Mivule had an interesting interview with Honorable Robert Chagulanyi just yesterday and asked him, will you concede defeat? That is a question that I asked the spokesperson for the National Unity Platform close to 2-3 months ago, last year, Joel Senyonyi. I asked him the same question. Joel Senyonyi alluded to the fact that we're not there yet, and unless we have a free and fair election, we are not ready to concede defeat. We will only concede defeat if the election is free and fair. Now that paints the ground very bare to what the terms of conceding might look like. Now, for me, those are very interesting paradigms. Same thing that Robert Chagulanyi has alluded to in that particular clip. And now the onus is with the independent, saying independent, quote unquote, electoral commission, whether or not they can conduct a free and fair election that is concedable to the 11 candidates, the presidential candidates. And let's also be cognizant of the fact that this is not just the presidential election. There are very many other pieces that are at play here that we need to concede are massive. And the other thing that the National Unity Platform and opposition members have made very clear is the fact that away from the 11 contestants in the presidential run, the other thing that they're looking at is the NRM, the National Unity, National Resistance Movement, not having a majority in Parliament, because their frustration has stemmed from the fact that issues like raising the age limits and the terms for the presidency have come in play because the NRM has over 400 seats in the Parliament just across the road from here, and guess what? Anything will fly. As long as it's tabled, it will go to a vote, and they have the majority. So that has always been the issue, away from the 11 contestants at the top seat, the majority, and the likes of the National Unity Platform, getting those MP seats is going to be something, and it all comes down to one thing: the Electoral Commission having the credibility to hold a free and fair election.
Okay, well, we talk about the Electoral Commission and a free and fair election in particular. Now, the Electoral Commission has come out to comment on the late arrival, of the voting material and also the biometric machines, which in some areas have been mentioned, they're not working, or if they are working, there's some difficulties and delays. And from the reporters that we had a conversation with earlier on, we did have that in Rubaga, these machines, if they were working, there was a delay. Then there's some that are not working at all. In Luwero, where we do have Herbert Kamuga, he mentioned the fact that the biometric machines there had failed to work. But let's take a listen. The spokesperson, Paul Bukenya, gave us this.
We did send out, the kits to use, and the machine is part of that. And well, the material is delivered to the stations, and that was on time, but opening procedures in some places delayed because of issues to do with the machines. We have a very active support team that has been activated to go out and reach out in those areas that have issues, including areas nearby here, so that they are also able to vote, to start voting and using the machines, because we really want them to use the machines. They're very important. They're both for the purpose. So we are addressing the issues emerging relating to machines. But countrywide, of course, these are issues that are isolated in some areas. But we do want everyone to move along together using the same system. We're encouraging people to stay, because in some areas, of course, as we resolve, they start voting. And actually, they've started voting. And by our guideline, of course, all people who are in the line by 4 p.m. continue voting until they are finished. So we are not even talking about, going beyond today, because we've not even gotten to the 4 p.m. So we are calling on the people in these communities. We have advised our officials to calm them down, remain in the lines, we're addressing these issues. And we've done exactly that and gotten going in all these areas. So we'll continue with the voting process. All people in the line by 4 p.m. will still go on until they finish voting. Of course, at 4 p.m. we'll cut off. That means that we'll go beyond the last person at 4 p.m. And then the rest who are in the line will have to vote today.
Well, that is a comment coming in from the spokesperson of the Electoral Commission, Paul Bukenya, and letting people know, about the issue when it comes to the delay in the voting machines that were supposed to be the biometric machines, and also the voting equipment as well. And he has assured Ugandans that those who will be in the line to vote, if you're in the line at 4 p.m., yes, voting is expected to stop at 4 p.m., that the line will be drawn and cut off, and those who are allowed to will be able to vote. Well, now we cross over to Mukono, where we have Olivia, who gave us an update of what it was like in Mukono district earlier.
By 5 a.m., Electoral Commission officials in Mukono district had already dispatched voting materials to the different polling stations. Mukono General Hospital was the first polling station to receive these voting materials at about 6:30 a.m. and Industrial Area Polling Station, which has about 613 voters, was the second to receive the polling materials. Here where I am is called Nasuti Polling Station that has has six polling stations, as you can see, and the people are already queued up. We were here by 7 a.m. and I can guarantee you that the polling materials were readily available here, and the people had already queued up to start casting their ballots. Most of the people that we've talked to say they were at the polling station by 5 a.m. trying to, heed to the different advice of their favorite candidates, telling them to come out in large numbers and cast their ballot and to make a decision in their country. Mukono district has 4 constituencies, that is Mukono North, Mukono South, Nachifuma County, and Mukono municipality, where we currently are. And Mukono has 355,275 voters, and these have increased from 2016 when the voters were only 292,011 voters. A few observations moving around the municipality as, they delivered the polling materials. We can say that there's been minimal police deployment. We don't know whether, during the course of the voting and the course of the day, police will be deployed heavily. We can't say that now because there's still minimal police. And as you can see at this polling station where we are, the people have already turned up in large numbers trying to heed to the COVID-19 regulations and SOPs that were set by the Ministry of Health. Most of them are wearing their masks, but what we can say is that there has not been observation of social distancing, but they continue to come in large numbers and continue to cast their ballots. Earlier, when the Electoral Commission officials were delivering the polling materials in the different polling stations, we saw these officials climb up, to pluck out and pluck off the campaign posters of the different candidates, saying that these are not supposed to be at the different polling stations. You can be sure to follow all these election updates from Mukono District, Kayunga, Buyikwe, and specifically in Mukono, we shall be looking at Mukono North, where the contestation is between NRM's and State Minister for Water, Ronald Chibule, and NUP's Abdallah Chiwanuka. And in Mukono Municipality, the contestation is basically between Betty Namboze, who was initially in DP before she crossed to NUP, and her greatest contestant is Fred Kajimu, who is in the Democratic Party, the party which she was initially in before she crossed to NUP. In Mukono North, James Bisaso of FDC, Fred Kayongo of the Democratic Party, Wilson Mali of National Unity Platform, and Muyanja John Bosco of NRM. In Nachifuma County, where we shall also be updating you back to back, we have the contestation basically between Robert Kafero Sechitoleko of the NRM, Lameka Kawombe of the Democratic Party, and there's so many other independent candidates. We shall be sure to keep you posted on whatever is unfolding during the course of the day and what is going to come out of this election here only on NTV.
Thank you so much, Olivia Komigisha, giving us an update from Mukono District. What we know from what she has mentioned is that as early as 5 a.m., voters had turned up to vote, yet the voting actually started at 7 a.m. So that shows and reveals that Ugandans this time round want to say something in terms of casting their vote and who the next leader will be. Now, Uganda currently is in an internet shutdown. Uganda joins a number of countries that have experienced this internet situation shutdown within an election. One, the most recent being Tanzania, 2020 October. They were shut down as they went through an election. Cameroon and the Democratic Republic of Congo. But with that, do remember that you can be able, although we can't get through to you or you to us through social media platforms, there's the old media and you can send us some messages from wherever you are. Give us an update of what is going on in different areas, and we'll be reading that number. But do know that we're also broadcasting live on NTV Kenya as well and giving you an update of what's going on across the country as Uganda decides 2021.
In the final speech ahead of the elections, President Museveni yesterday confirmed that the government had shut down several internet-based social media platforms.
Those Facebook and those groups did not respond, I hear, and I'm sure the government has closed the social media, those channels of Facebook and I don't know which one.
Queen Zumrat is a business lady. She sells bags and her business is marketed on social media. Facebook and Instagram are the platforms her customers prefer. She's one of the many people taken by surprise on learning about the shutdown. She's now feeling the effects of the shutdown.
Since lockdown, most people have been working online. People actually, with the fear of the pandemic, people wouldn't get to come downtown because they believe there's so much congestion there. So most online was working so much, around 20 to 15 orders per day online. But now, since this happened yesterday, WhatsApps were done, orders reduced drastically.
Alan Sempala Chigozi, the legal affairs manager at Unwanted Witness, says the shutdown is unconstitutional and repressing the freedoms of Uganda.
So where people are using social media or internet platforms to voice out legitimate voices of dissent, okay, then that can be justifiable reasons for you to shut down. So it has to be grounded in law. This one is not grounded in law.
Sempala insists that the shutdown will come with various effects.
We've seen, studies have shown that countries that have done internet shutdowns, in Tanzania, in Congo, in Zimbabwe, they've lost millions of dollars, okay? So in Congo, they lost $3 million every day they closed. In Tanzania, they lost 5.7 million US dollars. When you shut internet, then you're going to give a chance for people to do a lot of misinformation. And where people lack information, they become violent. You realize that countries that have a gap in information and exposure have a lot of civil wars.
He says they plan to contest it in courts of law.
So this shutdown is good grounds for any suit. So definitely, without no doubt, we are already preparing that suit. We are taking government to court.
Asked about the shutdown, presidential candidate Robert Chagulanyi had this to say.
General Museveni has always been turning off social media whenever there's a sensitive issue in Uganda. This is a time when Ugandans need to be connected. It's a time when the world needs to be seeing what is happening. If at all, it's a free and fair election.
The internet shutdown also happened in the run up to the 2016 polls. Olivia Komgisha, NTV News.
Thank you so much once again, Olivia Komgisha, taking and exploring the look at the internet shutdown within the country. Now, we have mentioned to you earlier that you can be able to send us an update from wherever you are, if you have voted, if you're planning on going, or what it is like in your different areas where you are at this point in time, and we are coming to you live from. Now, the number is...
you can reach us on 0757104377. That's 0757104377. We'll delve through those texts in the course of the bulletin. As always, we do love to hear from you. Right, in just a few, we'll be heading over to Raymond Mugisha. Oh, goodness me. We'll be with Raymond Mugisha. Raymond Mujuni, to just give us an update on this internet situation, the legal aspects, and what the next 48 hours might look like if you do have a smartphone, but it's relegated to just SMSs and USSD stuff. He'll be delving into that in just a few.
Thank you so much. My name is still on the biometric voter register in Virginia. I don't know where. I know I've got that other name. But yeah, we are in studio. Want to talk about the internet shutdown. It started effective 7 p.m. yesterday. Again, we broke that news to you yesterday, understanding that the Joint Security Chiefs had asked the Uganda Communications Commission to ask all internet service providers to block gateway access to all internet country. And of course, that's where I want to start from. The suit that you had prepared was specifically for social media. At 7 p.m., the full internet shutdown took effect. Are you preparing a different suit for a full internet shutdown?
No, I think unlike 2016, you see, in 2016 it was half. It was partial.
Yes,
it was a partial shutdown. It was only social media and internet. The other internet services were not tampered with. This time round, for starters, it has started earlier. It started on 9th of January. Okay, some features of certain applications were not working. App Store, Play Store. Okay, it came on, in that chronology, okay, until yesterday when it was full blown. Definitely, see when courts open on Monday, we are going to be their guests. Okay. Now, what happened in 2016 as unwanted witness? We filed a suit. And early last year, court came out and dismissed the suit. But that was on ground that court was not convinced that people are not oppressed. Okay, we didn't have enough evidence that people are oppressed then in 2016. But you see, in 2016, few people on social media. You get my point. In 2016, banks were not interrupted with. Right now, as we talk, you can't even access your ATM. Okay. Yesterday I saw Umeme issuing alerts asking people to be careful how they use their yaka. Okay. So that means many people are going to be oppressed this time round. You see, in 2016, few youngsters or SMEs operated their businesses on social media. You realize right now many youngsters or entrepreneurs, SMEs have closed their brick and mortar shops and resorted to social media. So many people are going to lose jobs.
I want to ask you very intently on this. The enjoyment of freedom comes with limitations in a justifiable manner. If we feel that there must be justification for the enjoyment of those freedoms being limited, then the limitations will happen. Courts have already shown some precedent before we even get to there. First of all, the rallies that were blocked, we saw court 2 days ago saying those rallies that were blocked in regard to COVID-19 SOPs, that blockade was a justifiable limitation. What are the chances of success on this one?
I think the chances are high. You see, for any of such kind of shutdown to happen, it has to be legitimate. Or it has to be necessary. It has to be proportional, okay? So for you to claim national security or public order as reasons for you to shut down, that is not grounded in law, okay? And it should be, the threat should be an imminent attack on the country. Okay, so while there is no imminent attack on a country, you can't use the reason of people voicing out their concerns, okay? Because already the unfairness is written all over. The unfairness we have in these elections is unprecedented.
But the President, Commander-in-Chief, the CDF, the Uganda Police Chief have all spoken to the press and said there are foreign machinations on the electoral process which are likely to produce violence. Are you contesting what they are saying in their statements, or is it that you haven't seen these machinations on your own?
Their claims are baseless. We challenge them. But anyway, we are going to court. We are going to court. Their claims are baseless. So if there is an imminent attack, it should be evident. It should be a cyber attack, and a shutdown of internet then probably could bring tensions down of that sort. So their claims are frivolous, they are baseless. We are going to challenge them in court. It wasn't necessary. They should have carried out an assessment. Okay, an assessment shows what are the impacts of this shutdown, because clearly our activities in Uganda are all ingrained in internet. We socialize, we communicate, we assemble, and even in this time of COVID, honestly, when we want to minimize contact, okay, people have been using social media to interact, to hear from their families, using internet to associate. You get my point? So if you shut down internet, you've stepped on their right to associate, the freedom of expression, which is provided for in the Constitution, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that Uganda is signatory to.
Alan, if I could ask you very finally, members of the private sector have already reached out to the Prime Minister to be able to talk about the broad effect that the internet shutdown has. But as unwanted witness, what's the scale of impact that this internet shutdown, what are you hearing in terms of the impact it's had on businesses and on even Ugandans themselves?
It's going to be grave. It's going to be grave. You see, in 2017, there was a survey that was done by Ericsson, and it was showing that any country that has a broadband penetration of around 10%, that has a direct effect on the GDP. Okay, it has a direct of around 2.8 increase in GDP. Now, right now, our broadband penetration is 18.3%. You get my point. So you see how our broadband, we've not done bad. Okay, we've laid fibers, all that investment. So definitely for a country like Uganda that wants to get to the middle income level, we've had Mr. Museveni promising us the middle income status. For a country like us that want to get there, and yet we want to anchor that growth on our ICT sector. Raymond, you are well aware that the biggest taxpayers in Uganda are ICT companies. Okay, so if you want to anchor that growth to middle income level to ICT sector, then honestly, a shutdown sends all the wrong signals to any investor who would wish to invest in this country. It sends all the wrong signals to any consumer who would want to use social media to access services. Okay, so away from the macroeconomic effects and impacts it has on the economy, but also the SMEs, people who have been using social media. Okay, the transport sector, you have companies like Safe Border, you have companies like Jumia who entirely depend on internet to run their businesses. Now, their
none of them is being able to work at the moment.
They can't do that anymore. So you see how impactful that is on the economy. So anyone to come out and claim there is no impact on the economy, the shutdown on the economy, it would be unfair.
Are you exploring the effect that the internet shutdown has had on the electoral process itself? Because we understand some of the BVPS kits being used for identification are failing, but we also understand that the results declaration system runs off an internet surface to be able to declare results from the district all the way to the National Tally Center in Chambogo. Are you exploring some of those areas to be able to lodge a suit against them also?
Definitely. You see, we contacted EC when they rolled out the roadmap. We asked for a meeting with them. Unfortunately, they didn't give us that audience, but we wrote to them and asked them to clearly come up with binding rules and regulations. You see, when the Electoral Commissions Act was amended, specifically Section 12A and B, and they were asked to start using technology. Okay, so there was need to invoke Section 51 of the Electoral Commissions Act to come up with binding rules and regulations. How these machines are going to be procured? Okay, who was there when they are procuring them? How did they shortlist candidates? You get my point. So there was a lot of unfairness and unclear information in the procurement of these machines. Now that they are down, definitely the legitimacy of the elections and the results will be put to question, really, because now they can manipulate the voter registers to do whatever they want.
All right, thank you so much, Alan. We've been speaking to Alan, an unwanted witness, and of course the key question is internet shutdown in Uganda. 17.5 million subscribers of the internet exist in Uganda. About 3 million of those use social media. So for the last 2 days, those haven't been able to access the social accounts, but the 17.5 starting 7 p.m. last night to now are still under an internet shutdown. Of course, that internet shutdown was communicated to the Uganda Communications Commissions by the Joint Security Chiefs, and Uganda Communications Commission asked all the internet service providers of Uganda to switch off their internet at gateway access and all access points of the internet. We'll be covering this very fast-rising story.
Well, thank you so much, Raymond. Now, as we talk about the internet shutdown within the country, a number of messages are coming in, and we have asked you to send your message from wherever you are within the country. On MTN, you can call. You cannot call, but you can send a message. I beg your pardon. The number is 078-12-27701. I'll say that again, 0781-227701. Send your messages in. And on Airtel,
0757104377. Let me just delve through some of those. There are very many texts. I still don't get it. Like she said, don't call. Tuaheo, Justice, Ami and Gaza, Chadondo East, where the shutdown of the internet has not affected us so much. Oh, wow, I wish I was you. Because we're done with the casting our votes, waiting for results and updates from NTV. Thanks for the show. Okay. Kakaire Banuli from Banda. I don't think this election is going to be fair because of shutting down the internet. Okay, I don't know what that means about the elections that were held 50 years ago without the internet. Yes, Brother Segawa, that's Mugera Frank here in Lugala and Namungona Primary School. We started voting at 8:38, very precise this one, because I've cast my vote right now. It's Oh, he actually sent this a while back, 10:55. Chizito Frank from Makindia, Lukuli. The voting is going on well, and I've cast my vote at 8 a.m. This is in past tense. Though we have a biometric failure. Thank the heavens, Justice Biabakaba is always watching NTV. Hello, this is thanks. Campaigning, so as Frank said, campaigns actually ended quite a while back. Good afternoon. Sorry, apologies for that. Moving on, there's so many texts coming through. Let me just look for some others. Right, this is Twalib Zaitoon. Great, thanks for the wonderful election updates. And as I speak, I already cast my vote and candidate for the candidate of my choice. However, I'm so disappointed in the Electoral Commission for the delay they caused since the biometric machines were, quote-unquote, malfunctional. Yes. So there's so many of these, and this seems like a particular trend when it comes to the biometric machines. Remember, it's over 34,000 of those that are in deployment as it stands right now across the country to make sure that the 18.1 million people actually get a chance to cast their vote. There's really so many texts here coming through, but the problem is some of these happen to be really campaigns. I'm Kakaire Badnuli from Banda. I already went through that one. There's another one from Ginger, I think it's Fahad. Thanks for the updates. There's people here mentioning that police has actually confiscated some of their material. These happen to be agents. I will not mention the particular person they're representing for obvious reasons, but there's someone else here who says, I think it's Jack from Bulanduli. We thought that democracy and freedom should prevail within the country, but with shutting down of the internet, TS, baseless, the impacts are massive on us. Hope, Uganda, there is freedom of expression in future. Here's another one coming in from Bundibujo. Dr. Bwambale Bernard saying that they're in Bundibujo. I'm wondering how we can expect a free and fair election in total darkness, no internet. And also, live coverage can't be held in hard-to-reach areas. I think more freedom as Ugandans is needed at the time. Let's vote wisely. So many of these, Rita. Yes, unfortunately, people actually keep on calling too.
Just the thing I was about to say, please do not call in. We have requested that you just send us a message of how it is going in the different polling stations, the different areas that you are in, and some of the messages that are coming in. We have one in Isaac from Taliwajala saying, started about 10 a.m. That's where the voting started for them, and the biometric machines failed completely. They had to use the voter register. Now, Boaz in Seta has this to say that the shutdown, he is not able to work online, and this has actually affected a number of trading things for him on that side when it comes to business. Now, we'll continue to get more of your messages, what it is like. We'll continue to share with you, but for now, let's take a listen to what the Minister of Security had to say.
Good day, all Ugandans. This is Honorable General Eli Tumwine, Minister of Security, wishing you a peaceful voting day. A peaceful voting day. And I would like to appeal and request all of you who are going to vote that you go and vote in peace and ensure that you avoid any form of violence or any form of disruption. Go and vote and peacefully go home or go and do whatever you want to do, but ensure that this day remains a peaceful day for all of us, and we end it in peace and ensure security of everybody. Secondly, we are hearing and we're getting informing information that presiding officers are being bribed or are being compromised to change the results of the people which they have voted at each polling station or wherever. This is to warn all the presiding officers that if they change or they try to cheat, they will be arrested and charged according to the law. So this is a warning that avoid cheating. All presiding officers and the agents of all the candidates should watch out and ensure that nobody cheats. If anybody tries to cheat, report the nearest security at the nearest place from your polling station or wherever you are. So this is a warning to those who want to cheat. You will be arrested and charge it. So have a nice voting day and enjoy the results as we wait. Thank you very much. And it is for our common good that we vote in peace and finish the day in peace. I thank you.
There you have it, a warning from the Minister of Security for any of those that might be you have heard what you shouldn't do and what you should do. Now we're going to be crossing over to get an update from Ntungamo, Mbarara, Mbale and Gulu. We have our reporters. We're joined by Walter Mwesije, who is in Ntungamo. We have Habadziwa, who's in Mbarara, and we have Sudir Byaruhanga coming from Mbale, as well as Jackson Onyango in Gulu. We'll start off with you, Habadziwa. Good morning, good afternoon actually. Could you be able to tell us how it is going in Mbarara? Habadziwa, if you can be able to hear me, could you be able to give us an update of what it is like in Mbarara district, which is now Mbarara city? Well, as we wait on Haba to get on board, we also do have Jackson Onyango, who is in Gulu. We have Walter Mwesije, who is in Ntungamo, and we have Sudir Byaruhanga coming from Mbale. We'll be getting to that update in just a bit. Well, for now, what we do know, we can just confirm that there has been an issue when it comes to biometric machines within different polling stations, them not being able to work. Some of the responses we have gotten, some messages that are coming in, many are saying they have failed to work and they have now resorting to the manual way of doing things. For some, the question now surrounds how safe the vote is. And you had mentioned also how quick the turnover in terms of the counting of votes will be.
I think, yes, that would actually appeal to the credibility of the vote, because if I wake up one day, Rita, and I say that I'll be standing or taking my poll at the Kampala Serena Hotel at NTV Uganda, then suddenly that is moved to Busia, that might question the credibility of the poll as it stands, or even the credibility of myself and my word, which at the end of the day, the biggest selling point for an independent electoral body across the world is their credibility. Are they credible enough to hold free and fair elections? Now, that is the question that will be brought to the core and to the fore in the coming days, because let's face it, if you wake up one day and you say that we are going to use fingerprints, the president alluded to this just this week, and he said this is a fair system. To paraphrase his words, all of us have unique fingerprints. Much as I came from my parents, my fingerprint is different from theirs. Those were kind of the words that he said. Then you wake up the next day and say you're using a voter register. I might not be very keen on the result that you portray 48 hours later. That is, if you're actually able to portray that same result 48 hours later. Because let's face it, if they had planned for a biometric system, that would, with logic, insinuate that there might not be the logistical prowess to ferry. They had not planned for the logistical side of things with the paper side of things. Now, if the internet was still on, maybe there would have been a mechanism to scan the papers and send them back to the Electoral Commission in record time, in just a second. Now, that is not possible at this particular point. Or maybe they have an intranet. You know, maybe the Electoral Commission has an intranet. I do not. We're not here with Mr. Paul Bukenya to advise us on that. But now this creates many other questions. And this reminds me of an example of the Gambia, because the Gambia, when they had their election a few years ago, over I think 4 years ago, with the incumbent taking on a younger contestant, the issue that came around was how they were going to tally the votes, and they relied on an old school system from Taiwan, which, for lack of a better word, is kind of like an abacus. You know, you throw in and things are tallied way faster. Now they stuck with this system because for them it is credible, it is fast, and it is most importantly fair. Should we have had a plan B at this particular point? All the texts that we're reading all the way from Nansana to Masindi are alluding to the same fact. The biometric machines are either not working or not arriving on time. Maybe they're just not enough sanitizers, because if you put on your fingerprint and you do not scrap it very well,
that will also be an issue. But all of this goes back to the point that there is a delay when it comes to voting, the voting process, and that means it might go longer than actually expected, 4 p.m. But the Electoral Commission spokesperson has assured Ugandans that if at all you are in the line by 4 p.m., a line will be drawn and you will be allowed to vote. Now, you also mentioned SOPs. Our election is happening amidst a pandemic, and from what we have heard, the different updates that we have gotten from 6 a.m., many are saying the observance of SOPs is quite far from the reality that it should be. Either someone is wearing a mask and not wearing it right, it's below the mouth, the soft parts. Yes, quite common, but shouldn't be. But also another thing is that in some areas, as Ali Mvule had reported, that at the Freedom Square in Magere, the issue of washing hands. And one that you might have seen is also observing of social distance. You have lines quite long and everyone barely observing the 2 meters social distance. But if at all you haven't gone to the polling station yet and you plan on going this afternoon, please do make sure you put on your mask right. If you can, carry your own working pen. Make sure you have some hand sanitizer, as well as remember to observe social distance. That is quite key.
Right. And do not forget, we are broadcasting live across the region on NTV Kenya. Maybe, how is your Swahili? Sasa?
Habari?
Okay, I was going to go with chakula. At least you would not go.
Not yet.
That's just food. You can't go. You can't go hungry in Nairobi. But with the constraints that we've had, of course, a lot of eyes are on this particular poll. It's good to know that the rest of the region is watching this particular election very, very closely. Maybe the other contentious issue leading up to this has been the side of the observers, because the U.S. mission, the U.S. envoy put out a very interesting statement just this week, making it very clear that they will not be taking part in this whole observer issue. Of course, some critics came out and said maybe you shouldn't be the one looking at observing, given the trend that has been set by the United States of America.
But one thing we can't forget is that also those who were allowed to take part in observing of this particular election is that they had to be accredited first. Yes.
And I mean, the argument that the ambassador puts forward is they did hand in the forms that were asked for, and only close to over 25% of these were accredited, and for them that simply was unacceptable given the span and the breadth of the country and the many polling stations. We mentioned they're close to what, 30,000 polling stations?
Over
34,000, yes. So given the breadth and the magnitude of the polling stations, if only just over 20% of the observers are given accreditation, that does not create the magnitude or the impetus really to say that we actually observed the election to start with. But over 2,000 observers have been accredited by the bodies here in Uganda, and of those, that includes, of course, the usual suspects, the East African Community, the African Union bodies, and IGAD, to mention but a few. But of course, there's always a debate about observing. And a debate that has come up in the past with the Pan-African movements is, do we actually need to have our elections observed in the first place? And if so, who gets to observe? And who gets to decide what democracy is?
And who gets to select who observes?
Many questions around that,
Quite
definitely.
so many. Now, taking a look once again at your responses, as we give you more of an update from some areas. In Toro, we have Joshua Kikedi, who says many people have voted, only that the biometric machines were slow. Thing that we had mentioned earlier. We have Rogers, who says that he's at Oguta Hill Primary School polling station. Voting started early, very early in the morning, and it's going on peacefully, even though SOPs are not being followed 100%, but everybody is coming in a face mask. Still going on. I would just like to urge everyone that you can only send a message to the numbers below on the screen. Do not try to call in. Kindly do not try to call in. Now, we also have one coming in. Good afternoon. We are voting very well in Oktuke, and I'm happy that today marks the end of the brutality, arrogance, and bad actions that have been happening to the citizens. As Uganda decides, I'm saying it is much more easier for parties with a political structure from village level. Quite a lengthy one here. From village level to win the elections. This is Charles Emmanuel Okwenye. Thank you so much for sending in your message. Continue to see some more responses. This will be the last one now. Voter turn-up is high here in Kasese, but no COVID-19 SOPs are being followed. He does not leave a name. Yeah.
Right, I think let's shift gear and head over to some of our other correspondents who are in the field. Again, our apologies, the best that we can do right now is strictly telephonic interviews. We're now joined by John Cliff Wamala, who's joining us from Rubaga. John, what do you see? How is the mood like? I passed by Nansa Nakuma store earlier on. It was quite busy.
My name is John Cliff Wamala, and I'm coming to you from Lubaga Division, and I will be giving you the updates from the two constituents here, that is Lubaga North and then Lubaga South. The constituencies here and the division at large have a population of more than 300,000 people, and looking at the two constituents here, starting with Lubaga North, both constituents have more than 5 people that are contesting for the Member of Parliament position here, and Lubaga North has from the incumbent MP, that is Moses Kasibante, who also happens to be the member of the National Unity Platform. However, he wasn't given the party card, and therefore he's standing as independent, just like he was in the previous election. The same constituency, Lubaga North also has the former member of parliament for the same constituency, that is the Minister of Lands, Betty Namisang Olive Kamya, and also the NUP candidate, that is Abubakar Kawalia, who also serves as the Speaker of the Kampala Capital City Authority. This is a hot seat, and mainly the competition, talking to the residents here, the competition is mainly between the 3 candidates I just mentioned to you, that is the independent and also the incumbent Moses Kasibante, and the former MP for this area, the MP candidate for the same position, Betty Kamya, and then the NUP candidate, Kawalia Abubakar. And then when we go to Lubaga South, the position also has more than 5 members contesting for the same position, and that is the former MP for this constituency, and that is Kenny Luchams, the incumbent MP, Katoru Bwama, and then the NUP candidate, Mukasa Aloza, who also happens to be a businessman in the same area. And the DP candidate, Nasolo, and then Lubega Mukaku, who is also coming in as independent. Some of these, they have parties where they belong, but they were denied party cards, and they decided to come as independents. And also the FDC, Habib Buwembo. And the contestation here is a very hot one, and there is stiff competition between almost 5 people here. And we are yet to know what will be coming out of the polls, but maybe as people are casting their votes today, within a few 48 hours from now, we shall be knowing who's in charge of these different constituents. Where we started from the polling station at next to Sapo Kagwa Primary School, the voter turn-up was good, and the people were there. The queues were moving outside the perimeter walls of the polling station. However, talking to the presiding officers there, they were still facing challenges of the voter verification biometric machines that were still failing to work smoothly, and this had caused some kind of frustration to the voters who had lined up in long queues from around 6 a.m. and many were promising that if nothing changes, then they'll have to quit and go back home, which is a disservice to the electoral process of the country. But talking to the presiding officer of what could be the solution, he promised that maybe if the situation persists, because they have changed almost 3 to 4 machines and they're all failing, something we don't know whether it was brought about by the shutdown of the internet that happened yesterday, but they promised that maybe if everything fails, then they will go back to people to vote as long as you're on the voters register. Remember, just yesterday, the chairperson of the Independent Electoral Commission, that is Justice Simon Yabakama, said that people will be allowed to vote even if they don't have the national IDs, even if they don't have masks, but as long as they're on the voters register. Something that is evident here, that as much as they're trying to observe some of the SOPs, one of the social distancing and maybe washing their hands with soap is not one that is being respected. As we see, the queues are long and people are just next to each other. And even if the few have masks, some of them, the masks are just below their nostrils, down here to the chin, which is dangerous in case any of them has COVID-19. It means that he's exposed and is exposing the others around him.
Since I started to vote, this is my 3rd time, but the turn-up is massive. People are many. I didn't think that they went to the village. People are many at the polling station. Every polling station is full of people, and I don't know whether at 4 the lines will be finished. Let's pray for the peace, for the good leaders. Thank you.
Yes, I've cast my vote after about 8 months of grueling campaigning, scientific campaigning, which requires you to reach people one-on-one personally. I went through the primaries and then the next phase. So I've been at this for almost 9 months, since June last year. But I'm happy that it's ending today, and I see that there is peace and calmness and I think enthusiasm. A lot of people have come out of all types. The youth are here, the old people, women, men, and they're calmly following the SOPs and in their lines. There's no pushing, there's no threats, there's no harsh words. I think we're going to have a very successful.
Well, that's what it looks like in Rubaga now. The members of parliament that are being voted there will be a part of the 53 members of parliament that are directly voted, elected into parliament. And when we speak about that race, Arnold, how does it look like in your view?
And this is a very interesting one. I have to mention Betty Namisango Kamya, who was just addressing us right now. She's a party flag bearer for the National Resistance Movement, the NRM, which is, of course, President Museveni's party, for our viewers who are not conversant with the underworkings of the machine. This is an interesting lady because in 2011 she stood for the top job against President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and obviously she did not garner that many votes. And fast forward to 2021, just 10 years later, she's a minister for lands in the cabinet, has a corner office, and she now is running on the NRM ticket, which she ran against Museveni just 10 years ago, now running on the NRM ticket back where she started, because before 2011 she was actually an MP in this particular constituency. Now this gets interesting because it's quite heated. There's a comedian, Katolu Bwama, who is very famous for lamenting that this term, which alluding to the term that's now expiring, the 2016-2021, this term, allow me to eat, and you will eat in the 2021 term. And of course, eat here is a euphemism for let me eat, let me get fed this term.
Let me share, let me enjoy this money and
right.
I shall eat later. And actually, last year he did come out and say, in the last term, I ate alone, but this particular term, I am coming so that we can enjoy this money together. So the electorate, they are casting their vote with that in mind.
And that's the thing, you know, people have kind of woken up. In slang, someone could say we're woke, because Katolu Bwama appealed to something 5 years ago, and right now people are done with the theatrics. He could hardly get onto many of the tickets that were traditionally available to him. But away from the comic, the Katolu Bwama, there's Nasolo, Eugenia, for the Democratic Party. Obviously, this is a very old party. She's been very, very busy in parts of Mengo. I think the first water tanks that I saw for washing hands, if you've gone past Mengo, the market, they were from Eugenia Nasolo. Now, she's very interesting, has been going through hands-on, very, very hands-on. The other one happens to be Abubakar Kawalya, who is, of course, with the National Unity Platform, which is Robert Chagulanyi's party, the NUP. He was the Lord Chancellor. He's the outgoing one. And this is arguably where Bobi Wine's party has had the biggest issue. It has been around the people who were already running for particular posts. Let's say the likes of Mubiru in Rubaga North. He was already set to run for the top job, the MP job, and then there was a huge influx, you know, the likes of Segona, you know, these big heavyweights, the Nambos, they came in, and guess what? They've been around the block way longer than you have, so they had to oust the other people who had already campaigned on the People Power movement. Before, it wasn't even NUP. So imagine, Rita, you're already running, let's say, saying you're going to run for, let's say, Rubaga North, let's say 2 years ago, and then suddenly a one-minute Segona shows up and says, hey, I've also joined the party, and guess what? I'm going to run on the same ticket. So Abubakar Kawalya has been around the block, LC5, Lord Chancellor. He ousts the likes of Mubiru, who were little known at one point, but were with the people power movement long before. So that is where the NUP had been criticized for the longest time. This is going to be an interesting race in that particular spot.
It definitely is going to be an interesting one, but here on NTV we'll be giving you an update of how it is going. How tight is the race? Well, now you know. But for now, let's cross over to Nancy Kalembe, who's one of the independent candidates standing in the presidential race. She cast her vote today.
It seems peaceful, and it is refreshing to find that there are no army men standing all over the polling station, as we had thought would happen. So it is good that there is no intimidation around the polling station. That is a good sign that our prayers have worked. Today is the last day of our 40-day fast, and I know that God answers prayers. We're going to have unity in this period as Ugandans, and beyond this, I believe that we are also going to have a peaceful transition of power, because we all know that the government is going to change, but we are going to have a peaceful transition of power, and we shall have security without threats. Now that I've finished casting my vote, the rest is to God. I have moved this entire journey, putting everything in God's hands. It doesn't stop here. Sometimes when you feel like a lot is out of your control, you rest in peace knowing that God is in control. In Philippians 4:6 it says, "Do not be anxious for anything, but in all things through prayer and supplication, with thanksgiving, let your needs be known unto God, and the peace of God that surpasses all understanding shall garrison your hearts and minds through Christ Jesus." So that's where I'm at right now. Switching off the internet by the government is a clear sign that something is wrong. A whole country has decided that a whole government has decided that the nation has no freedom of expression, freedom of communication, freedom of speech, and this is a very bad sign. A lot has been said about being in a military government or that we are under dictatorship, and a lot of people perhaps didn't believe that this was true. But I think we are starting to see the signs. And I believe that switching off the internet was a very bad sign that this government has come to an end. And therefore, Ugandans ought to vote right and vote for the right change. Not just any change, but the kind of change that will bring value and take Uganda forward.
Well, that is Nancy Kalembe, the only female in the presidential race, seems to have her founding in Christ and the Christian faith. Quite a lot said, the 40-day fast mentioned, and also has made mention of the internet shutdown and what her thoughts are on that. Now, we can confirm that Patrick Oboya Muriat has voted in Kumi district. We have Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu, who voted in Magere at the Freedom Square. We also have Nancy Kalembe, who actually voted in Muyenga from the pictures that you have seen. And we're also getting wind that also Pastor Fred Mwesigye was also another candidate in the presidential race that has been quite silent. Seen here and there, he came and mentioned on nomination day that his was going to be bringing a message of love to our country.
Obviously, more of a reformer, but leaning towards the pastoral message, as they call it in church, of course. It's very interesting when someone leans towards that. But just to take us back to Nancy Kalembe, did you know that she was supposed to go for the 2006 Olympics?
She was?
She was. And she's quite the sports lady. I understand she played volleyball, cricket, a very good swimmer. Only wasn't good at the breaststroke, that's what she said. But 2006, she was supposed to go for the Olympics. And guess what?
What?
Uganda didn't have the money. Yeah, we didn't have the money. So she didn't go because we could not actually afford to take the entire team. Quite sad. She could have gotten us gold.
Definitely, but she did mention in part of her campaign rallies, she had mentioned that if she does get the opportunity of becoming president, a sports center is something she's going to be looking into, a way of harnessing the sports skills as a way of making sure that Ugandans can earn themselves some money. We are one of those countries that actually, I must say, I don't know about you, Arnold, and I'm not sure about my physique and how possible it is when it comes to the sports bit of things, but we seem to have a future there from what we're seeing.
I mean, it comes down to nurturing the talent, you know, from under there. There's times when I remember Kampala Kids League where, you know, the 10-year-olds went and thrashed FC Barcelona in Spain at one of those cups which are international. So yes, there's potential there, but that's the difference between once upon a time we used to be better than Kenya at rugby. And guess what? Right now they could send us a high school team, and they still run rounds around us. But let's shift gear and head over to the man with the pastoral message, who is Fred Mwesije, who is also running as an independent, who we understand cast his vote in Entebbe. We got a chance to hear from Ivan Kamanawa-Lunyolo to just give us a sense of what the man of God has in store.
Well, thank you very much. I am coming to you from Banga Nachuoga in Entebbe Municipality, Wakiso District. Entebbe Municipality has 55,515 voters in the area. They are going to be voting in 74 polling stations, 24 villages. But of course, we know today very early, the people were actually out to go and make sure they verify the information so that they get to the polling areas. As I speak right now, there has not been any hurdle. The place is calm and security is doing its part. We have not registered any chaos, but the people have come out in large numbers. Just with me here, of course, is one of the presidential candidates. That's Pastor Fred Mwesige, who has just casted his vote here at Banga Nachuoga to just let us know about the process, how it has been for him. Pastor, welcome with me on NTV. Take us through how the process has been.
So far, the process has been good. There is calmness in the area. So we believe it continues to be like this. Everyone will vote and they will move out and we will have a peaceful election. That's what so far we've managed to witness right now. And we're asking if anything happens, let the security forces, don't let them not use extra force to disrupt such an event that is taking place. But we believe everything will end well.
We have seen people coming out in large numbers to vote, and we have not seen any chaos so far. Do you anticipate anything maybe as the day unfolds?
No, I don't think, because Ugandans are peaceful people and they have been sensitized well before this day. So I believe everything is going to move on well and the security is handling everything well. So I believe nothing will change, maybe apart from the weather, because I see it wants to rain later.
Yeah. What have you dedicated your vote for? What have you dedicated it to, if you tell me?
My vote, first of all, I want to speak as a minister of God. Something happened on the 5th of Jan, which I may not disclose right now, but we believe on the 14th today something has taken place. And this is it, that a new era of God is going has started. We're going to see leaders emerge, leaders who fear God in Uganda, and we're going to see the emerging of religious leaders who fear God. We're going to see a nation that fears God in Uganda. So why? Because we believe that our theme, that is era of love based on the fear of God, being the solution for Uganda, that once we have leaders who fear God in Uganda as the foundation, because the issue is about the foundation, not about the manifestos. They are good, all of us have good manifestos, but we need to have the right people in offices so that they may run and bring to pass what we've written down in our manifesto. So we believe that love based on the fear of God and having leaders who fear God, that's what is going to change this entire Uganda and the entire Africa. At the same time, as the president, this is what I want to tell the Ugandans, that Uganda is safe in the hands of God, and the future of Uganda is okay in the hands of God. Let them be courageous and strong in the Lord. Like I spoke on my nomination day, let no one, let not even foreign forces threaten you Ugandans, because Uganda is safe in the hands of God.
Yeah, we have not seen your agents in all polling stations. How are you sure that your vote, that people are casting for you safe?
Yeah, I know, because I spoke to people heart to heart. A good leader must be having the talent of speaking to someone else's soul. So I believe the message that we carried and took across the nation, people are voting not because we put the agents there, because we are an independent. We're not a political party. They are funded. We are not funded. And there's no problem with that, but that's what we could manage. So we went on telling people across the nation that let them be our task force. Anyone who believes in their heart that having leaders who fear God is the solution for this nation, the right foundation, let them be the people to watch over our votes and communicate to us the results so that we may tally and see what we have.
Well, thank you very much for speaking to us, Pastor.
Thank you.
Well, that is, of course, the presidential candidate, Pastor Fred Mwesige, just giving us a sense of what an exercise is here, where he has casted his vote here in Banga, Nachiwogo. But just a quick one, we see that the parliamentary seat in Entebbe has attracted 8 people, including the incumbent, who is Rosemary Tumusime. Although she lost in the primaries to Shaka Stevens, she had to go on and contest as an independent candidate. Well, of course, the mood is calm, unlike the downpour that is threatening and probably may disrupt the voting exercise here, but we anticipate that there is going to be peace in Entebbe, calmness as the day unfolds.
Right, many thanks for that, Ivan Kamana Walinyolo, joining us from Entebbe and just walking us through the other independent candidate, Pastor Fred Mwesige. And it's quite interesting, the picture that he shared there, because on one end, we do have Pastor Mwesige saying that he does not necessarily have the agents, because that was a very interesting question that Ivan actually posed to him. Do you have the agents to monitor the vote across the over 160 districts? And he said, you know what, the will of God will do the wonders, as opposed to a one Shumuk, who actually has... who actually deployed over 150 agents to help him with this monitoring issue. Now, if you are just, different agents.
Different candidates, different ways of doing things, I believe. But the pictures that we are seeing are coming to you live from Chambogo. That is the Tally Center. Chambogo University, I believe. That is the Tally Center of the day, the official one, and throughout this particular election, 2021.
Now, of course, we will be having our very own Andrew Chamagero to just give us the lay of the land, what has just come in, which district has been tallied, which constituency has been tallied. This is a going concern. The next 48 hours are going to be very, very critical because the more, one thing that we alluded to around an hour ago is the fact that some biometric machines are not actually functional. Yes. And that now means heading over to the register and having a sandwich system between the register and the biometric system. So this right here is going to be a very busy place in the coming few seconds.
Quite busy, and from what the Electoral Commission, we do know from the law what will be happening is that for the parliamentary election, those who will be elected, the results can be read and announced at the district level, but in particular when it comes to the presidential election, it will only and only be announced, any results will be announced from that tally center in Chambogo, and as Arnold has mentioned, we will be bringing you whatever will be released from there. But for now, let's cross over to Magere, where the Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu, who is the presidential candidate of the National Unity Platform, spoke to Ali Mivule earlier and had this to say in regards to the challenges he has faced throughout the campaign period, which was 60 days, quite short, but also what he might be seeing going forward with the election.
We also how the regime tried to bring up issues to do with my education and my age to block me from standing for presidency. And indeed, I was arrested on the day of nomination, we went for the campaign. Also the efforts to block me from reaching out to the people. We reached out to the people either way. And now we are here. Everybody was scared. They thought I would not cast my vote. Here I am, coming from the polling station. So, having survived and overcome and surmounted all these challenges and odds, I want to assure Ugandans that we can and indeed will win. Whether or not Mr. Byabakama declares that is his business. Our business is winning. We have made every effort to observe and watch this election, and we will know the answer.
6 hours 20 minutes, actually 6 hours 40 minutes, 20 minutes to the top of the hour, which is 1 p.m. That is coming in from Magere. Now we do know that voting started at 7 a.m., 1 p.m. close to it, and one thing is certain that in some areas, the material did come in late. The biometric machines have in some places not been functioning. Some have functioned, but quite slow. And for now, we do know that the presidential candidates that have voted, we have Patrick Oboya-Muriat, who is the presidential candidate for the Forum for Democratic Change. We also have who we just saw and who just spoke to us, that is Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu, who is the presidential candidate for the National Unity Platform, as well as Nancy Kalembe, who is an independent candidate within the race. And we also have Fred Mwesije, who has been quite quiet, but he's also an independent in the race. For now, we take a look at your responses, because we asked you earlier, and we continue to ask you to give us updates of where you are. You can share your name as well and what it is like from the polling center. Are the SOPs being observed, and how has the voting process gone for you?
Obviously, we're resorting to more traditional means to share your messages that you have actually sent us. You can always get in touch with us on 07571044377. Let me start with Phyllis Phoebe in Busabala, in Massaja, to be precise. Thank you for presenting. Well, blocking the internet is something very cowardice by the government of Uganda. I must say this is done on whim, not looking at the other side. Besides that, in Massaja, everything is moving on well despite the long lines. Ugandans are deciding 2021 peacefully. Many thanks for that, Phoebe. This is a lot innocent from Zambia. The shutdown of the internet has greatly affected us as students that are now unable to access Zoom lessons. Okay, we were studying online since the lockdown was put across. Sincerest apologies for that. Here we were thinking the biggest thorn in the shoe happened to be election-wise, but clearly if someone was having an exam in the foreseeable future, that might be a challenge. Moving on to Blair in Kabale. They do say that the elections are calm here in Kabale. It's time for Ugandans to fight for their rights, and people, of course, if you're above 18, time for you to fight and stop complaining. Okay, well put. Moving on, these are quite many. Some are quite offensive. I'm afraid I will not be able to read those out. Herman Chiza, I'm done casting my vote. What's done is done in the dark and shall always prevail in broad daylight. I think that's the other way around, though. Let's keep peace. God shall bring justice soon. This man. Let's move on. Moses Senjako. Amien Wakiso Kasengeje. The voting has started, or should I say started at 11:30. Okay, that was quite late. And the people are very calm, and they've actually come in early in the morning to cast their vote. Thank you for the texts. These are extremely many. And the moment I actually run to the phone, it's like people just read my queue and send some more. And even call, which is quite sad. Mugira Richard from Entebbe. It is unbelievable that we're having to start voting at 9:30. Well, it's not that bad. Some people started at 11:30 due to the biometric failures. This is a going concern. Very familiar, this one. And the arm of the police are here to show people the vote, but nothing you will do will change the votes. Okay. It continues to say that we're here in Entebbe feeling close to 100% that switching off the internet is a sign of a government that wants to do cheating without quick and immediate evidence, because Even cameras were also stopped in the voting area. Pardon my tone. I'm just trying to read it as the dear gentleman put it. I don't know, Rita, if you have a few. Ronnie A. Tykes in Mbarara say it's come here and very, oh, he says backward. I don't know if come and backward actually rhyme in the same sentence. Sharon in Palisa says here in Ogurutap polling station, everything is moving free and fair.
Well, those are your responses. That's on the Airtel line. Now, if at all you do have some airtime and you think it might be cheaper for you to send your message via the MTN line, well, the MTN line is 0781-227-701. The numbers will also be below the screen. Send your messages in, but remember not to make the call, please. For now, let's cross over to take a look and get updates from our reporters who are stationed in Mbara. We have Habat Ziwa. In Bale, we have Sudir Biaruhanga. And in Gulu, we have Jackson Onyango. In Ntungamu, we have Walter Mwesige. And I will start with you, Walter Mwesige. Good afternoon. Could you give us just an overview of what it's like in Ntungamu? Walter Mwesige? Seem to be having an issue connecting to Walter. Well, now let's try and connect to Habat Ziwa, who's in Mbara City. Habat, can you be able to give us an update of what it has been like in the past close to 7 hours now since polling started?
Polling station where general candidates who is serving is expected any time from now.
Right.
We seem to be having an interference there, but he has mentioned one thing, and that is in Chiruhura district, they're just waiting on the NRM presidential candidate there, that is Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, to come through and cast his vote. In Mbale, we do have our reporters stationed there. We have Sudir Biaruhanga, Jackson Onyango from Gulu, and Walter Mwesige in Ntungamu, and we'll be getting that in just a bit. But taking a look at the responses, we'll be getting into those now. In Kabohe town, that is in Shema municipality, we have Abimanya, who sends in a message saying all is well except for the slight drizzle. Interesting there. And for him, it's just the weather issue at that point in time. That is in Kabohe. We also take a look at Patience. She is also from Mbara. She says she wants Chagulanyi as a president. Nothing as an update in regards to what it's like in terms of voting. But we also have still in Mbara City, we have the elections are going well. And this is Tumushanje. That is Tumushanje Julius from Shema. We're trying to get the western part as just to give you an update there. We also have Shafiq from Mengo. He says shutting down the internet is a move to rig votes. Therefore, there is nothing new from the general election of 2016. Our candidate is winning, and that is why they are scared. Now, still going forward, we have a few others coming in. Remember, you can continue to also share your thoughts, but let's keep it as civil as we possibly can as we send these messages out. We have in Namisindwa district, we have Jean Watts, who says voting is underway and peaceful, and we expect our candidate, President Museveni, to go through. Another from Shema is that they are almost done. In Shema, you do not leave a name. Now, we also have John from Masaka, who says casting the vote is going on well, though switching off, I beg your pardon. Bet you believed you want to try to say shutting off of the internet is really terrible, and no way we can call this free and fair election. Seems most of those seem to be having a conversation about the internet shutdown and bringing it closer to the free and fair election. In Butaleja, we have Davis, who sends a message saying there is no way to prove a free and fairness of the national elections due to the shutdown of the internet. It directly shows no transparency in it, but it is peaceful, and this is at my polling station. That's what he shares. Do continue to share your messages. We also have one coming in from Maracha. He doesn't leave a name, but says the turn-up is good and people started voting early, though not observing the SOPs, which is what is going around in different parts of the country. Reports coming in are, yes, people have shown up in numbers, but the issue continues to be about observing of the SOPs and the voting equipment.
Right.
Yeah.
Just maybe to bounce back to what Herbert Ziwa was alluding to, the NRM flag bearer, Yoweri Museveni, where he is voting from. If we are to take this and put it into retrospect, this is arguably the same place that is voted at for so many times over the years, so many elections. And that, of course, paints a sort of a picture of where the stronghold might be. And also going with the 2016 statistics, it is very clear how much of the election has actually been won because of his strong presence when it comes to the Western region. And it's no surprise that he chooses Chiruhura, where he has voted at that particular polling station over the years. So it's no surprise that Herbert Ziwa is actually expecting him there. Apologies for the technical glitch. As you can imagine, besides the internet, other facets of telecommunication have also been disrupted in much of the country. Just to give you some stats, again, we started with this. The Western region stands at 4.7 million Ugandans who are registered to vote, and some change, 4.7 and some 30,000 people. The Central region stands at 5.63 million Ugandans who are registered to vote. Now, if you are to do the quick math, if one is to win over the Central region and the Western region, one could argue it's in the bag.
Yes,
but
because
by what
top
margin?
two regions, yes, if we're just taking a look at the 4 regions that make up Uganda, you will see that the top 2, Central and Western, bring in the biggest number, and then we go ahead to see Eastern Uganda and Northern Uganda having the least number of registered voters, yes, on the register.
Yeah, so I think that is where, if we're to use words from the U.S. Elective politics, if you're able to swing one of these regions or districts per se, it could push you over the finish line and be able to get that 50% plus one, of course, that is needed.
Yes.
Maybe we need to also highlight this to many of our viewers and followers, maybe in the region also. You must have the 50 plus one, that's percentage-wise. Or if that's not the case, then we would have a runoff between the top person and the second placed personnel, or should I say candidate, in order to have that runoff. As you can see, though, there's a live pictures coming in from Chambogo, where we will be actually having the tallying of the particular results that are coming in. Very, very momentous, should I say, stage that is, because let's face it, that's where the name of our next leader is going to be announced.
Yes, now we're going to be crossing over. We seem to have gotten Herbert Ziwa on the line, and we'll be asking him just a few questions. He had just stopped off. Herbert Ziwa, good afternoon once again. A few minutes back we spoke, but unfortunately the network couldn't let us continue. Could you be able to give us just an update? Brief update of what it's like. You mentioned that you're in Chiruhura district waiting on Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who is the NRM presidential candidate. What else is going on that end?
Yeah, thank you very much, Lisa. As I told you, we are still outside Karo Secondary School polling station waiting for the NRM candidate Yoweri Museveni to come and cast his vote. Despite a morning drizzle, voters have turned up in large numbers and they are going at the polling station to cast their ballot. There is no interference whatsoever, despite the fact that some security is around here, as you know, where the president is, there's that security, but access to the polling station is free, and it is smooth as long as you have your identity card and other requirements for someone to vote. But just nearby, there's another polling station called Nshwere Church of Uganda polling station, where also voting is going on smoothly. And by the time we left the polling station at about 11:30, voting was going on. This polling station has a total number of 850 voters who are turning up in the morning to come and vote for their preferred candidate. The drizzle in the morning has slowed down some voting in some polling stations in this district of Chiruhura, and we expect maybe in the due course of the day it will cease and people continue to come in and vote. That district, Chiruhura, as I've been telling you, you would say it is predominantly NRM going by the 2016 general elections. But we have also spoken to other colleagues of ours who are located in other parts of Western Uganda, in Barara. Some of the colleagues have told us that voting is also going on smoothly. the voting materials that also reached in the morning, and very many people are in the queue waiting to cast their ballots. In Shema, the same situation, especially in Shema municipality, voting is also going on smoothly without any interferences, despite the fact that yesterday some of the candidates were complaining over prefixed ballot papers. But the Electoral Commission came out clearly and said there was nothing of that sort. And since morning, anything of that sort has also not been seen. That means that maybe the allegations of yesterday were just allegations, and they stayed at that. So that is the situation here, and we are still waiting on for the NRM candidate, Yoweri Museveni, to come and cast his votes. And I'm seeing some of the voters who are coming out of the polling station after casting their ballots. So Rich and Arnold Segawa in the studios, that is the situation here in Chiruhura district, Karo polling station, where the NRM candidate is expected.
Habadziwa coming to us from Karo polling station that is in Chiruhura district. He has mentioned that in the areas of Shema, Mbara and Chiruhura, voting there is it's going on well. It's rather peaceful. We weren't able to ask him if the observation of the SOPs, he seemed to have left us quite too quick, but we'll be getting into that later on. We'll be asking him some more questions, and we'll be giving you an update once the presidential candidate of the NRM does cast his vote. For now, we cross over to Ntungamo district, where we have Walter Mwesije. Walter Mwesije is there, and in Ntungamo district, as we cross over to there, we have Mugisha Muntu, who is the ANT or ANT presidential candidate, flag bearer there. And good afternoon, Walter.
Good afternoon, Rita.
Walter, could you be able to give us an update? It's now about, well, we're just getting to about seven hours since voting started or was expected to start. How is it looking in Ntungamo?
Yeah, so the situation generally is not too bad. We haven't seen any, acts of violence or, misunderstandings across the polling stations that we've been able to visit. But what we know is that this area has up to 265,000 voters and 481 polling stations in Ntungamo district. However, what we got from the registrar in Ntungamo district as of this morning is that yesterday a ballot box was stolen with its ballot papers, and he says there are up to 832 ballot papers after a truck they hired to transport the materials to the sub-county failed to reach the area. 18 boxes apparently were also carried by the agents who volunteered, and it's among the 18 that one was stolen. Now, that one that was stolen belongs to Kacherere village in Rubare sub-county, and we managed to go to that particular area. Of course, people were very unhappy. They were unsettled. There was nobody from the Electoral Commission. There was no police at that particular point. And the people were demanding to know what is going to happen thereafter. But our interaction with the registrar, who is called Latif Ngonzi, says that they were in touch with the Kampala office, the Electoral Commission Kampala office, and they were suggesting that they are likely to either push the voting to the next day, or they are going to print another set of ballot papers, and they would then send them to Ruvare for these people to vote. Apart from that, Muntu also cast his vote at about 10:30 at his voting area in Kitunga, Church of Uganda, Rwashamire, in Ntungamo. And when we spoke to him, he said he was going back to Kampala to go and monitor whatever is happening from, all over the country from Kampala. He says, Kampala is best placed for him to pick information. But he told us that in parts of Jinja, particularly where Paul Mwiru votes from, their agent was beaten this morning, and she couldn't continue with the work, and they had to submit another person to carry on the work of the agent who was beaten there. The police deployed. Generally, there was not much to see in the town. There's almost very little business going on around there. The the police majorly is, and the army is around the polling stations. And, you know, voting is going on very well, apart from the issue of biometric machines. Honorable Mwesigwa Rukutana has just cast his vote here in Rubare sub-county, and the machine there did not work properly. It actually takes about 10 minutes to, you know, read and enter the details of one voter. So you can imagine, you know, since morning, a couple of people have been lined up here waiting to cast their vote in vain. And the communication from Rukutana, he says he spoke to the registrar, and he says new information is that the polling assistant and the officials should then use the register if the machines completely fail to work.
Right. Walter, let me just jump in there. Going by the 2011 poll, that's, of course, as per the Electoral Commission official results. You're in Ntungamo. Going by that poll, Dr. Kiza Besigye, who was the biggest opposition candidate at the time, managed to score 33,628 votes. That's 23% of the vote. The incumbent, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, ran away with it with 75.81. I'm saying ran away with it, not literally. But fast forward to 2016, we saw a same trend in Ntungamo, where the incumbent Yoweri Museveni still managed to get over 60% of this. He got close to 67.96% of the votes. Do you see this continuing this time round, the incumbent still managing to garner close to 70% of the vote, given the fact that you do have the likes of Mugisha Muntu who hail from Ntungamo?
Yes, Arnold. This area predominantly, you would want to say that is still, you know, leaning to the NRM. And of course, it goes by the fact, you know, when you reach the town, there are not many posters of any other party apart from the NRM, you know. That is something that is very visible. And of course, most of the people that you speak to here and there, you know, the offices really predominantly the NRM. We were in Rukunjiri district, however, which, you know, is predominantly FDC. The situation there is not any different, but the fact that this time round there is, you know, people like Jim Mwezi coming back, and, you know, Ingrid Turinawe, who decided to run out of the FDC and contest as an independent after failing to secure the FDC flag. We only wait to see what happens. And from here, we're going back to Rukunjiri district, and we will be able to, you know, paint a very clear picture of what is there right now.
Just want to ask one thing. When it comes to SOPs, how is the observance there?
Good question, Mr. Kanya, and I could tell you that we've seen some places, some polling stations with water and soap for people to wash their hands. But it's no doubt that in many polling stations, these facilities are not there. Even when it was the duty of the Electoral Commission, at least the registrar in Ntungamo district told us that they had material in form of soap and, you know, the water containers to have people wash their hands, because it is actually everyone's life at risk. The biometric machine reads the fingerprint. So the polling assistants have to literally touch almost everybody's finger to try and fix it properly on the biometric machine. And there isn't anything like, you know, an alcohol rub to clean after one has put their print there. So everybody is sharing the same machine. Very highly likely that if anybody has COVID-19 here, a couple of people will pick it from the same place.
Distancing, wearing of masks.
Pardon?
How is the social distancing within the queues and wearing of masks?
Yeah, quite very difficult to say that you'd have social distancing very visibly clear. If you take a look at the NRM primaries that happened some months back, there was no social distancing. And this time around, it's the same story. No social distancing. People don't have masks. Some people actually don't even believe that COVID exists in these areas, some of them that we've spoken to. So that's the situation. And we are now moving. It's now actually raining here in Rubare. We will be moving to another place to see. So it is likely that the process is going to take a bit longer. And some of the ballot boxes actually here, or I would say the voting material, where people are supposed to cast their ballots, do not have leads, up to 40 of them. So many sub-counties are still waiting for those leads. When we spoke to the registrar in Ntungamo, he said they were going to be sent either by chopper or by a motorbike from Barara. He claims that they were dropped while on the way by a truck that delivered their materials yesterday. So some polling stations as close as 5 to 10 meters from the office of the registrar were not able to start on time. They started at about 9 a.m. So definitely there will be delays in the process.
Thank you so much, Walter Mwesije. Walter Mwesije coming to us from Ntungamo via phone interview. And he has mentioned something, which is that one of the ballot boxes was stolen yesterday. This particular ballot box was supposed to be going to Chere village within Rubare, and unfortunately didn't make its way there. Many of them are worried, but we do have a comment from the Electoral Commission on this particular issue. Let's take a listen.
That matter has been reported to our incident center because we have a query complaints desk and we receive, issues that are out there in the field. And it has been brought to the attention of police to pursue this person and then retrieve our materials. So I think it's a matter that's being handled by police. But we're also seeking the best way to address this so that these people can still vote. It's of course unfortunate when something like that happens. It disorganizes the process. So it has been reported. It was reported earlier on, and we are working around it, and we'll inform on the development as it is resolved.
Well, that's the comment there from the Electoral Commission spokesperson when it comes to the ballot box that was stolen. That ballot box was supposed to be going to Chichere village within Rubare County, but did not make its way there. Now, from what Walter Mwesije was giving us an update on, he said there's a bit of a 10 minutes delay when it comes to the use of the biometric machines there. And that goes back to many wondering, will this particular casting of vote end on time, 4 p.m.?
At this rate, I am not sure because, first of all, if a polling station has 100 people expected to vote there, which they are being very, very lenient, multiply that by 10, divide that by 60 minutes, you can see the hours that they're going to spread way, way, way over the 4 p.m. Even though we've been given reassurances that if the line is crossed and you're in the queue by 4 p.m., then you're safe. But the biggest worry here is away from the 48-minute hour window that is accorded in the Constitution. The biggest query for me now turns towards the issues around COVID-19, because we had campaigns controlled from 70 people to 200, and all these controls put in place in order to control the spread of COVID-19. Over 10 districts scrapped off the campaign list for all the 11 presidential candidates. Why? Because they were causing super spreader incidents, and the Ministry of Health, together with the Electoral Commission, came up with these districts, and municipalities, 16 of them, Jinja, the greater part of Mukono, you have Kampala, to mention but a few. And now we're at an incident where we're using biometric machines and fingerprints, and there is no hand sanitizer.
Yes, all they have is soap and water, from what Walter Mwesigye was telling us. But what we can tell those who are going out to vote this particular afternoon, if you can, do remember to observe social distance. This is something we're not seeing it happening anywhere near close to that. And Walter Mwesigye had said that COVID-19, for those in Ntungamo are wondering, is it even there? Does it even exist? Well, it does. So as you step out, because it could just be one person in that queue, just one, and we don't know what will happen. We have seen over the past few weeks what Uganda is trying to deal with when it comes to the COVID-19 pandemic, and all we can continue to say is stay safe. So carry your mask, put it on right, please, not below the nose. Don't put it just at your chin. It should be covering from your nose to your chin, safe. And please do avoid touching your soft parts, as our president has always called it. Your eyes, your mouth, your nose, your ears, those particular things. Right after, wash your hands when you're done casting your vote, or sanitize them, and then get home and stay safe. Have I forgotten anything? There might be one particular thing, the working pen.
Oh yes, there's
which is now a part of it, given the election. Yes. Well, we can now give you a few more things. We know that Mugisha Muntu did vote. He is the presidential candidate of the ANT. He did vote. He cast his vote.
All right, our colleagues there from our sister station in Uganda, NTV Uganda, monitoring the situation with regards to what is happening on the election day. Well, a very good afternoon to you and welcome to NTV at 1 here in Kenya on a day that Kenya's largest trading partner and neighbor is deciding her future. Well, voting is underway across Uganda under heavy security in an unprecedented election. Well, the internet and social media platforms have been switched off at this moment, and voters allowed into polling stations under very strict guidelines coming on the back of chaotic campaigns, rights abuses, internet and social media shut down, like I said, and these are some of the early pictures of voting and security operations in the East African nation. Now, polls were due to open at about 7 p.m. They did, local time in Uganda. There was a bit of delay in some of the several areas, according to reports we were able to receive. Some polling stations did not open for close to 2 hours, and the voters in the queue had grown quite anxious, began shouting at the polling gate officials. But then again, that was calmed down, and polls are actually expected to close at exactly 4 p.m. but will remain open until everyone in the queue at time of closing has managed to vote. Our reporters from Uganda are still monitoring the situation, and results are not expected before Saturday. And you can remember that from the day before yesterday, Ugandan police had promised that they would deploy officers on rooftops of the capital, Kampala, on this day, which they say comes after opposition activists commanded protests from rooftops in November, when more than 50 people were killed after Bobi Wine, one of the presidential candidate, Robert Chagulanyi, was arrested. And earlier this week, in a televised address, Yoweri Museveni, the incumbent president, gave a very stark warning, saying that no one should disturb peace, and if there's any kind of chaotic scenes, then everyone will have themselves to blame. And he's actually ordered the security forces to ensure that the law has been followed to the latter, and that's why security forces have been cracking down on gatherings ahead of this day, the election day. And we've seen a number of people injured in some of the chaotic scenes that we witnessed during the campaign period. The government says the ban on gatherings was to prevent the spread of coronavirus, while the opposition says it was just a smokescreen for repression. This is some of the issues we'll probably be discussing. Well, this is a very tense presidential election, and indeed it is pitting longtime President Yoweri Museveni against the opposition frontrunner Bobi Wine. Bobi Wine is a pop star turned opposition leader. And just taking a look back at the campaign period in the run-up to today's vote, this was plagued by probably the worst political violence in years, with more than, with a lot of people injured in the process, as well as the repeated intimidation and arrest of opposition figures. And remember, police actually say that the actions are necessary to ensure compliance to COVID-19 restrictions. But the worst of what is happening and a lot of concern is the internet access that has been cut off, and there are fears of unrest by security forces who are trying to implement some of those measures by the government. Well, away from those concerns, the people of Uganda have been reacting to that issue of internet and social media shutdown in the country. Let's just listen into their thoughts.
The only sad thing about on the other side is that we are missing the communication because some lines have been cut off. We don't have internet, so we are lacking communication outside Kampala. We don't know what's going on.
This is the day we've been waiting for the new Uganda, as our prince proposed it. So we are very excited to see what is going on.
Well, the opposition presidential candidate Robert Chagulanyi had actually voted a couple of hours ago, I believe, at the Magere polling center. That is near Kampala. That's his home and where he was registered as a voter. He did speak there, and this is what he had to say.
We also how the regime tried to bring up issues to do with my education and my age to block me from standing for presidency. And indeed, I was arrested on the day of nomination. We went for the campaign. Also the efforts to block me from reaching out to the people. We reached out to the people either way. And now we are here. Everybody was scared. They thought I would not cast my vote. Here I am, coming from the polling station. So, having survived and overcome and surmounted all these challenges and odds, I want to assure Ugandans that we can and indeed will win. Whether or not Mr. Byabakama declares that is his business. Our business is winning. We have made every effort to observe and watch this election, and we will know the answer.
Remarks there by Robert Chagulanyi speaking to our sister station after casting his ballot, saying the tribulations he had to encounter during this campaign period up to this day, and just also taking a look at some of the other pending and other related issues on the election. We have here Yoweri Museveni, who had also casted his vote. And it says, you know, we're at Karo Primary School. That's where the polling station is in Shwere, where President Kaguta Museveni casted his vote. Next to it is in Shwere COU polling station, where 250 voters are set to cast their votes amidst the normal presidential deployment. And just taking a look at some of the other related issues and how the other international media organizations are covering the elections in Uganda. At Al Jazeera here talks about Uganda voting in 10th presidential election, and here you have it, a picture of Robert Chagulanyi, Bobi Wine there, saying voting is underway in Uganda. It's a 10th presidential election pitting longtime President Yoweri Museveni against opposition frontrunner Bobi Wine, saying this vote was plagued by the worst political violence in years, with more than 50 people killed by security forces amid crackdowns on opposition rallies. Also talking about the internet access, which has been cut off, and that there are fears of unrest as security forces try to stop supporters of leading opposition challenger Bobi Wine from monitoring polling stations. We also have here CNN saying if he wins Uganda election, Museveni will work with his 7th U.S. president. Here's how the U.S. has helped him stay in power. And during a virtual live press conference on Thursday, a stunned global audience watched as singer-turned-politician Bobi Wine was forcibly removed from his vehicle by Ugandan police as gunshots were fired. And also taking a look at, following the incident, the conference organizers, Vanguard Africa, a non-profit promoting democracy in African countries, filed a complaint with the International Criminal Court against Museveni and other high-ranking Ugandan officials for violations of international law governing human rights and crimes against humanity. And away from that, also Reuters here, also taking a look at how the internet blackout has affected the election process there, and saying, you know, Uganda's communications regulator ordered telecoms operators in the country to suspend all internet gateways from Wednesday evening until further notice. And the blackout came on the eve of a presidential election in which longtime leader Yoweri Museveni is facing an opposition galvanized by popular singer Bobby Wine, despite a campaign marked by brutal crackdowns. Well, from that, we also have here at CGTN saying the United Chief calls for inclusive, transparent, peaceful elections in Uganda. And so the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres on Wednesday issued a call for an inclusive, transparent and peaceful election process across Uganda a day ahead of opening of the polls. And with presidential and parliamentary elections scheduled to take place today, and of course they're happening right now, the UN chief has actually raised concern over reports of violence and tension in the parts of the country and implored all the political actors and their supporters to, quote-unquote, refrain from the use of hate speech, intimidation and violence. Further, the UN chief has also called on the Ugandan authorities, particularly the security forces, to show maximum restraint during this period and act according to established human rights principles. And he also reiterated that the UN's commitment to support the country's efforts to promote sustainable development and build a prosperous future. And these are just some of the news reports coming from international media organizations that are also very closely watching what is happening in Uganda. And back in Kenya, this is also very, very interesting because this is a huge regional partner, trading partner, one of the biggest, our biggest actually. And just taking a look at that as well, Busia is the border between Kenya and Uganda. We do have our reporter there. Let me get this correct. Zacchaeus Mosame is at the Busia border and is now joining us live for more details of exactly what is happening. Zacchaeus, a very good afternoon to you. Very good to have you with us today. Now, we understand that there have been reports of probably some of the Ugandans coming into Kenya and crossing over to Kenya because probably of fears of chaotic scenes after the election. Or really, you have been monitoring what has been happening at the border. Just give us a glimpse, a picture of what is happening.
Thank you so much, Zainab. We are coming to you live from Busia border here at the Kenya-Uganda border in Western Kenya, where we have been keeping an eye. Indeed, like you said yesterday, we saw a number of people coming from the other side, moving to this part of the country in Kenya from Uganda, crossing over to this place. We have come to understand that most of them were business people who maybe think that could be because of the results of the elections. Maybe there could be some sort of tension. Therefore, they were taking cover as early as possible. But again, we have been here since morning and we have seen that at the border, business is as usual. We have seen the cargo trailers moving in and out of this place. We have had even an opportunity to talk to the voters across there because you understand that at the border, we have people who even do business here in Kenya, but they are residents of Uganda. They have told us that it's still calm. We have not seen something that maybe could bring many questions. But again, also, we are told that this is not the right time to gauge. People are waiting maybe the votes to end. When the counting will start, then that is where the time we will gauge whether this process is calm or is peaceful or not. But again, we also have here residents at the border. We will have to talk to them to understand what is the understanding of what is happening across this country. Maybe your name and shortly, then you tell us maybe wewe unafanya nini hapa mpakani na hizo kura za Uganda wewe umezichukulia namna gani?
Okay, kwa majina naitwa Winnie Rinaxi. Mimi ni mfanyakazi hapa Busia kwa boda na deal na mambo na M-Pesa. So ulikuwa unasema aje?
Labda hizo kura za Uganda kama mfanyabiashara hapa zimeweza kuathiri vipi? Umeona ama mambo ni kawaida tu?
Naona mambo iko shwari. Watu wa Uganda nimesikia wamepiga kura vizuri, bado sijasikia kuna vurugu yoyote.
Okay, asante sana. We love the other lady. Come on.
Kwa majina naitwa Zainab. Kwa majina naitwa Zainab. Mimi ni mwanabiashara hapa Busia. Ninawatakia kila laheri kwanza kwenye kampeni zao wakati wa kura hii. Lakini kwa kidogo kuna vile sasa tatushi kuko, hizi magari za mafuta zikienda ICD wanaambiwa msitoe gari. Wanaambiwa kuna vitisho huko hivyo mbele. Sasa tulikuwa tunaomba serikali ya Uganda, tafadhali, hata sisi tuna mandugu zetu, mabwana zetu, marafiki zetu wanafanya hizi kazi za transit. Tunaomba tafadhali wasifanye vurugu. Tunawatakia kila laheri kwenye kampeni yao.
Those are the wishes of those the business ladies here at the border. They are wishing Uganda all the best, and they are saying that they are praying that all the election will end in peace, peacefully. And again, we also had an opportunity to talk to some border operators who have been in Uganda earlier on. They said they have seen the security detail in Uganda has been increased almost to every polling station. We have enough security officers who are keeping an eye. And therefore, Zainab, we will be here at the border to just see what could be happening. But like I said earlier on, business is usual here. We have seen people moving in and out. Like what you can see, maybe if Doreen can be able to get, that is the border of Kenya, Uganda. We have the Kenyan police officers. But some around 40 meters from that particular place, the other side, we have the Ugandan police officers also manning this border. We have tight security check at this border. Like you have seen, people are being ransacked to make sure that nothing out of the ordinary goes in or comes from Uganda at this place. And therefore, Zainab, we will be updating you and our viewers of what could be happening here as it comes by. Back to you in studio, Zainab.
All right, thank you, Zacchaeus Mosame there, monitoring the situation at the Busia border that borders Uganda. And away from Uganda now, and elders in Garissa County have termed the diplomatic standoff between Kenya and Somalia as disrupting regional stability. The leaders from different clans also accused Somalia President Mohamed Farmajo of dragging Kenya into its internal affairs ahead of the February 8th presidential elections. The elders say political instability in Mogadishu will definitely cause an influx of refugees in the country, with Kenya already hosting more than 1 million Somali refugees in Dadaab for the last 3 decades. Mid-last month, Somalia severed diplomatic ties with Kenya by expelling Kenyan diplomats from Mogadishu, accusing Uhuru Kenyatta's administration of violating Somalia's sovereignty and meddling in its internal affairs. The two heads of state later held talks on the sidelines of an IGAD summit.
Sisi hatutaki refugee ingine, wakimbizi wengine wakuja hapa Kenya. Tumechoka wale wa mbeleni. Wamemaliza ardhi yetu yote. Na sasa hii tuliona huyu mtu yuko hapa sasa anataka kufuruga. Na shinda ingine anatokezea huko. Na sisi hatukubali maneno kama haya. Hatutaki Somalia apate shida.
Meanwhile, the National Police Service Commissioners now want police line commanders to improve communication with junior police officers so as to monitor their mental well-being. This follows an increase in the number of cases of depression and suicides in the police service. Speaking at Wanguru Police Station in Mwea East Sub-County, where a police officer recently killed a colleague and committed suicide, the NPS chairman Eliud Kinuthia said cases of depression and crimes of passion witnessed in the police service could be avoided if the commanders were able to follow up on the officers and recommend counselling for those affected. He urged police officers to stop engaging in crimes of passion.
Wakati afisa anaendelea kufanya kazi, na mnajua kazi vile inavyokuwa, kuhakikisha kwamba kuna usalama wa mwananchi na mali yake, maugumu za hapa na pale zinaweza tokea, na wakati mwingine anaweza lemewa kwa mawazo, anaweza lemewa kwa mambo yake ya kibinafsi, anaweza lemewa kwa mambo yake ya kuangalia familia, anaweza lemewa kwa mambo mengi. Na sisi kama waajiri wake, jukumu letu ni kuja na kumpa moyo na kumpa nguvu ili kuhakikisha kwamba ameweza kuendelea. Na kisa kama kile kilitokea hapa juzi ambacho mnajua kilitokea na tukapoteza maisha ya maofisa wawili, hakitatokea tena.
And the International Commission of Jurists has rejected in totality the Building Bridges Initiative proposal on constitutional amendments. ICJ says calls for a referendum is not a priority for now and that the government should spend its resources in resolving current social and economic challenges facing Kenyans.
As jurists, our considered view is that the proposed amendments
take away the gains contained in the Constitution 2010 and undermine the rule of law. Further, from our analysis and monitoring of the public discourse, we conclude that the BBI process has been characterized by general mistrust, divergent political and contested interests, a failed attempt to inculcate a people-driven and a people-centered approach which ought to have been, or which ought to align the principles of the rule of law, democracy, and human rights. Whereas ICJ Kenya supports calls for a unified Kenya, we reject the BBI proposals on constitutional amendments in totality and reiterate that the amendments are unnecessary. The issues identified can be cured by entrenching political will, instituting policy and legal reform. What the Constitution 2010 requires is meaningful, deliberate implementation in all its core areas. We call on Kenyans to join our rallying call to the political class to implement the Constitution 2010. Tekeleza Katiba Sasa.
Well, the national government will need to redirect part of its expenditure into building new schools in the Eastern Mau area, as thousands of students and pupils in the area have no schools to go back to. According to the Foreign Affairs Planning and Environment Principal Secretaries, public schools in Molo and Kuresoi still need infrastructure expansion to allow for COVID-19 prevention adherence for both learners and the teachers. The Principal Secretaries toured Pangani Special School, Moi Primary, Kirobon Girls, and Jenga Karume Secondary School, Silver Lilies, to assess the preparedness of schools in combating the spread of COVID-19 as in-person learning enters its second week across the country.
We have witnessed very high numbers of children in classrooms, sometimes 100 children in a class. This is a very, very unfortunate situation, and it makes it very difficult for the students not only to learn, but to protect themselves from this horrific disease that we are facing. It also puts the teachers in very difficult circumstances, not only to teach, but also to protect themselves from COVID.
We are going to recommend that we reprioritize our expenditure to see that we devote or put more resources to building more capacity of physical infrastructure of the schools, both in terms of classrooms, the dormitories, and the desks and any other related infrastructure.
The CDF must be commended. That is the National Government Constituency Development Fund. Because in many schools that we have actually visited, we have seen how the CDF has continued to support development of infrastructure.
Well, at least 4,000 learners are yet to report back to school in Isiolo County almost 10 days into the new term. 91% of pupils in primary schools and 86% of those in secondary have already reported. During an inspection tour in some schools in Isiolo County, Public Service Principal Secretary Mary Kimonye said that all students who have not yet reported back to school are being traced with the help of the local chiefs to ensure they return. Isiolo County has reported at least 10 cases of early pregnancies within the COVID-19 period. Kimonye says the girls ought to be permitted to school, and so far 4 schools have been closed due to insecurity challenges along the volatile Isiolo-Garissa border.
Boys are at 89, girls are at 93%. When you combine the whole, Isiolo is at 91% return to school. So we are very proud of the primary schools. With all the challenges in the area, which are known to all of us, that is a very good achievement. When we come to the secondary schools, we have the boys at 83%. The girls at 89%.
Kuna mchakato wa kuhakikisha ya kwamba amani ya kudumu baina ya watu ambao tunapakana na wao, wazee wanaanza kukaa chini na viongozi. Kwa hivyo hizo shule bado wajua uoga, mambo yakitokea usalama wa wananchi kidogo wanaingia na uoga.
Well, from that, tomato farmers from Kajiado South are decrying high cost of fertilizer and pesticides, which they say is undermining their returns. Small-scale tomato farmers in Rombo in Kajiado South are saddled with high costs from their tomato farming, which they say is due to high tax imposed on agrochemicals by the government, which results in high cost of fertilizer and pesticides. The farmers also say unscrupulous businessmen are selling them ineffective fertilizer, thus decreasing their yield. The farmers now say they're having to turn to the Tanzanian market, which is more profitable as prices and packaging is controlled and no brokers are involved in the process.
Huku kwetu wengi wanakimbilia Tanzania. Na Tanzania ni na dawa zao ziko effective na pia hazina VAT. Hapo ndio wanatushindia. Sasa tunaomba kama government inaweza toa ile VAT iliwekwa kwa mambo ya agrochemicals.
Sasa sisi wakulima wadogo na hatuna magari yetu ya kibinafsi, marori haya makanta ya kujipelekea mzigo. Unakuta sisi ni lazima tutaumizwa kwa sababu maburoka tayari wameshatukanyagia.
Meanwhile, internationally, U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi has signed articles of impeachment against President Donald Trump, a ceremonial move that precedes the article being sent to the Senate. Trump became the first U.S. president in history to be impeached twice after the House of Representatives voted to charge him with inciting last week's mob attack on Congress. However, the Senate will not hold a trial before January 20th, when Democrat President-elect Joe Biden assumes the presidency, meaning the real estate tycoon will escape the risk of being forced to leave early. He will, however, depart in disgrace and face a Senate trial later, and if convicted, would likely be barred in a follow-up vote from seeking the presidency again in 2024. At least 10 Republicans, including the party's number 3 in the House, Representative Liz Cheney, voted in favor of Trump's impeachment. Armed National Guards were deployed across the Capitol, with central streets being blocked to traffic in anticipation of reactions from Trump supporters. Trump is calling for calm. And the World Health Organization has arrived in Wuhan, China to commence investigations into the origin of the coronavirus, a year into a pandemic that has since killed 2 million people across the globe and infected more. The arrival of the experts comes at a time when China is experiencing a surge of infections in the northern province of Hebei.
The 10 scientists from the World Health Organization arrived to a sanitized reception with Chinese government officials, signaling the beginning of the much politicized inquiry into the origins of the coronavirus. The scientists will first quarantine for 2 weeks in compliance with Chinese immigration requirements before embarking on the exercise. The organization's leaders say answers from their mission will not be instant and that they will advance a number of studies for a better understanding of what happened. The Beijing government has been criticized over its handling of the pandemic since it became aware of it, and its sluggish reception of the WHO team. Chinese authorities say, although Wuhan is where the first cluster of cases was detected, it is not necessarily where the virus originated. The northern province of Hebei is currently dealing with a surge in coronavirus cases. 138 infections were reported by the National Health Commission on Thursday, and the first virus fatality in several months reported in Hebei province has seeded alarm across China. Beijing is anxious to stamp out local infection clusters ahead of next month's Lunar New Year festival, when hundreds of millions of people will be on the move across the country. No deaths have been reported in mainland China since May last year, with the official death toll now standing at 4,635. China had largely brought the pandemic under control through strict lockdowns and mass testing, hailing its economic rebound as an indication of strong leadership in Beijing. Bridget, Ghana, NTV.
Thanks, Bridget Ngana there. We'll be heading back to Uganda just to get now an understanding of what the election really means for the region and the continent as well. But before we do take a break, just a quick update on what's been happening in the sporting world. And Phil Foden's strike moments before halftime gave Manchester City a 1-0 win over Brighton to move the hosts up to third in the English Premier League. Given league leaders and local rivals Manchester United visit second-placed Liverpool on Sunday and have a resurgent Arsenal among their next opponents, while Jurgen Klopp's men must also face Tottenham before January is over. Pep Guardiola might have a chance to move further up the table in the coming weeks. Meanwhile, sixth-place Tottenham drew 1-1 with Fulham. Meanwhile, Tottenham dropped more points as they played a 1-1 draw against Fulham at home. Harry Kane put Spurs ahead in the 25th minute before Ivan equalised for Fulham in the 74th minute. Arsenal host Crystal Palace in tonight's only game.
Lovely goal for Lookman. Tidy touches away from Sanchez, and he's hooked it into the area, and Fulham have got their equaliser. Caballero with the header, crafted by Lookman, and with 16.5 minutes remaining.
And finally, the Dakar Rally motorbike leader Jose Conejo was forced to retire after a fall with Friday's finish line agonizingly close. This is as Stefan appears to have all but wrapped up the car title. The veteran mini driver enjoys a 17-minute cushion over Qatari Nasser Al Attiyah, and a record-extending 14th Dakar crown now looks like his to lose. The 26-year-old Honda rider, nicknamed Nacho, fell 252 kilometers into the 10th stage in Saudi Arabia, and although he remounted and completed the stage, he agreed with the rally's medical department to retire for fear of having suffered concussion. The Dakar living up to its fearsome reputation.
Today navigation was not easy, because the problem, all the bike cutting, all the corner, and there is not easy to find the way, but okay, I'm quite happy to finish without any problem.
All right, just to remind you that voting is underway in Uganda in a very tense presidential election, pitting incumbent Yoweri Museveni with the young opposition leader Bobi Wine Robert Chagulanyi. We'll be getting back for more intense discussion on that and much more. Stay with us.
Kuchukua selfie ni kuchukua control ya future yako. Buy an Quick or Insti HIV test kit from your local pharmacy or through MyDawa. Hurry and get yours today at 150 Kenya shillings for a limited period of time. To talk to someone on how to use the test kits or interpret the test results and what to do next, call 1190. Amua kujua. Chukua selfie.
Breaking news from Molfix. Let's see what they're developing right now.
Molfix pants with anatomic fit technology. New Molfix pants, an invention from babies for babies.
You should also try Molfix.
John Kamau has been through it all, from being evicted from his home to sleeping in the office and eventually becoming a tout. John now owns a fleet of buses.
In fact, wakati niliweza kupata ile gari ya kwanza, mimi mwenyewe nilipata kazi. Sababu nilienda nikaanza na nikakuwa conductor. Wengine huona maconductor si wa muhimu, but gari hili haliwezi songa bila conductor.
Indeed, anakiuka, which means going beyond and breaking barriers. Nini tunafanya hapa sasa?
Sasa nataka ujaze hii gari, kiuka na watu, jaza beba watu.
So gari inaenda wapi?
Umoja inako.
Umoja inako. So sasa tunaenda Umoja inako 30 bob tu. Kazi iendelee, tukiuke nayo. Umoja inako 30 bob. Tukienda. So manze usiwahi give up. Zidi kukiuka na tuzidi na hustle.
Tuzidi na Hustle in association with Safaricom.
The presidential candidate.
right, well, thank you so much for staying with us. Like I said, today, Ugandans headed to the polls in a contentious presidential and parliamentary elections. Incumbent President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, in power since 1986, has never faced an opponent as strong as the popular musician Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, better known as Bobi Wine, who has galvanized Uganda's youthful population against his 34-year rule. And while previous elections have been marred by crackdown on the opposition, campaigning this time had been particularly violent. Scores of people have been killed, and opposition candidates, supporters and campaign staff have been repeatedly arrested and intimidated. There is a countrywide internet shutdown as we speak, and we'll be having a conversation on exactly how and what is happening in Uganda and how those matters are affecting the region and the democratic space in the continent. With me in studio is Dr. Hassan Kanenje, the director of the Horn International Institute for Strategic Studies, as well as Ahmed Ashi, our resident governance and policy expert. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us this afternoon. Indeed, very good to see you.
Zainab, it's wonderful to see you again.
After a very long time, indeed. So I know you've been watching what's been happening in Uganda. Yeah. So first of all, I'll start with you, Ahmed. Your initial thoughts on the election process in our biggest trading partner.
Zainab, a long time ago, Uganda used to be called the Pearl of Africa. Now it is the oyster of Africa. No pun intended. And the reason is that the shine of Uganda is one of the most beautiful countries in the continent. It has really deep political and economic history in the context of East Africa. And there has been state failure for a long period and civil war in Uganda. And we have to look at it from a contextual point of view when we're analyzing the political economy of Uganda, because from the very beginning, something called political violence has been the mainstay of Ugandan politics. And it has something to do, I believe, with how political institutions were established, or more specifically, the political culture in Uganda. We in Kenya are not very different from them. But in Uganda, the violence has become part of the sinews and the blood and the bones of Ugandan political life. And Yoweri Kaguta Museveni came to power through the barrel of the gun, if I could use a 1970s word. And he does not believe that anybody has any legitimate right to question him about Uganda, because he's responsible for all the things that Ugandans now have. They have stability, the economy is doing well, the infrastructure has been built. There's a lot of things that President Museveni has done that's for the good of Ugandans. You can't just say that he's not done anything, nothing. But President Museveni himself is a bona fide African dictator. And from a long line of dictators that we've had in this continent, he came in with the promise, you remember, that he was going to leave, he was not going to stay in power.
Right.
This is his famous dictum, that after 2 terms or 1 term, I'm going to leave.
Right.
And the old man is still here. And the problem now is, I think, that there is no...
From the reports that we have gotten to be able to monitor the results that will be coming in. We have John Katumba, who voted for Mukono, Patrick Oboya Muriat, who is the presidential candidate, flag bearer for the Forum for Democratic Change. He voted from Kumi District. Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, who is the presidential candidate for the National Unity Platform, did vote from Magere at the Freedom Square, that is within Wakiso, and Billy Mayambala voted from Luwero. Now, those expected to vote, we know that in Imbara we do have a team in Chirhura district who are waiting on President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who is the presidential flag bearer for the NRM, to cast his vote. From all that we have gotten from the morning, from about 7 a.m., in some areas, the voting material did come in a bit late. In areas, there are also some struggles with using the biometric machine, and some it is not working. In some places, it is just a bit of a delay for the voting. We also do know that there is no observance, in most areas, observance of the SOPs, because we are having, and Ugandans are casting their vote in amidst of a pandemic. Now, with that said, we'll be keeping you abreast of whatever will be coming in. Also, do remember, for those who might not know, we're also broadcasting live on NTV Kenya Tanzania, and as a country, we're taking to the polls with an internet shutdown. Now, this is not something new to Uganda. We did have one in the 2016 election, particularly on voting day. For this one, no reason has been given, but in 2016, the reason was something to do...
Reminds me of Mama Wangari Maathai in Uhuru Park here. Things have to, this political violence has to stop in Uganda.
Right. Dr. Kanenje, I'd also like to get your thoughts on the election process. And also, we'll be coming to take a look at, you know, the amendment to the age limit and how this would probably impact the democratic space in Uganda. What are your thoughts on what's happening there?
I would say this election is, in one way, is a generational contest between the old and the young.
Right.
On the other hand, it's an ideological contest between those who are realists and those who are idealists. Now, what is different, though, about this election, for instance, compared to what has been taking place in the region, is you have the status quo, which has been in power for a very long time.
Right.
Much of Uganda's recent history has been dominated by President Yoweri Museveni. And he has experience. He was not elected the first time he came to power. He assumed instruments of power by force, and that explains a lot of his faith, perhaps, in using force to be able to stay in power. But the challenge, I think, that Uganda has had in recent years is, in as much as you have President Museveni, who is old and ideologically may have no new ideas to bring to the table, his main competition, who is Bobby Wine, or Robert Chagulanyi, as he's called, is young, but with few to no ideas at all with regard to being able to transform. And that has been a challenge, especially for him in trying to even mobilize international support, because while he has inspired a lot of hope and he has a lot of following among young people who constitute the majority and the bulk of Ugandan population, at the same time, he does not have a system. There's no shadow cabinet. There are no people that can inspire confidence that he can actually govern the country. And so it's a little bit sad situation for Ugandans generally, because sometimes it's like you're being caught between a rock and a hard place.
All right, then where does this leave the Ugandans? Of course, you talk about these fundamental shifts, specifically the demographics, the age demographic there. You have a youthful voting population that really want to have, you know, a change in terms of the power in Uganda. The yearning for this change, then where does this leave them?
Now, that's $1 million question. The youth problem, especially on the continent, it's not unique, of course, to Uganda. It's also a problem in Kenya. A lot of their hopes and their dreams they've seen them deferred. A lot of them, they face very grim prospects once they leave school. And that is a question that Uganda needs to address. The challenge, especially with Uganda, it has had very weak institutions when it comes to opposition politics or checks on government. Parliament itself is dominated by the National Resistance Movement, political party. And so to see a possibility of change or alternative government, it's actually extremely limited.
Right.
Now, I can't agree more with my colleague who said that in as much sometimes we see a lot of noise that come from especially capital cities, Museveni is still fairly popular among the rural population and among the older population. And these rural folk comprise more than 70% of Uganda's population. And I think that is something that is normally lost. Now, of course, there hasn't been any credible opinion poll taken, part of it because of the challenges, but also just because institutions in Uganda, they haven't developed sufficiently to be able to do that. I think that would have revealed some of those disparities. So this is a generational contest is as much what I call a cultural contest between, let's say, the urban and the rural folk, as it is a generational contest between the young and the old.
Right.
Look, I just add to that the great Ugandan scholar, Dr. Mahmoud Mamdani, gives us a certain discourse which I think is important to bring to the conversation, and that is that Of course, the Ugandan post-colonial state was formed under the auspices of a lot of violence. Of course, they come from a colonial system just like we did. And the region had a responsibility from 1960 up to today to institute some very basic things. And you know that we have suffered over dictatorship, one-party state. We have suffered under mediocre politicians. And you know that in Kenya there's been a long struggle to try and get rid of that, and we're still trying to do that. For Uganda, the case of majorities and minorities is a very important issue. It's also an important issue in Kenya. There's some ethnic groups in Uganda that are considered the majority, like the Buganda, northern communities were in the army and the police. The Bugandas were in the professional services and in the government. Museveni comes from the southern part of Uganda, of the Cushitic, Nilotic mixture. So they have been stamped as a minority group in Uganda for a very long time in politics. So they've always wanted to come in. And when Mr. Museveni captured power, I don't think there were any state institutions the day he captured power, because the place had just been overrun. You remember the Tanzanians had sent their army in there. Idi Amin had fled. Museveni had fought Okello and many of the other generals. And Uganda has this culture of violence, and it comes from that colonial period where the majority and the minority were pitted together. So the system of British rule, divide and rule, left when they left at independence, immediately there was violence, because before the colonial period there was kingdoms. There was a check and balance system among the ethnic groups and their kingdoms. And this interruption of the colonial system has produced this political violence because they know nothing better than that. Because that's the culture they come from. So the responsibility of leaders to change this political culture in Uganda has failed. And the easiest way to deal with development and to deal with the state and to deal with society was that the NRM has become fused with Ugandan life. It has become fused to Ugandan institutions. Everything about the Uganda is about the NRM, and at the top of that mountain sits Yoweri Kaguta Museveni giving direction. And I think that no matter what kind of political process is brought into Uganda, it will be very difficult for the opposition to enter power under these circumstances, because everything that is fused with the state, it becomes impossible, even if they win, to get into the state and dismantle that process. So I think that there's a tall order in Uganda, and I think there's two solutions to it. There needs to be a broad coalition of opposition, with a statesman and a man of stature as their candidate to fight Mr. Museveni in these elections.
Right.
And they need to popularize themselves among the rural folk and the urban folk, and to make sure that the message there is that stability will continue. Because look, President Museveni is going to die one day. President Museveni is not the guarantee of security and stability in Uganda. If he leaves institutions, if he leaves systems that will continue his legacy, good or bad, at least we'll keep that stability in Uganda. But if we continue along this path, where at the political table, the issue of violence has become now the only system for people to get into power, I think East Africa is in big trouble.
When you talk about that, we look at what happened in 2017 in Parliament in Uganda, where there was an amendment on the age limit by the ruling government, perhaps to pave way for what some would say is a lifetime presidency. And some experts in Uganda say that this was to have the incumbent president probably hand over power to, his son, who is a general and who is the head of the presidential elite security force, Dr. Kanenje.
You mean General Muhoozi?
Indeed.
Muhoozi, yes.
I think the last visit that Colonel Gaddafi had in Uganda, he told Museveni that revolutionaries do not leave power. And I guess he took that advice very seriously.
Quite literally.
Yes. So, these are from 1986 to early 2000s. in Uganda, Uganda was dominated by one party, the National Resistance Movement. And pretty much there were no really multi-party democracies until the 2000s. Now, in as much as the 1995 constitution was very progressive actually for Uganda, it left out certain things. Now, with the adoption of multi-party democracy, or at least competition in Uganda, and in 2005, what was also introduced is the removal of term limits in the referendum. It was called the Kisanja campaign. And so when they removed term limits, it meant someone can run unlimited. Now, later on, of course, in 2017, 2018, what we saw is it was realized that term limits were not sufficient, because then the president, being a human being, you have to get old. And as you get old, years are going to be added, you know, to your tally. And so because of his monopoly over parliament, it became very easy, actually, to be able to do that. Now, I would call that politics. It has been happening in the United States. It's the reason Donald Trump was able to do so many things he did. But when you're having monopoly over parliament, it becomes increasingly difficult not to have your way when you're a government. And I think we have seen it happen not just in Uganda but other places. But this is a very bad precedent. It's a very bad precedent. But it speaks to the idea that between 86 and 2000s, there was no real opposition in Uganda. And so there was no foundation to build an opposition that could actually be able to win a significant even minority in parliament to be able to check government. And so as long as you're going to have one political party dominating the political space, both in parliament and the executive, you're likely to see these kind of things going on, not just in Uganda, but actually elsewhere in the region. Now, just to use the example of recent elections in Tanzania, it's going to be increasingly difficult for Magufuli, or rather for opposition, to actually have an agenda passed. Magufuli today, if he decided to change the constitution, there are chances that he can be able to do that, in part because he has an overwhelming majority within parliament. And so this is something, even as a region, we need to pay attention to, because increasingly since the early 1990s, our democratic experiment has been on the decline. And this is not helped by especially the kind of move towards right-wing governments in the West, because then people take a cue that is actually not very positive. And I think we need to look at ourselves as a region and say, is this a direction where we want to go?
And I know, Ahmed, I know you want to add to that. And this isn't just the democratic space in the East African region, but also the South African region. This is something that we're also witnessing, a lessening of the democratic space in Africa. This should be a concern for the international community, or just us as Africans.
I think you raise a very critical point, and I probably think that is at the core of the debate today in Africa, particularly in our region in South Africa and in South Africa. I want to raise one point before I go to that question. That you see, the United States has been supporting Mr. Museveni from the day he came to power, because the United States, for all their verbiage on human rights and all these other catchwords, they see Mr. Museveni as a strategic partner in this region, particularly on issues of South Sudan, particularly issues around the Great Lakes.
National security.
Yes, so on the balance, when it comes to the national security issues, the Americans always choose the national security option instead of the question of values of human rights and democracy, no matter how much they say about it. I saw the American ambassador Ambassador Nagy, I believe, in Uganda, saying something about that the United States is very upset about what's going on.
In fact, they cancelled its observation mission
because
in
the polling stations, they were not allowed to go to over 10,000 polling stations.
They were not given their accreditation,
yes, which means they can't go to the polling station.
So they cancelled.
So because the books are being cooked over there. So I think that there's this responsibility on U.S. foreign policy to make sure that they do not privilege security over democratic rights and issues of values. That's one. On the issues on the impact that the Uganda is going to have on East Africa, I don't think our President Kenyatta or President Magufuli are going to say one word about what's going on. And the reason is there is this convention among presidents in our region that they only attend the inauguration on the day that you're elected. Before that, they don't say a word.
I was actually coming to that. There's this term that maybe you can expound a little bit more on that.
So,
something called silent diplomacy.
Yes, so I don't think it's silent diplomacy. I think it's a silent affirmation. Because everybody in this region believes that without Museveni, Uganda is going to go to pieces. And there is no credible leader who can transition from the opposition to the presidency. You remember when President Moi, the late President Moi, was in power. If Raila Odinga did not say Kibaki Tosha, they would have been defeated. So Kibaki was an alternative that was backed by Raila Odinga, and therefore the international community saw a transition leader who could still bring stability, and therefore President Moi was pressured to leave power internally and from outside. President Museveni has one person over there who can transition into power, that's Besigye, not Bobi Wine. Bobi Wine is a disco man. He cannot run the government there, you know. It's not, this is not right.
We'll take a look at that in just a moment.
Yes. So my last point is, I think that it's really important that, as I said before, that the Ugandan opposition gets its act together.
Right. Dr. Kanenje, you know, you spoke about Dr. Besigye a lot, and there's something that he said. First of all, before the campaigns started, Dr. Besigye said he will not be contesting in this election. But something interesting he said is that they have Plan B if Plan A does not work. And probably some would construe this to say that Uganda might head back to the Bush war with this Plan B that Dr. Besigye was probably speaking about. Should this be of concern for us?
He must have taken inspiration from the words of Lupita Nyong'o saying all dreams are valid. I want to tell them that, you know, some dreams are not valid, and because we live in a realistic world. When you look at the regional environment, to get back to the bush, you need some kind of external support. You need ways to be able to transport your weaponry and stuff like that, and men. I'm not seeing countries right now with the capacity around Uganda and hostility enough to be able to do that. So I don't think that is going to work.
Right.
Number two, perhaps what he was also thinking about is mass protests or some kind of insurrection like what we saw in Capitol Hill. Unfortunately, Uganda is not the United States. People are going to be mauled in their thousands. And I think if they take that route, it's actually going to be very unfortunate, not just for Uganda, for the entire region. We're already seeing some Ugandans trying to get into Kenya. Okay, because of fear of what might happen. And I think President Museveni is very much aware of the potential, especially of uncontrolled youth, you know, perhaps running rampant. And if that happens, it may get a little bit bloody. And if that does, of course, it's going to affect us too. And so words do matter. And leaders, whether in the opposition or government, it's important to watch what you say. And so going forward, just like what we have seen in Washington this last week, this is a time that these leaders should exercise a lot of caution. Yeah, and a lot of responsibility. Because a lot of young people are very desperate also in Uganda and may actually decide to go in the streets, and it's going to be very unfortunate. Maybe also that explains why, you know, Museveni has deployed massive security around the country. And now part of it is of course to ensure that there's no violence, but also part of it, you know, the advantage of the incumbency.
Intimidate people.
Understand? Yes. And so Uganda's future, I think, or rather political growth, I see it in the future, that there has to be a recalibration of political opposition to try and to build a wider consensus and something that is actually credible to be able to provide an alternative government. This is a country whose the last 40 years or 50, 60 years have been characterized by violence, you know, from the Tito Okellos, Milton Obote and stuff like that. Museveni, who was living here in Kenya, you know, as a rebel, knows that very well. And a lot of people in Uganda, and some of those who are in the political opposition, apart from young people like, of course, Bobi Wine, who may need actually a lot of wine tonight because it's going to be a very long night. They're coming from that military background. And so they understand. And UPDF has a stronghold when it comes to Uganda's architecture, generally, you know, political and security. And it's not separate from government. And that makes it increasingly difficult to actually remove it from power unless you've co-opted a segment of it, or at least former officials who have enough credibility with the military to be able to be allowed to actually assume power in case you win an election.
Right, Hashi.
I think that I agree largely with my colleague. I think also, you know, the military in Uganda is also watching this very closely.
Right.
And they know that their leader has, the clock is ticking. Mr. Museveni is not a young man anymore. He's an old man. I think it would be a huge mistake for him to groom his son to assume the presidency of Uganda. And that mistake would, I think that the Ugandan army would oppose that because the idea that the Uganda must have a civilian transition. You know, Mr. Museveni is partly civilian and he's partly a military guy. And if power is then given to the Ugandan military, it becomes an absolutist state then, because then the military will take, the culture of the military will then take over even further and deepen the relationship between the army, NRM, and the state. And I think that that is dangerous situation for Uganda. The path that needs to be taken, as my colleague has said, is to build that opposition camp that will, by now, you know, I think we're criticizing Mr. Museveni a lot, but I also think that the opposition in Uganda needs to be taken to task over one thing. There's no broad-based opposition. It's a huge problem. I don't think that that concept of having a broad-based opposition that will transition Uganda into civilian rule is there. And I think Mr. Museveni is going to be here for a while longer. And if he continues with this grooming of his own son to transition him into power, it will be the first time that in East Africa that a sitting president has put his son into power. And that will send a terrible message to this region. You know, our main ambition, Zainab, in this region is to have a borderless East Africa with one currency, with zero tariffs, where we can all trade and increase the gross national product, the gross domestic product of this region by 100 times. That needs democratic government. It does not need despotism, it does not need absolutism. It needs a system of civilian government that can guarantee that trade and prosperity becomes part and parcel of this region, because we're a rich region. We have resources, we have all the people, we have a lot of people who are trained in all the professions, but the state in all our regions are an impediment to development instead of being a helper in the process of developing this region.
Right, but a lot of reactions coming from most of our viewers on social media, what they're saying is there is a huge population of the young people in Uganda, literally, and I know we've spoken a little bit about that, but Dr. Kanenje, they're saying, where does this leave us? We are young and we want change. Where does this leave us?
Very important question.
That is a very, as my colleague is saying, it's a very important question. You know, the challenge that has happened in the continent in the last 10, 30 or 20 or 30 years is a massive increase in young populations. And the increase of population is supposed to be something positive, because you're going to get more people to work. Unfortunately, the opportunities and the economies have not been growing at the same pace as the population. And so, of course, that leaves them on the margins of the economy and the margins of society. Now, we know that it is easy, especially when you're dealing with the youth, to promise them heaven tomorrow. It does not work like that.
Okay.
Even the process of economic growth or opportunities for employment takes time. And so what the youth needs, because they are the determinant or mostly who's going to be the leader in the various countries, is to organize themselves and vote for leaders with a vision.
All right.
What has been happening, and Kenya is also a test example, you can see the kind of youthful people we elected, and how well are we doing in that front again? Exactly, that's the answer. And so it is not about electing a young leader. It's about electing someone with a new vision, with some new ideas, who can be able to mobilize the nation inspire it, but who actually has a practical agenda for economic growth and social development.
Right.
And that is one thing has been lacking, especially in people who are very popular like Bobby Wine, as opposed to someone who is very old, may not have very new ideas, but can provide a level of stability and predictability because the world knows him, the old people know him, and people in the rural areas, they keep being reminded of the Uganda of yesteryears, and no one likes that.
So let's just suppose, for instance, by a long shot, that Bobby Wine is declared the winner in this election, right? And, you know, we talk about him having zero experience in terms of administration and politics. How then do we see Uganda in terms of lifting the residents from this current depth of despair to the social economic prosperity that they aspire to achieve? Because then, what, 4 more years? First of all, there is, you know, there's no lifeline for this presidency. We don't know when it will end. It's going to be as long as it can. There's no strong opposition. We do not know when a strong opposition will come up about. And then you have these young people who are hoping for, you know, some change, something different. So where, yes, Hashi?
Well, Zainab, that's a very important question. It brings about the whole idea of a post-colonial state.
Right.
And what its responsibilities, what is its future, and how does it deal with issues of development in society. There are huge questions that we've been grappling with for a long time.
Right.
I suggest to you that there is an answer to this, and that answer is called East Africa. It's a common home of about 5-6 states on the eastern seaboard of Africa, with about 250 million people, about 200 million. And that is a massive wellspring of economic activity. The micro-states that we have today are meaningless real estate because their gross national product cannot satisfy, as far as jobs are concerned, the population that Dr. Kananja was talking about, which is between the ages of 17, 18 to 25.
Right.
This is not only is it a security problem, it's an existential question. Because if that force becomes reactionary and becomes violent and it just destroys, you know, things like fascism could crop out of it. Thuggish elements could take state power. And that would cause a serious setback to the kind of progress that we want in state and society in this region. So the problem we have is that the leaders that we have recognize all these issues. They know about them. But it's very difficult for them to make bold, decisive decisions because those types of leaders have not yet emerged out of East Africa. And I suggest to you, Zainab, that if we bring down these borders, if we have the same currency, if we have zero protection policies, if we bring East Africans together, East Africans will create jobs for themselves, they will buy and sell, they'll create industry, they will use all kinds of their intelligence to try and make a living out of their country and out of their region.
Have we reached that level of...
The level is that the political leadership to bring that about is not there. Yoweri Museveni always talking about East Africa, but he never does anything about it. He's only concentrates on keeping power in Uganda. Keeping power is not equivalent to bringing development. A dictatorship does not bring development. It brings development that sooner or later gets into a question mark because once you produce a middle class, once you produce an educated society, the first thing they're going to do is question your dictatorship. So it has an end. And I really believe that it's critical for the heads of state and government in this region, through the East African community, need to come up with very bold decisions on how to bring us together so that we can produce an economy that can produce jobs. When people have jobs, they have hope, Zainab.
Do you think that maybe Uganda might head the Zimbabwe way?
We cannot rule it out. And the only way to avoid the Arab Spring is to make sure that there are no signs or at least incentives for people to go down that route. Now, Uganda is a very beautiful country. I think one of the most fertile countries I've ever driven through. It is super green.
Right.
In fact, I'm afraid for our farmers because of the potential that Uganda actually holds. If the new leadership comes to power, whether it's going to be Bobi Wine or still President Museveni, if they want to avoid a potential catastrophe from the youth bulge, one sector that has to be revived and grown, of course, is agriculture. That is where majority population live. Try to build some industry that can be able to get these young people busy at the same time. We have focused generally on very few things, or sometimes cash cropping, in ways that can actually not sustain our economies. We still have not liberated ourselves from the colonial economy that was meant to benefit largely white folks and settlers. It was not meant to benefit us and the elite. We need to move away from that. And we should not be lied to just saying, well, because the digital world, and therefore if we move into just information age and all of us are going to go to the city. No, we still need to do farming. We still need to construct our roads. We still need to build schools and bridges. Those are things that are going to create jobs and invest in alternatives that can be able to move our economies forward. And so a number of these things have been neglected, and we're still using economic growth model of the 1960s in 2021. That is just not sustainable, and it cannot work.
Let's just talk a little bit about the issue of human rights violation in Uganda. There has been, arbitrary arrests, intimidation. We've seen Bobi Wine being blocked, arrested while trying to campaign. And one thing that some of the analysts from the region are talking about is the fact that Yoweri Museveni is using the COVID-19 pandemic to hold on and even tighten his grip on power. Then what does this portend for the other leaders who probably crop up in the future hoping to change this narrative?
Well, Zainab, the political struggle in Africa is ongoing.
Right.
And it does not run particularly on straight lines. And this is a case of it not running on straight lines. And I think what Dr. Kanenja has spoken about is quite important.
Right.
The structure of the economy that we have
creates
these conditions that we have. And the political culture of violence added upon an uneven economy creates this kind of political culture of force. There is a political discourse now in Africa that is trying to come back. And that discourse is that we cannot do development without dictatorship. That unless we have a Paul Kagame of Rwanda, we are not going to make these steps, because the opposition and this parliament are European concepts that are un-African, and therefore we need the super chief to issue instructions, and voila, we will get development. I think that is a very naive reading of the script. It is a script of authoritarianism, and of course, I'm very proud of my cousin over there in Rwanda, Mr. Paul Kagame, for all the work that he's done. There's no question about it. Probably the best president we have in the continent today, because really he is thumbing his nose to men like me and Dr. Kanenje and saying, you're wrong, we can do this development, and we can have this kind of authoritarianism, and we can have, at the end of the day, all the good things that we're trying to find. But of course, he's educating all the Rwandese in secondary schools and in primary schools and in university. And that's where the opposition is going to come from sooner or later. But that's to anticipate. The point here is, in Uganda, the system of opposition is quite advanced. Ugandans are probably more political than Kenyans. The Ugandan citizen is very aware of the politics of Uganda. And Mr. Museveni doesn't have a central province or Nyanza or Rift Valley that he relies on, like many of our politicians here. He comes from a very small ethnic group. We are relatives, Nyankoles and the Himas. My forefathers went there and got intermarried, and they had this group of people. And this concept of minority and majority in Uganda clandestinely put them together so they could seek power, because power was either in the north or with the Baganda. So I think that Mr. Museveni has built a coalition inside Uganda that I bet you if there was if this election was free and fair, I think that even if he didn't do this violence and he didn't do all this suppression, I think Mr. Museveni would still win this vote, in my view.
Right.
And I'm being quite honest about it. Why he chooses to do this really escapes my my sense and sensibilities, because is it the nature of authoritarianism and the state in Uganda that automatically reacts like this? I want to call on President Yoweri Museveni not to attack the security forces, not to attack that woman who's married to Mr. Bobby Wine, and the son who was crying there when the clothes were being torn off. This is un-African. I mean, we also have our African culture. It's not acceptable for women to be stripped naked by police security officers. This is so bad. And Mr. Museveni has to stop this kind of edgy, grungy violence that scares the bejeepers out of Uganda.
But you have leaders, African leaders who transition out of power. One of the issues, even our president, one of the key issues that they speak about is leaving some sort of legacy, leaving a good legacy, a good image. Do you feel that by the time Yoweri Museveni is transitioning from power, he's still going to hold, that image that he once held? Well, the people of Uganda voted him in, and when he took power actually by force during the guerrilla warfare back then in 1986. That legacy.
1986, loyalty came from the perception that he was a savior. Today, loyalty comes from the perception that he's a lord. That is different. Now, we do not expect that he's going to cut the same image years, down the line.
Right.
However, one thing that Ugandan opposition needs to understand, especially when you're dealing with power, is power is never given, it is taken. It is seized, not by force. But when you're dealing with a system that has been in power for a very long time, you need to be able to communicate or create a framework that can guarantee that those people are not going to be executed. They're going to be safe if they leave power. It is what has helped South Africa transition from apartheid. Pretty much the white power had to negotiate its way out of power. And frankly speaking, if you look in this country, the IPPG in 1997, they were very critical in reducing some pressure, of course, from the then
Member of Parliament from Moyale, Mr. Gillo,
government. That, well, if you get out of power, you're not going to be prosecuted. You're not going to be victimized. But if you are communicating to somebody a lot of hostility and you're waiting for the day they leave office so you can revenge, what are the chances they're actually going to leave power? And so there has to be a recognition and understanding among the Ugandan civil society and the opposition that we need to get a framework that can actually give President Museveni a safe landing, for instance, and people around him. So we do not have to deal with the fear, because the fear of the unknown, people have seen what has happened. Museveni has seen what happened to Mugabe. Museveni has seen what happened to Gaddafi. Has seen what happened to some of these leaders, even Omar Hassan al-Bashir, we see right now. And so it does not inspire a sense of compromise and reconciliation for someone to be in a position where they are actually willing, perhaps, to allow you more space to campaign and even win power. If by you winning power is going to mean the end of them and wherever else they've been able to create or build. So it's a reality. We have to move from beautiful rhetoric to practical political reality of countries. And that is the reality.
Right. Hashi, just going back to another issue that a lot of people are also speaking about, is a relationship that the United States has enjoyed with Uganda, or rather Uganda has enjoyed with the United States. And look, it did cancel its observation mission in Uganda, and the other key issue that the US said was today's vote, and this was their statement, would lack accountability and transparency. And remember, like you said, they're quite a huge partner with the Western nation, especially your national security interest. What does this portend between the relationship for the two countries?
Well, that's an excellent question. I just said just now that the Americans privilege security over the values issue.
Right.
Human rights, democratic government, and all these things. They might say it. They might issue a press conference. They might condemn what's going on. They might do that or this. But at the end, the balance of the security questions in the eastern seaboard of Africa is the United States military command here in Africa. I think it's called AFRICOM. They're here in Kenya as well, is to make sure that the threats that may come from certain areas of the world to the United States are confronted. And when the issues of values or security is brought to the table, more times than not, the issue of security always trumps the issue of value. And I think that it's very high time that we took responsibility for these issues of security, took responsibility for our issues around values, and a new charter and a new way of doing politics and the economy in this region is needed. Because what we are doing now is not sustainable. You saw President Kenyatta the other day speak about two tribes not manipulating power in Kenya.
Right.
In Uganda, they have one tribe manipulating tribe in Kenya. So, you know, we are advanced tribally than the Ugandans. Of course, the Tanzanians are doing much better than us. The presidents they do not come from tribes, they come from the party, even though we know there's trouble with Magufuli. And the answer to all of this, I submit to you humbly, is the undiscovered country. And that undiscovered country is East Africa. And I keep saying it, that we have to open these borders, we have to have one currency, and we've got to bring this political economy of this region together. And that leadership has to emerge out of the youth, it has to emerge out of the middle classes, it has to emerge from the elite, a new political vision that is based on making sure that the citizens of this region have access to clean water, have access to jobs, have access to schools, have access to the basic fundamental things that make nations work. Otherwise, if we continue on this path, we're going to be somewhere in between state failure and substandardism. And we then will have a majority of people, about 80%, living on $1 a day, and the corrupt few who have stashed millions of dollars out in foreign accounts. And all this, Zainab, does not happen without the cooperation of the Europeans and the Americans. It is not something that is done only internally. And I think the Europeans and the Americans need to start changing their views about how to help this continent. NGOs are not going to help us. It's not NGOs who are going to develop this region. It's not foreign aid that's going to develop this region. It is the power of the people's potential that are going to change this region to make it what it deserves to be, a strong, united region that produces jobs for its unemployed youth. And we need to move forward in this agenda in this region. Otherwise, we're going to face state failure and state collapse.
But you actually accept the fact that the relationship between the U.S. and our nations is quite critical, right?
Yes, it is very critical.
Dr. Kanenje, on that front, you have Museveni, I think the other day in a televised press conference saying, look, we do not want interference from anybody. We do not care what your views are. This is our election. Please stay away.
Yes, I won't be surprised, and I think right now any village tyrant is going to be very encouraged by what happened in Washington, D.C.
Very true.
20,000 National Guard police have been deployed to protect the Capitol from their commander-in-chief, who is Donald Trump. You know, how ironic is that? Now, that aside, U.S. relationship with African countries, and especially East Africa, is critical. For Kenya, Kenya is an anchor state in this region. Museveni, and as my colleague has alluded to it, at the end of the day, one thing that defines U.S. national interest is security. It's the reason they were able to entertain Marcos in Philippines, Pinochet in Chile,
right,
and Mobutu in Zaire, or what is now Democratic Republic of Congo. Now, having said that, we also know that the United States has been the leader in world democracy, or at least advocating for that, and in terms of funding and support. But the way the environment is right now, for instance, even in Uganda itself, supporting a democratic process in an environment that is so uncertain, in where the opposition is not clearly defined, it is kind of a losing proposal. Now, I do not agree with these countries boycotting election observation altogether, because that's going to guarantee that bad things happen. Right. At the beginning, you mentioned about human rights violation.
Right.
I don't even know whether we should be talking about human rights violation or how many human wrongs have been committed,
right,
thus far. There are plenty. And so, staying away because you're protesting being denied access to certain places, you're going to guarantee that you will never be able to establish with credibility. What we do, especially international diplomacy, is sometimes you have to co-opt these people to be able to influence them. But if you don't, you're going to guarantee they're going to behave badly. Even sanctions have never been demonstrated to actually change behavior of governments around the world. If they did, then the world would be a very peaceful place. And so the US involvement is still critical. And hopefully, with the new administration in Washington, D.C., perhaps the US can return to its place as, call it the last, good, rather that city on the hill, the shining city on the hill, that all of us can be able to look up to, that in times of crisis and when our democracy is falling by the wayside, that perhaps we can be able to get support. But right now, to be honest, the last country with the moral ground to be able to talk about democratic things is the United States. And so I will not be surprised that if anyone at this stage is going to dismiss whatever comes from Washington. But it's still unfortunate that not just Washington, but some European countries have decided not to actually observe that election, because while the fear of legitimizing it is founded, not observing ensures that you will never be able to establish the extent of violations or flawlessness that took place during the election process.
In the elections. Peter here, K, says, let me get this very interesting comment here on Twitter. They're saying the United States is in fact complicit in the anti-democratic tendencies of their staunch military ally.
Yes, I agree with him completely, or her. I think that the Americans would really cry foul about this, but I think we're in agreement that the United States have been very involved with Mr. Museveni. And part of the deal has been about him staying in power and not have international criticism about his rule. Mr. Museveni is bold enough to go to CNN. He was with Christian Amanpour.
Right.
And when he was asked whether he would leave if he lost the election, and he said with a straight face that I would leave. But he knows that he's not leaving, and he knows that he's going to win power, whether by force of arms or by a proper election.
Right.
Mr. Museveni is here to stay. It will take an enormous amount of courage and discipline among the Ugandan population to say no. Something close to what happened in Egypt. The problem with that is that the Egyptians are tribalist people. They're one tribe, they're one Arabs. Here in our country and in Uganda and in Tanzania, in Kenya and in Uganda, the political elite have exploited the issue of tribalism. The great philosopher Frantz Fanon said that the stupidity of our times is these tribal chieftaincies. And he was straight on the money. And it has come to pass that, and we're not even ashamed about speaking about it. We're not ashamed to speak about this anymore. Of course, here in Kenya, we've made it a very beautiful narrative. You could see some of the leaders in this country speak their ethnic languages when they go to these rallies. Jomo Kenyatta, Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, and Mwai Kibaki never made that mistake because they came from a nationalist scenario. No matter what their problems were, this, crude kind of tribalism, they didn't have this problem. And even Mr. Museveni, even though he's got a lot of his cronies around him, his narrative is always about getting a Pan-Africanism. His narrative is about Ugandan nationalism. His narrative is about bringing people together. But he does precisely the opposite, because he does not allow dissent. And once you don't allow dissent in your country, the very idea of that nation state and its developmental path is under a huge question mark. So we have huge issues, Zainab, but I also am a man of hope, because Uganda was in a very bad place before Museveni came.
Right.
We don't want to be always critical of this man, because the facts on the ground are there. He stabilized this country. He has done a lot for Uganda, but he needs to understand that it's time for him to go. And there should be a new slogan in Uganda, and it should go like this: "Go, man, go."
Well, that's from Ahmed Hashi there. Look, so look, 35 years ago, he said, like we talked about, he said, I'll just serve for a certain amount of time, and then I'm done. African leaders should not hold on to power. But then again, generally from an African perspective, this is it's quite a common phenomenon that we've seen from African nations. So, Dr. Kanenje, can you, from an African perspective, can you say that this is an ailing part of what is hurting our nation from reaching the level of democracy that we want as a continent, or we hope to?
35 years ago, there was no internet. And there are many things which were not there.
So everything has changed at this point.
Yes, and so people say a wise man or woman changes their mind. So I guess these leaders change their mind after a while. Now, they say power corrupts, but absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Right.
When you're still being driven by idealism, you tend to promise a lot of things. You can promise the moon, you can even promise Mars. When you're confronted by reality, it becomes very different. Now, when it comes to political power, it is a little bit too sweet, and a lot of people world over do not want to leave political power, including Donald J. Trump, as we speak. He does not want to leave political power. Yes. But the challenge for us, especially on the continent, is while in the 90s we seem to embrace this new phenomenon, this juicy thing that seemed to change countries. The whole of Eastern Europe had transformed. The Soviet Union collapsed. We saw a wind of change and democratization taking root across Latin America and Africa. And all of us were inspired. Gradually, as the new leaders or the old leaders who allowed a degree of political space consolidated their power, it became increasingly difficult for them to leave power.
Right.
Now, this was not helped by what I would say the relative decline of the West, especially in advancing some of these values. The United States and, of course, Europe. Now, the emergency of countries such as China that could provide an alternative in terms of a paycheck, for instance, has made some of these countries actually reluctant to be able to engage, or at least try to implement those sometimes harsh, structural adjustment programs, liberalization and stuff like that. And so African countries increasingly are having alternatives of where to go to. But generally, in the last 10 years, there's also been an increasing shift towards populist right-wing parties in the West. Now, that does not help our own democratic experiments on the continent, because if where democracy is supposed to be emulated is on the decline, then who are we to think we can, or at least I'm just trying to play the devil's advocate, that we can actually be able to take it forward.
Right.
And so, and the people on the continent also became complacent. Africans have come to believe that once you elect somebody, then your democratic duty, our civic responsibility has ended there. No, you need to hold these leaders accountable at the same time. You need to make sure that when you're having parliamentary or Senate elections, you change, so that you can elect the type of group that actually you think they share your vision. A lot of times our people vote once, And if someone doesn't deliver, sometimes they decide, I'll never vote again. And that's it. No, democracy is a process. It's a journey that you have to keep going back and knocking on the door every day. And so citizens of Uganda and of course of East Africa need to learn that this is something that has to be guarded jealously. And that on the voting day is the first day that you're doing it. And it has to continue for the next 5 years or 10 years or whatever. Because the moment you stop caring, that is the moment they start celebrating. And that is how you find we've been electing people who've turned out to become lords. They're supposed to be servants. But how come we call them waheshimiwa when we are the bosses who elect them? It's because we've turned the tables and without them ever asking us to. And because of that, we create such an imbalance in power that we feel so powerless to be able to bring about change.
Right.
And hoping that if Ugandans are listening, they need to know that they have power. If they want to change parliament, today is the day. If they want to change their president, today is the day. However, it's a tall order given everything that is going on to actually see sudden dramatic changes in Uganda, the way Ugandans may want to see them.
Yes, Hashi.
I think that there's the lingua franca of East Africa is Kiswahili. And there's a saying in Kiswahili that said, barabara unayopita wewe leo, miguu zangu zinatona kama jasho. Whose meaning is that we in Kenya here, we've been through this. Mr. Kanenje, Dr. Kanenje and I remember you, I think you're too young to remember, when this 1992, the transition in 19, all these issues, we were there. And there is an end game to Mr. Museveni. There's the natural end game where his life goes as everybody else's goes, or there is social upheaval, or there, he hands over power to someone and continues this system we have here in Uganda. I think that the harder business, the hard business, is the business of democracy, because it's not a good system. It is just better than authoritarianism and monarchy. It's better than fascism, but it's not in itself. Democracy is a fumbling game. It causes a lot of problems. But we have to craft it, and that's what, there's such a thing called statecraft. And part of statecraft is having a system in which the economy, the people, and the state have a social compact, have an agreement, a covenant among themselves. And that's what's called constitutional government.
Right.
Constitutional government and the rule of law are at the very heart of how we ought to do our business. And if we don't have that, then the business of business, how to create jobs, how to build infrastructure, sooner or later is put on hold because we have to deal with the social and political issues that emerge from society. And the leadership that needs to do this is, I believe, in East Africa. It will come out, it will organize itself, and the business of organizing the opposition, a credible opposition in Uganda, is the first step, because Bobi Wine is not going to beat Museveni in the popular vote. That's my belief. A lot of people might disagree with me. Second, he's not going to come into government and create 1 million jobs. He doesn't have the experience, and he doesn't have the English word fails me, but the French word is the je ne sais quoi. He doesn't have it. And Mr. Besigye should not lose heart. The opposition in this country, in our country, has paid such a huge price. But finally, we opened that big door. And sooner or later, we here in Kenya ourselves are trying to craft a non-tribal democracy.
Right.
Because what we have right now is this, I can't run for the president of this country because I come from a certain ethnic group. And that ethnic group is not allowed to get into the very top of power, because the major ethnic groups are going to decide among themselves who's going to get into power, and that struggle is in between.
But this is a historical system
yeah,
that's already
it is a terrible system, because it does not recognize talent, it doesn't recognize citizenship, it doesn't recognize individual leaders. A political party sees a leader, they have to embrace that leader and say, you look like a good leader, Mr. Kanenje, we need you to lead us. We will get there. Maybe our kids will get there.
Right.
But our job, my generation's job, is to get us to, as MLK used to say, the promised land, and inshallah it will come.
All right. Let's just listen in to Robert Chagulanyi, who spoke and made remarks right after voting at the Magere polling station near Kampala in Uganda. Let's hear what he said.
2 days ago, social media was switched off, but yesterday the entire internet blacked out. This is one of the many efforts that General Museveni is doing to make sure that we vote in the dark, to make sure that Uganda is kept in the dark, that the world is kept in the dark about Uganda.
So there you have it, very young, of course, very strong sentiments with regards to what is happening there.
Yeah.
So some would say also as well, with him, you know, not lacking what we say is the administrative capabilities probably of being the president of Uganda at this particular point, and maybe opens up the doors of hope for
I agree with you.
a democratic transition that will probably take Ugandans from the current regime to something a little bit different.
If you excuse me, Dr. Kanenja,
Yes.
I just want to add that little. You're absolutely right.
Right.
Of course, we're critical of him, but he's bringing something to the table.
Right.
He's mobilized the youth. That's huge. We've got to give him credit for that, because the youth are going to play a fundamental part in Ugandan politics and in East African politics. And I think that the opposition now needs to see, after a post-mortem, we have the population, we have the backing of half or maybe even more of the people. How do we get down the road and get all the other groups into the opposition so that we can put the fire of hell under the feet of Museveni, and that will give him the incentive to leave power peacefully. Dr. Kanenja has brought up also a very important point, this point of making sure that Mr. Museveni goes safely without any repercussions. And I think that's part of the thing that Kenya has experienced. You can tell the types of politicians we have in Kenya by those ones who go and hobnob with Mr. Museveni in Uganda. You know, Zainab, you know, our politicians are hanging out with Mr. Museveni and campaigning for him. I think that it is very, very critical. If there's a message that we can bring out here, if there's something that Dr. Kanenja and I will say today, it is a broad-based opposition with a credible leader that now goes into the real final stretch of getting the nitty-gritty together and the popular appeal for the opposition and to force Mr. Museveni out of power democratically. Because if the opposition has the majority of the people on his side and he refuses to leave, I think the international community will intervene, just the way they intervened here with Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi.
Right.
So I think if any message we could give out, me and Dr. Kanenja, that should be the message for the people of Uganda.
Right, and that's a good message as we probably wind up. I'll give both of you as well a chance to just make your closing remarks. I'll start with you, Dr. Kanenja. So this is happening, of course, in a couple of hours. The voting would have, polling stations would be closed in what? It's 2, 3, 4. So in the next 2 hours, the voting polling stations would be closed. Oh, I think it's 1 hour. My director is informing me it's in exactly 1 hour. And the voting, counting will begin, and we'll know who the president is. And I think a lot of people know who the president might be. Your closing remarks.
Yeah, Robert Chagulanyi just said that the government has decided to ensure that voting takes place in the dark. Well, in the dark, it's easy to commit crime. But in terms of social media and internet, that is also probably the most effective platform for the youth and the young people in terms of mobilization. What my message would be this: despite what the outcome is going to be, I would like Ugandans to stay peaceful.
Right.
There is nothing that is going to be worth the price of actually being peaceful. You see, say those who fights and runs away lives to fight another day.
Right.
But if you fight and you decide to stay there, chances are you're going to get killed. To move from the current nightmare of perceived, real and perceived oppression or lack of democratic space to the dream of a peaceful, stable, growing, democratic Uganda is going to be a journey. It's going to take a lot of stakeholders, everybody putting their hands on the deck. It's going to involve a lot of sacrifice from Ugandans, rich, old, young, poor, name it. And it is something that is going to take patience among Ugandans. And they have to be prepared to pay the price of patience. And sometimes you're going to pay for it in blood and treasure. However, whatever happens, as they say in my field where I come from, I'd rather sweat in peace than bleed in war. And if history of Uganda is anything to go by, I think they should pay attention to it and realize that Uganda is more important than everybody in there. President Museveni may win or lose, but he's just a human. His time will come. But whatever happens, I think Ugandans have a responsibility, a moral and civic responsibility to make sure that the country doesn't go to the dogs. It's too beautiful a country to destroy.
But the drums of change are beating.
Yes, and that is something that cannot be stopped. Uganda is on that trajectory. And change, we're going to see it one of these days in our lifetime.
Right, indeed. Ahmed.
Change is painful. Giving birth to a new society or to a new political arrangement or to a new dispensation is painful. And we all want peace, and I agree with my colleague. But we also, you need to organize in peaceful ways. Because the great philosopher Frederick Douglass said that power doesn't cede anything without a demand. And I think that the government of the people, by the people, and for the people is the answer to our troubles here in this region and in the continent. You could see what's going on in Ethiopia. The bright lights of Africa now in West Africa, where Ghana has just gone through an election and the last village determined who's going to become the president. There are great success stories around Africa. We don't want to depress anyone, but the message to the people of Uganda is dignity, dignity, dignity. You fight for your rights, fight it in a civil way, and make sure that you go and vote, whether or not that vote is going to be stolen or trashed. The right to vote is the most basic thing that people have, and I think that the government of Uganda please show restraint. As far as political violence is concerned, it's just not right for them to turn off the internet, to turn off all these things. It is not the modern way of doing things. It's despicable. I condemn it. This panel condemns it. We Kenyans condemn it. And we wish the Ugandan people a peaceful day and a peaceful future, and we hope that they get the government they deserve.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Ahmed Ashi, governance and policy expert, as well as Dr. Hassan Kanenje, the director of the Horn Institute for Strategic Studies. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in this afternoon. And we'll be still taking a look at what is happening in Uganda. Just exactly 1 hour to the close of the polling stations. We'll be heading to our normal broadcasting before we head back to our sister station back in Uganda, NTV Uganda. Remember, more than 18 million people who are registered to take part in the polls, and for a candidate to win, they must have more than 50% to avoid a runoff vote. The vote count will begin when the polls close in exactly 1 hour's time. That's 4 p.m. And results are expected within 48 hours. We'll be taking a very close look at what is happening there. Thank you so much for being part of this broadcast, and we'll continue engaging with you on our social media platforms at NTV Kenya, at Zainabi Smile. Thank you for watching. Stay with us.
This is NTV.
John Kamau has been through it all, from being evicted from his home to sleeping in the office and eventually becoming a tout. John now owns a fleet of buses.
In fact, wakati niliweza kupata ile gari ya kwanza, mimi mwenyewe nilipata kazi. Sababu nilienda nikaanza na nikakuwa conductor. Wengine huona makondakta si wa muhimu, but gari hili haliwezi songa bila conductor.
Indeed, anakiuka, which means going beyond and breaking barriers. Nini tunafanya hapa sasa?
Sasa nataka ujaze hii gari, kiuka na watu, jaza beba watu.
So gari inaenda wapi?
Umoja inako.
Umoi nako. So sasa tunaenda Umoi nako 30 bob tu. Kazi iendelee tukiuke nayo. Umoi nako 30 bob. Tukienda. So manze usiwahi give up. Zidi kukiuka na tuzidi na hustle.
Tuzidi na Hustle in association with Safaricom.
There was a moment in time when we stopped attending physical classes to stay safe, but that did not mean that learning had to stop. At ZTech University, we continued to deliver the highest quality of education through technology and integrated innovation in educating our future leaders. We now have the go-ahead to go back on the quest of knowledge, to go back and search for solutions that our world needs. As we reopen to this new normal, we are committed to excellence. We have adhered to the Ministry of Health COVID-19 guidelines, keeping our students and the learning environment safe. We're back. We're safe. We're learning. We admit both self and government-sponsored students for our degree, diploma, and certificate programs that are accredited by the Commission for University Education. ZTech University. Invent your future.
This condition has been described as a silent monster that torments women and girls. Now, despite endometriosis being as common as breast cancer, it is highly misdiagnosed and highly misunderstood.
I first had to lose my both fallopian tubes and my left ovary. Endometriosis went with all of them.
Endometriosis happens in the reproductive age. How do we then improve the diagnosis? We shed light on this condition that makes that monthly occurrence unbearable for many women and girls.
Japo njia bora zaidi ya kuhakikisha usafi wa mikono ni kutumia maji na sabuni, katika baadhi ya sehemu wameweka mchanganyiko huu maalum wa kutoa uchafu maarufu sanitizer, na tunahimizwa kila tunapotumia tuhakikishe kwamba sehemu zote za mkono zimeupata mchanganyiko huo kwa kufanya hivi kwa takriban sekunde 20 hivi, na tuhimizane wenyewe kwa wenyewe kufanya usafi, manake wapo mwenzako hatafanya usafi basi anakutia wewe hatarini.
Kevin Onyona, who owns the popular Swahili Village restaurants in the US, is back on Daring Abroad after visiting his home village.
The village is fresh, man.
How is he faring amid COVID-19?
We have learned how to adapt.
His views on the transition in the US.
Trump has not been a good president for America.
On Kenya to the World, leather exports by Rift Africa Leather. And on My Magical Kenya,
Kisumu Impala Sanctuary acts as a homage to wildlife.
This Saturday, 7:30 p.m. only on NTV.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes unsuitable for children under the age of 10.